You love you a real one. Pull up when the shift done. Roll up, let me feel some. I just wanna feel some. Fall through, let me feel some. Weak spot for the brown eyes. And them low lights glowing on you. What you want, I'm outside. Spin the block on the downtime. Hold me down, don't fold on me. I'm him to the gravestone. Church say 6, I'm a ghost son. God. You let her post with a camera. I like you better than candles. You left the city that gave you the head on your shoulder. You got a vantage point. Jump on my line when it's PM, I give it the stamina. You fell in love with potential before me, somebody that left you with damage, huh? Well, bless your heart. Hey, go and protect your heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. Take my time, take my time, take my time, take my time. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. Up against that body, turn you to somebody to me, let me face it. Pretty soul, I make a face. How did I go from a stranger to someone you hit up when you need a favor? Drop low on occasion, and I bless that heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold up, let me take my time.
Move out the way like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. I got a plan. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like, do you know who I am? Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them.
जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल boom boom मेरे से
You glow different when you're in love.
मेरी सांसों को
16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimit love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
What a time it is for the Indian esports circuit, and now we bring a new era for the Indian esports. It's one of the biggest esports spectacle that we'll be witnessing, and this is the first government-backed international esports IP in the country. The Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, in association with the government of Tamil Nadu, they present the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025 by Skyesports, co-powered by AMD Mobility Partner Mahindra, associate partners the Production Lab, WD Black and Red Bull, official display partner Zoe and ticketing partner Ken. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk is Raider, and we bring you this spectacle, and it is BGMI's Action semi-finals day number 1. How are you feeling about it, Raider?
Oh, I'm pretty excited, man. Sam, at this point, a lot of fights are coming in my mind, and I'm definitely looking forward to see how this entire picture is going to get painted. And not just that, this marks the beginning of a new chapter in the Indian esports itself. This championship stands for something which is greater than just a title, a trophy, or maybe even a prize pool. For the first time in history, a state government, the government of Tamil Nadu, has officially backed an esports IP of this scale, which is actually going to place esports shoulder to shoulder with traditional sports. And that's one of the biggest learning for me throughout this IP. And I'm definitely open for all. I'm definitely looking forward to see how this entire show is going to go.
Yeah, man, this is a long ordeal of 2 weeks for BGMI, but currently as we are talking about BGMI, on the other end, things are going in full swing at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in Chennai for the CS2 action of CEGC. So make sure you are getting your tickets on the KIN app. If you've not downloaded, links in bio of the Skyesports Instagram channel, and you can get your tickets for the LAN finale of 4. CS as well as BGMI that's going to be happening. Yes, a lot of you will be looking forward to BGMI as you're here on this stream, and yes, we have big 24 teams. Some had qualifiers going through who did have to take a journey of various different challenges and make their mark as they enter the semifinals, but majority of the others have been invited, Raider, and I think it's a bigger task for them and a challenge, because to step into a stage, while I think a couple of months back we had the CM trophy happening, which was limited to the state itself, and everybody was looking towards Chennai of when there is going to be a tournament which is going to be allowing everybody else throughout the country, and this CEGC brings everybody a chance to play on that big stage. And now that they have had an opportunity, I think they shouldn't miss it. They should be able to come down to the stadium and play it on LAN. That dates are November 14th, 15th and 16th, the grand finale of BGMI Action.
Definitely, it's going to be interesting, but now let's dive into the details of CEGC. That is the format, of course. The prize pool is massive. It's of 50 lakh rupees. And the first stage that we're going to witness on the broadcast is going to be the semi-finale, where 24 teams, out of which 20 are invited, 4 are the qualified one from the Lunar stage as well, are going to be there in the semi-finale. And then we'll move on to the last chance qualifiers with the bottom 16 teams. And the top 8 teams will move on directly for the LAN venue that we talked about, Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in Chennai. And of course, from last chance qualifiers, the top 8 teams will be having their own fair share of chance with a new leaderboard in the grand finale. But yeah, guys, in LCQ, as the name suggests, the last chance qualifiers, the bottom 8 teams will bid farewell to this entire action. So yeah, stakes are quite high. The competition is also sky high. I'm definitely looking forward to see how this 4-day show of semi-finale is going to happen, because again, Sam, from the semi-finale, top 8 teams are going to get their direct entry into the grand finals, and I think there's nothing better than that.
Yeah, I think everybody should fight for the first 8 chances to get into the grand finals. And if they go to the LCQ, and we've seen this everywhere, right? The competition gets heated up and a lot of fan favorite teams end up missing an opportunity. And we have those names. We'll talk about them. But before we jump into it, let's talk about the point system. It's not changed. It's not something new. Once we head over towards the grand finals, there is a little bit of a twist which you would already see in our social handles. We'll talk about it during the grand finals, or maybe give you a hint in between. But for now, in the point system, if you get a winner chicken dinner, you'll be able to get 10 placement points on top of the finishes that you get, and it is following suit of second place at 6, third at 5, fourth at 4, fifth at 3, sixth at 2, 7 and 8 gets 1. But if you come up at 9 to 16, you get nothing. And in the 4 days of action, every team has to balance this, whether it should be the placement or the finishes, to make sure they're on the top 8 radar.
You talked about the balance, and I pretty much agree with you, because it's a hybrid point system at this moment. You need to have the placement points, but at the same point, you need to be aggressive enough to get the finishes, because every single finish is going to give value to your overall standing. So that's exactly why I would definitely love to see some aggression coming in. Some drop clashes will be there for sure for the first day, because you don't really know the teams who are dropping in your own exact vicinity. So all of that is definitely bound to happen. But let's talk about the squad roster. We have the Group A action coming through, in which we have teams like XTREME, GODLIKE, CINCINNATI Kids, MADKING Esports, AUTOBOTZ Esports as well. And you know, guys, MADKING's already represented in BMIC. They played quite well, but they struggled. I would like to see how this team is going to perform in CEGC as well. On the other corner, with the new captain, Manya, with his power, Edme, Gods, and Jonathan. Heroics and Godlike also looks absolutely jam-packed with the names that they have got. It's just they have to prove that potential on the ground of CEGC as well.
Now, it's going to be a big one for Godlike, because now with Manya at the helm, a lot more challenges await, especially with the transfer window so close by, Raider. I think it is very, very crucial for how the squad performs, especially for the fans itself. They did miss out on the big stage recently, but this is another bigger one, an international IP coming through, and I think this is not a chance to miss. Along with them, we are going to be seeing FS Esports, NONX, WELT, and Why Not Esports. And a team here who qualified is going to be Why Not Esports, and that is a female all lineup that they qualified from the Luna qualifier. So this is a big deal for them. I think out of all the other 23 teams, this is the 24th team that has a full female roster qualified from the Luna qualifier and making a mark, along with the other, which includes Aiku Soul, Marcos Esports, Team Tamilas, and Revenant X Park.
And not just that, I believe they had 4 winner chicken dinners out of 5 matches that they played. Why Not Esports? I am definitely looking forward to see how they're going to put up a competition against these giants like Aiku Soul you talked about, Marcos with Gamla Boy, and the other individuals like Fan OP is there, Ralph is there, who usually initially we got to see him playing Ralph playing with AUTOBOTZ Esports. They are now here in a different banner. As you talked about the player transfer window, of course this particular tournament is going to be that marking line of where we get to see said particular rosters for the next 6 months after the player transfer window closes. I believe this tournament is very, very important, not just for winning, not just for the glory, but also for the future of BGMI in 2026. But let's talk about the future of day number 1 in semi-finale. This is the map schedule, guys. We will start with ERANGEL, go down to Miramar, then ERANGEL, and of course, Sanok is out, Rondo is in, and I'm definitely looking forward to see how Rondo is going to play that vital role on the very first day of semi-finale.
Now, when we go towards the very end of it, Miramar, we will have Group A who will have finished their 4 games for the particular given day. And I think that gives an opportunity for the other groups to figure out what they have to do in the upcoming day. And we are talking about groups. Let's talk about the first game we have and the group participating, Group A and B, which includes GODLIKE, CINCINNATI Kids, MADKINGs, AUTOBOTZ, FS Esports, NONX, WELT, and Why Not Esports. Now, I think on one end we have team like GODLIKE, on the other we have Why Not Esports. We spoke about Why Not, of how they managed to get 4 chicken dinners. That is insane when they had a competition, and anybody else in their group barely had 1 or at max is what I'm seeing in the Luna qualifier. So they're a team to look out for and an action that we would be waiting to witness. And along with them, I think after Manya moving towards GODLIKE, Aiku Soul, now they have to lead their strength through Knuckle, and Knuckle's been doing a fine job, but there's a lot more expectations for that roster. Along with, if you see Aiku Team Tamilas, they have not had a great run so far. It's been rather a little down the low 2025 for them. They've been trying their best, but now with Meta Ninja change towards Team Tamilas, with the Dragon coming back with Poco, I expect this team to perform a lot more this year by the end of 2025.
Yeah, we have been talking about this kind of coordinations between 2 individuals, Poco, Dragon, a love story that was always amazing to watch. Kind of situation where these 2 individuals were always there to give trade to each other, and that's exactly what will be the true testament of CEGC as well. We will get to see how coordinated now teams are after these recent shuffles. As we talked about Manya being there in the team GODLIKE, of course, that new captainship for Manya with the new roster definitely is going to be a bit of a problem, but we would like to see how beautifully is going to implement that. Edmino is there. We have Jonathan over there, but S Power. Mane has played with S Power. S Power has played with Mane. Whatever you want to call it out, they have been playing with each other, and that coordination part is going to be there. Edmino, Jonathan, those two definitely were absolutely amazing. Jonathan being the assaulter, Edmino every now and then putting up the clutch onto the table for the team, and as you rightly called it out, Nakul now being the ideal for Team IQ Soul. Obviously, results can be a little bit more better, but then again, even in BMIC, the way Nakul proved his perseverance and eventually his judgment through the agile skills, the zone control that they were able to showcase, more than 100 points onto the table. I think day number 2 was pretty amazing for them. So all of that has to be there, and I think this is a learning curve that Nakul is going through as being a guy who is stepping into the foots of an IGL. It's a bit of a struggle, but then I believe there is a very good possibility that we'll get to see something good. Specifically talking about the qualifications right now, it's not about winning at this point. It's about a journey of 4 days in the semi-finale and getting straight up onto the LAN venue in Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium.
Yes, it is about them reaching that LAN venue. If they're going to be making it from the top 8 right out of the semi-finals or moving towards the LCQ, something that we have to wait and watch. But hey, I think when you even spoke about the recent international tournament that we had with Japan and Korean teams coming down, right? I think the Indian esport needed that spark to kind of get into that international circuits, find a lot more bigger stages, and I think right out of that BMIC we are seeing none other than CEGC happening right now, another international IP that coming in from India, which is also backed by the government, is a big deal, especially for the players. It's also a flex, Raider, to be honest, when you're going to be telling your people at home, your relatives, your friends, even your family, right? When you're telling them, hey, I'm playing in a government-backed event, and that tells you the weightage of what it takes. Have you seen? Yes, there's prize pool of 50 lakhs. Yes, there's going to be a trophy, all of that. But this is bigger than that. When you end up seeing a prize pool trophy and it is backed by the government, it gives you a recognition of all the things that you did in terms of shenanigans at the schools, colleges, of how you came. Your teachers might have had complaints, but when you kind of lift this trophy and tell them, I won through a government-backed tournament, that is going to be a big flex coming through. And I think that is the reason we were talking about that these teams need to step up big time. And while we are talking about Group A and B participants for ERANGEL, our match 1 that we have for the day, there's Group C, who consists of Ico Orangutan versus Skyesports, Ico 8-Bit, Meta Ninja, and there's Infinix True Rippers, K9, Versatile, along with Rising Esports. And in this group, 2 big names, and I'm surprised that they're in the same group, is OG and TR, our international reps.
Oh my god, Group C action is going to be fun to watch because again, both of them are trying their level best to, should I say, retain that firepower and at the same point explore the situations where they are stuck outside the play zone and not being comfortable, their rotations were going wrong. They're trying their level best to improve on those parts, and now that they're in the same group, of course the fights are going to be fun. But that doesn't mean that the other 22 teams that are there in the lobby are by any means falling short. They are definitely trying their level best to be coordinated, be well performing, and eventually put up a good score onto the leaderboard. And we cannot emphasize enough onto the factor that if you qualify straight up from the semifinals to the grand finale, you have that advantage of watching your opponents in the LCQ fighting, and they're kind of like being the open book for you. You can read every strategy, you can read through every single type of play that they're going to put through, because trust me, semifinale is going to be tough, but LCQ is going to be even more challenging, because that's exactly where you are going to be stuck in a do or die situation. Specifically talking about the teams, the players who are maybe going to qualify for the grand finale or maybe going to go out of the competition, and we'll get to know all of that on 11th of November, I believe. But that's a long journey, 8 days of journey. First of all, we have to see what happens in the semi-finale. Even before that, I really want to know what happens in the match number 1.
As we're gearing up for ERANGEL, our matchup 1 with Group A and B, we did see the teams who are left out of Group C. Let's quickly jump back into the Group A and B discussion. Thinking about what they can do. Again, some of these teams in a hot streak, just finished off the tournament. They want to, again, push forward, do better, and this is their opportunity. But also another thread that they have on the other end is this roster ready, right? That's the most, I think, practical discussion a lot of teams are doing, because after that comes in the transfer window as well, which closes, and that becomes a problem in case your team is not looking ready and somewhere mid down the season you would have to do something else for 2026. So a lot of things hang in balance here as we are doing this big IP, big tournament for all our players, and I think that's where this Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025 stands. for players to prove themselves and teams to tell that we are ready for the fans. And I really like at the point that we are in, and when we talk about Group A and B, one team that I wanted to talk from the very start, we were just going through all the other teams that are going to be playing the 24 ones, is going to be OnePlus God's Reign. Now, this is a strong, star-studded roster. There's been a lot of expectations, Raider, but they've been always falling short. Just like how we spoke about Aiku Team Tamilas, they've not had a good 2025 season, but it seems similar for even God's Reign at 2025. They've managed to qualify. They make it into the bigger leagues compared to Team Tamilas, but still fall short in those finals.
Of course, I mean, you have Destro in that particular team who is known to be the trophy magnet. Lately, that magnet is not being pulling a lot of strings in terms of getting the trophies. So that's again a big factor that is going to play a vital role. So maybe not those events that we talk about, but eventually in CEGC, he'll try his level best to get that trophy home and eventually prove to his fans, prove to his opponents as well at the same
Especially
point
with
that he's
Equinox
still
back.
there. Exactly, Equinox. I think 2023 was his era. Even Goblin in that particular era was absolutely amazing, and we always talked about these two individuals being the unformidable assaulters from their own particular teams. So I'm definitely looking forward to see how Equinox is going to be back into the picture, how much of a performance he's going to bring, specifically after a long break that Equinox took. Now he's back into the meta, he's back into the performance, and I am definitely looking forward to see under Destro's edging. He has played with this initially as well, but now again, as we talked about, that they are lately suffering with the loss of performances, lack of trophies, and eventually lack of qualifications to the bigger leaps of stages. But then again, he's back, so we all have high hopes. But again, guys, every single team has got one of those individuals who has a lot of things to prove. Manya from Extreme Godlike, a big change. He has to prove that he's still good enough. Knuckle, a big change. He has become the Agile. He has to prove again. Revenant X Park, the entire lineup has changed, and I believe once again they have a lot of things to prove. One Blade Wildfang, talk about them. They were initially the Revenant X Park. They represented in some official events, but then they are now back in the banner of Wildfangs. Once again, they have to prove that it's not about banners. It's about the camaraderie. It's about the performance.
Along with them, there is one more team which might be their last stint under this banner is going to be Victor Isimis. That is going to be the squad of Oasis. I think a lot to be proven when they did come out with the announcement. There was a lot of expectations. I wouldn't say that they've all been lost, but it's been a little bit of a wait. I think it's a similar storyline of what happened to True Rippers, right? Jelly with that lineup, he was trying to figure things out. They were doing good, slow and steady. It started building, and eventually he's at that podium. He's at that position now that he's proud, his teammates are proud, and True Rippers in general are so happy, right? I think that's where we are looking forward to seeing Oasis very soon down the line, hopefully in this tournament itself. A lot to be proven, yes, from everybody as we start things off here in the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025, but it's not going to be an easy one. As we said, they've been also invited. When we look at the teams who have made their qualification, we spoke about why not already, a lot more light on them. Yes, one female lineup that we are going to be seeing in CEGC, but along with them there is Blitz Esports, Marcos Esports and NONX who have made it through the qualifiers into the semi-finals. So they might have a tad bit of an upper hand, and this is something that I always talk in any tournament when we start things off. Teams from the qualifiers have a little bit of an upper hand in terms of them having played matches already, but when you come into the big star-studded player rosters, that's where it matters about experience. The experience that they keep grinding for, playing scrims on, rather than them on the qualifiers when they have an invited position, they want to prove that invited position. So right now, stakes are even higher for the invited teams along with Blitz, Marcos and NONX, and I think NONX have been doing a phenomenal job. If this is another opportunity for them to qualify in the top 8, and we've been seeing it is a side that the teams with or without the star-studded rosters, those names, they've been making their mark in the very first in the top 8 in qualifying, and that tells you that how hungry they are to prove themselves, Raider.
Oh, they are, but we are also hungry enough to wait a little longer for the match, and I'm definitely looking forward to see when the match gets started. You talked about Team NONX. I think today I have high hopes from Anonymous and Viper that they're going to perform. They're going to put a good performance. But there you guys, the first match of CEGC 2025 starts, and it's the map of ERANGEL, the virtual map of ERANGEL. We are straight up diving into it. It starts from Primos, goes all the way towards Stalber and Kamishki. Yep, there you go. Severny is the finishing point of this flight path. Military base is close enough, but areas like Milta, Novoripnoi, Mansion, Prison, that's exactly where you have to get some vehicles, glide towards it so that you can have a better loot.
Again, I think this flight path is not much of a trouble. Teams going to the extreme east might have a little bit of a clash when they're picking up vehicles, but other than that, not much to be worried about it. Again, all these players are not going to be playing in the new zone meta. It is the old one until the Grand Finals is what we're going to be seeing. So they have a lot more time compared to the new zone meta, right? So they can take their time rather than indulge in clashes from the very start of things and then get into trouble. God's Reign going to their usual drop, no trouble at all. Military base, clean, no interference coming through, whereas Welt and Cincinnati kids might have a little bit of an issue as they're very close at Primorsk and Ferry Pier, and a big cluster seems to be dropping hot towards Giorgio.
Oh my god. Not just Georgia Pool, but eventually look at Rozok, look at School. Areas like that are also pretty much flooded with teams. I'm looking forward to see who is going to take the first knock, who is going to be that individual who gets the first frag in the lobby. It feels like that it can happen towards School, it can happen towards the Rozok area. A lot of teams are jumping over there. But in Pochinki, we have Team Hero XTREME GODLIKE changing their drop locations. Pretty interesting because usually you get to see different approach from Team Hero XTREME GODLIKE, but now that the flight path has given them the option, and Pochinki is pretty much wide open. They are going to have their own dream loot. Oh yeah, but NONX is pretty close. If they decide to go towards Pochinki, they can have a big fight. But Edmino and Manya, they're already in the vehicle, moving towards NONX. It could be the first fight. MADKING's on the other corner. They all have a lot of points to prove, but they have got the containers. They have got the Georgia Pool to loot with. But eventually in the Northwest City, there's yet another team who is keeping them at the bay.
MADKINGs, there's so much on this team. They look in a hot red form. It's just about finding all the points for themselves, and once they start fragging out, it's very tough to stop them. They look forward to the chicken dinners, but it is not very consistent. On the other end, a team that everybody is looking forward to being placed on the LAN stage, looking forward to a trophy. A rough spell for this Hero XTREME GODLIKE. But seems like before they could find the first, there's already Ralph going down the knock and the confirmation coming through, and the openings being found.
One blade Wildfang. They get the first pick. It's got to be Spray God. Well, there you go. He has got the first frag, and now he's hunting for more. But of course, the team who fell short of one player right now are going to have big trouble in the later play zones. This is how this entire flight path is going to provoke a lot of teams for fights, because you have to find vehicles, you have to go to your desired drop locations. With that, you have a better loot. I think for Wildfangs, their exact location is going to be towards Milta. And Milta City is a very good drop for Sensei, and he has actually performed quite well in it. Of course, there have been certain tournaments where we got to see a lot of clash in Milta as well. But right now, looking at the flight path, I think Milta is going to be an open space for Team Wildfang. They can easily go ahead and get their loot done. Talking about Cincinnati kids, they have decided to rotate back to the southern part of the map, the Sosnoka Military Base Island, as a flight path, and eventually even the play zone, I believe, has a little bit of an incline towards the southern area. Yeah, the team who has lost one, they will be in a tough spot, I believe.
Not a great start, but hey, it's just the start of the first game, so there's a long way to go. Same for Cincinnati kids, a team very synonymous with names such as Juicy, Mighty, but this time it's Ash with the squad. Looking forward to what they do, because it could be an opportunity, and it seems like opportunity walks right into their door. Welt in trouble.
Wow.
Players going down, but Flock also knocked for now. A jump for Nori is his own demise. And one after another, CK, before they could have had all their hands in, Welt are answering, but is that going to be enough? Veron, he misses his opportunity. It's down to a 1v1. Ash versus Maxi. We were just talking about this. Ash, this is his opportunity to step up, but before giving Ash an opportunity, Maxios, he's closing things down. 3 finishes in his name, and Ash is the last man. And what a damage coming in from Ash. He doesn't take any, but retaliates in a big manner, leaving the last person surviving without any health. One stray bullet is enough to put his end down the door.
Hey, the close quarter combat is not going to be easy, and that's exactly what I was talking about. The pump action shotgun speaks volumes at this point. Maxi also does a 1v4 to save the day for the team and also get 4 amazing frags. He was not able to save one of his teammates, but eventually got 4 amazing frags. Is going to reset the entire team, get 2 more players back into the picture, And Team Wealth, what a start for them. Cincinnati kids, they dropped towards the areas of farm and eventually they went back south. Look at the result that they've got. Initially, if I'm not wrong, they were looking good, but when Block got taken down, the other guy got taken down, things were not looking good. Equinox, we talked about him in this really show. And we have to see what Equinox can do. He gets a frag, but now he's knocked out. And the fight is up against Team MADKING, GODLIKE, Justin. He has spotted the opponent, but there's the M249. The generator will not generate enough energy to put down Justin. As he shuts down Apollo, backup arrives, the cavalry arrives. But Justin, he goes down by the hands of Shadow, the IGL from Team MADKINGs. The last man standing is going to be Fragger. He's far away from this entire fight, has got a QBC to play with. Being the last man standing, it's always tough to do something magical. Everybody cannot be Maxioso, and Maxioso cannot do the same stuff in every single match as well. I believe it's pretty much done and dusted. Delta will find the final pick probably. Yeah, there you go. 3 fires, angle switches, and finally Delta nails him down. Every single guy got a frag, and Team 1+ GODLIKE will still be holding the bridge.
What's happening? We were just talking about this, Raider, that this is the old zone, right? And it seems like doesn't matter. Players are used to the new zone and that's how they're playing. They're rotating, moving towards the circle itself from the very start, and they're indulging in fights, clearing the corners. But what you can indulge is going to be booking your tickets. They are live on the KIN app. Get there, book your tickets. As I said, Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium in Chennai. CS2 and BGMI action. BGMI action will start from the next weekend in the Grand Finals, 14th, 15th and 16th. That is the last day where a smash rule has been put in place. More details to follow. Most of you on the social media already have idea, but right as now, 2 teams will get an opportunity to delve into that idea, as they've been the first 2 teams to be out in this first matchup of the semi-finals. Team Tamilas close to GODLIKE. Could be an option, could be a window. A knock and a finish is all that is needed for a full-on fight, and it seems like the vehicle's been spotted by Rico and Dragon. Might have an opportunity for a head-on clash. They're following suit. They're driving parallel to them. It could come down to a cat and mouse chase, and it seems like they want to intertwine with GODLIKE. Shots being pummeled. A lot of damage. Exchange. Jonathan and Manya together. Jonathan's knocked. Manya now in trouble. Jonathan's eliminated. S-Power a little apart. Finds the opening. Rico is down. Dragon and Rico, they were the ones who were breathing flames down, and now S-Powers managed to slow it down, and Blitz, they've managed to third party and given GODLIKE an opportunity to breathe.
But at the same point, look at Rico. He has been taken down. He's going to get finished for sure. S-Power collects his first. But Jonathan going out of the picture, it's a bit of a problem for them. FS Esports on the other corner will start. They have taken down one from Team 11 and X-Park. It's a knock. Have to see if it's going to turn into a finish. But Hero Extreme GODLIKE versus Team IQ, Team Tamilas. It was a pretty interesting parallel run that these 2 teams were having. Pung goes down. There you go. 1+ GODLIKE pitches in as a third-party team. 11 and X-Park. They are in shambles. The newest addition to the team. I think 2-3 days back we got to see the confirmation. We got to see the announcement of Pung joining 11 and X-Park, the Wolf Pack. But it seems like that the pack's leader is pretty much out of the equation. Happens, guys. This is BGMI. There is 1 or 2 games that might go south, but then again, the comeback has to be stronger. Cotton gets taken down. Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's only the leader. It's the whole pack.
Oh,
the Wolf Pack's
feels like
done
that.
for. Fears the last man. He's also been eliminated, and that's a big one for 1+ GODLIKE. Back to back after fighting and fending off MADKINGs, and now another team completely. That tells miles of what GODLIKE are here, and especially doing this without Destro. Equinox coming back into action after he had a little bit of the health issue that we were talking about. Even Saumraj did mention when they were in his squad. But now it seems like he's ready for action. GODLIKE, a lot of fights have taken, but are they ready for more? Driving around FS, and Delta goes down. There is no way of saving him. Seems like Delta was looking for information, and all he receives is his elimination.
When you get 7 finishes back to back without losing a single individual, you tend to have a little bit of a confidence. That's exactly where Delta felt like he can move around, get some information for the team while his teammates are holding the bridge. It will not happen. I believe pretty soon we are going to see some finish feed names like Manya. Yeah, there you go. Aquanox shuts down Manya. There's a knock coming through. Edmino drops out. Export goes down. That's bad for Team Erection Godlike. I think Edmino, he can save the day. Is trying to cook in the need. And we know Edmino for being the clutch machine for the team, for being the savior for the team whenever the team is in a pickle. Jonathan has already been taken down. It's all about Edmino at this point. As Power, I think he's a lost
Tough
cause
spot.
because his HP is pretty much low. Oh my god, now Blitz is also chiming in. Blitz, 1 plus God's Reign. It seems like that the Godlike will fall short of breath. But for now, Edmino has taken a sabbatical. He's just moved out of the fight. He's just waiting to repatch himself, re-strategize and think what his next move could be.
The gifted first game. But God's Reign, they cannot mess it up. They did lose Delta. But what a spree of eliminations they've been finding. Admino, a rock in a hard place. There's no way that he can move. He cannot jump down the bridge. They will still spot him. I'm still wondering what is he thinking? What is his brain riling up to figure out a path between Blitz and God's Reign, because I can't see any. God's Reign, they become the check post right at the end towards the military base and the circle favoring them. This is their opportunity to start things off with a bang. We had that thought of what is God's Reign gonna do. A lot of expectations, and now with Aquanox joining in, it seems like they are standing tall at the very start of the CEGC. But it's just the start. It's just match 1. It's just ERANGEL. Using a lot of just because right at this point it seems like it, because other teams are taking another dive in other directions. Not all of them are coming towards the bridge. They know that once they start seeing the names on the finish feed of who's been picking up those finishes, they know they're being held down. And while Fangs, they're also trying to do the same on the other end of the bridge for military base.
Pretty late rotation for the sides of Team Soul. But as we can see, one blade while Fang patiently waiting to do the exact stuff that God's Reign has been doing of late. Goblin, he is close by. He has also climbed a bit onto the railings of this bridge, trying to get the information. And I do believe that Soul knows that there will be a hole for sure. It's pretty obvious at this point because we are already into stage 2 and the entire play zone is shifted towards the southern part of the map. So it's pretty obvious that both the bridges are going to get holded off. And NONX, look at them, a very wise decision of having that hovercraft for the team, because they can rotate through the water bodies. It can tank a lot of bullet damage, around 3 reloads. That's what it takes to shut down one hovercraft. So I do believe Team NONX is also in a very safe situation. Not just NONX, but even WELT. After taking down Cincinnati kids, they have also taken the extreme southern part of the map, southern western part, should I say, of the map. So that's a good approach that we have got 4 finishes to be precise. We are left with just 3 individuals. Let's play a safe game. Because remember guys, it's a hybrid point system. You cannot be always aggressive. You have to have those placement points play as well. So yeah, that's exactly where WELT is doing good stuff. We talked about Godlike, that they are stuck in a middle situation. I believe this is a good approach that Admino can just wait it out. He is in the play zone right now. The next play zone might actually push God's Reign into another different fight, as they have already lost Delta. If one of their teammates goes down, then again the other 2 will have to move out of that holding area and find out their own play. There you go. A lot of rotations coming through. The PG-117. Oh my god, I do so but he's super duper low. Kana has been taken down. Nakul, the Igel, has he spotted Stray God?
Let approach while Fangs, they still have an opportunity to fight back. Thunder up close. But Knuckle, he's the Batman in the shadows, right behind enemy lines. And if he starts fragging and finding elimination, it's going to be a big one.
Oh my
but no,
God.
Knuckles being found, but not from Wild Fangs. It is FS. The cause for God's Reigns. One player going down is also becoming the same. If this continues, could become a problem. Legit's confirmation comes through for Wild Fangs, but their trouble is not over. Once they've understood that Knuckles down and understood that they're fighting with another team, FS, they've been moving ever so silent, finding eliminations, and now closer. Tiger wants to fight it off. That information gives him a lot for his other teammates to figure the next approach. Tiger cannot get down because he spotted 3 of the players. Now God is also shooting quick on the Wheel is going to be Wild Fangs. They retreat back from the bridge along with Sensei. But Spray God, before he could take a spray, he goes down. It's all up to Sensei now. Spray God's confirmation will come through. Tiger, can he do something else? Sensei's health not that great. He has to fight for survival now. And FS, what a brilliant fight that they're putting up strategically. They are manipulating teams, manifesting these points in their name, and it is working, Raider.
Yeah. It's working brilliantly. They are isolating individuals from every single particular team. They got went down. Now it's Sensei's situation going south. White Tiger and I believe Kara are the only two individuals left from the sides of Team 1 played Wild Fang. They'll have to play a passive game right now. They were aggressive enough to hold off Iku Soul's two individuals, but now, of course, they are on the back foot. Let's see how they're going to go for the silos and military base area. That's the only viable option. I really want to see what Iku Soul is prepping at this point. And look at him, he's on a move. He knows that GODLIKE has already vacated the bridge and there's no use of holding the bridge anymore. All the rotations have already been covered up. But Kana and White Tiger, they are being hunted by the hunters known as FS Esports. Roman is out there, look at him, trying to gather all the information of where the players are. Everybody is individually rotating in a single vehicle, but yeah, there you go. The weapon switch comes through. Kana could have been shot down, but the scope was not there. Roman, bit of a mistake from his corner. There was a red dot onto the M4. So decided to just once again move back into the vehicle and then track down the opponent. But we have not yet seen quite a few teams fighting. I really want to see what these particular teams are going to do by playing a very passive game at this point. Look at NONX. They have not yet decided to indulge in a particular fight. Marcos, they've also taken a slow approach.
A lot of teams just fighting or playing for the last circuit. It seems like Victor Summers, from their thought process or their plan, they've been drenched. Venom's been finished off. Soul have found their way to find more if this continues. But FS, their chase stalled for now. They do get a nice spot to be safe and sound right at the corner of the circle. The northeastern edge, an entry point for a lot. This circle, as we did say, God's Reign, it is their opportunity to win it. And they're at the complete southern, very close end of it. With barely any land left. FS spot another team. But it's no other team, it is the same Wild Fangs who are running in another direction, figuring out where is the safe spot. But they all jump on Roman, but Roman still finds one before going down. His teammates quick on the cover, but it seems like it's not working out. Tiger was able to drop two before Gods. He could come down and finally save his team without losing their players, but it's not done yet. The fight is going to on low because Marcos, they've heard those bullets, they've spotted the players, and now NONX on the other end, they're climbing on this helm and want to take that ship of elimination to their favor.
Oh my god, NONX line has been taken down. He's gonna get finished up for sure. The DP burst. It's a long time since we have seen someone using DP28.
Exactly.
And it's gotta be Kamla boy with a 6x. Usually we get to see DP and 4x combination. Obviously, guys, you know whom I'm talking about. Snacks. But then again, when you talk about Gamla boy, another individual who has got that sheer power in him. But was that the last man standing from Iku Soul? That nade from Fury was the ending remark. Yeah, I believe Iku Soul is also done, guys. Iku Team Tamilas from the back end. They're also putting a lot of pressure. But Zone has gone extremely in the southern corner. A lot of teams have already rotated. These two teams, Victorious Service and IQ Team Tamilas, they are still fighting. And Poco wants to go up close and personal. His nades. Oh my god, Mafia's nade was on par. Fury with that nade gets IQ Soul done. And now Poco, one of the most efficient individuals, one of the most coordinated individual with Dragon has been taken down. And Dragon is left with no other option to find a different way to get in the circle, which I believe is not going to be possible. Even if he goes to the military base circle, the 5th play zone will come, and from the military base bridge, he might just go down to the play zone.
See, at this point, I feel like fighting for eliminations is all they've gotten, because we already see how clustered the circle is at military base. Every team is fighting for position, and especially on military base, because the lay of the land towards the edges of the south are almost flat, and towards the military base, the mesh compound that is there, right ahead of it has a little bit of a hilly region, and that's where teams are getting stuck at, and eliminations being found. players are getting knocked and finishes getting confirmed. And we know the last man surviving from such a long time. Right from when we were seeing around the first two teams being eliminated, it should have been Hero Extreme Godlike, the third team to be eliminated. But sat still, took his time, and now he's moving into the circle. But that same story cannot be said for Dragon, as he did spot the team who caused trouble for his teammates to move inside. Victor Dissumis. Dragon, his last approach. It is going to be a tough one because he will be held off.
Ooh, team Why Not Esports. Sam, we talked about them getting 4 winner chickens out of 5. What do you think? Can they get a winner chicken today up against these giants?
Right now, this is the hilly terrain that I spoke about. They have to traverse this
Yeah.
smartly. If they're able to,
Yeah.
there is an opportunity. But Marcos, they've left their safe helm. They've moved out in the open and now they're deciding to fight. They spot Why Not. But it seems like Why Not do not want to indulge. Rather, they wanted to put them in a bait situation and make their way into the flatlands in military base. Maybe even isolate one of the players. But they've jumped out. NONX on the extreme eastern corner. They did lose Knight. We did see it was Marcos, FS along with Wildfangs. That was the fight that happened. And while this is happening, even 1+ God's Reign, they lose Justin, make it Neo, and it seems like Blitz, they might be able to completely sweep God's Reign out of this game.
Yeah, it's done. They have been finished. Blitz on the other corner now have chose their target source, Autobots, whatever they can see, they will hunt them down. That's exactly how Blitz played in the close qualifier. They had 100 in the 12 matches that they played, and they were the one from close qualifier. So we can understand this firepower that Blitz is bringing onto the table. Autobots, initially it was Ralphie, then Lobster, now Pro is also knocked out. Arif becomes the last man standing, and he can be taken down by either Welt or somebody else from Team Blitz. Soham going berserk. Mafia goes down by the hands of NONX Anonymous. Now the finish feed can go ham. And there you go. Mafia gets finished off by Viper. Blitz Esports having their own fun run. But I really want to see Marcos doing something magical. Because remember guys, the first frag was of Marcos Gaming's individual. I think that was Ralph who got taken down.
Yes.
So that was a big loss initially, and then they decided to go in a safer way. They decided to go a little bit slowly. Now, Fury! Look at him. Shuts down one from Why Not Esports. He has been... There has been a knockout, but I believe getting that knockout to a finish, it's going to be very difficult. Oh my god, Marcos Eggy! He takes down Pew Pew.
Why not? They were thinking to move into a safer spot, but once they did feel surrounded, they decided to step out and fight, and it seems like causing trouble. Fury, Nate Parade from his end. Not found value, but he's still deciding to dump them all across because he knows the last position, and seems like it is chipping. It is doing a little bit of a justice, and who's taking advantage? It's going to be Marcos. 2 players knocked, the last one surviving from Why Not. And I don't think there is any opportunity from here on. The shotgun shells are not reaching the target, and now Marcos Esports surrounding the last player from Why Not, and it is going to be another finish recorded. But they have to also move to a safer position. On one end, Victor Dissumis' last player, on the other end, NONX. All of them eyeing on Marcos, and it seems like it is going to be bettering for NONX. They have 3 total eliminations. This is again an opportunity for moving in, and it seems like they've given up the dreams on dreams, and moving towards the circle is the intention from Marcos. Dragon,
Really
he's
important to
still
get the-
making his way, Raider.
Exactly, I talked about this minutes ago, that Dragon, look at Dragon, he's not moving a muscle. He saw Why Not Esports, he saw Pew Pew getting knocked out, he saw Marcos Gaming into a fight, he saw NONX also moving in, but still he knows that the Christian's play is going to reward him with the placement points. And now that he's in top 5, that's the play. NONX Anonymous, he can take it down, but Anonymous is up on that being carried from his teammates, and now he's going to get rid of a beautiful move from the sides of Team NONX. But Marcos, Ralph, the first one to go out, then Dreams, now Eggy, he's on the verge of getting taken down, but he gets a revival. WELT Esports, you have to use those nades. I think they have run out. They do not have any nades coming through. Some smokes to just block off the smoke path is created. Even WELT is also trying to reset their individuals. Maxi also is out there. And we have seen Maxi also doing something wonderful. He got a 1v4, if I'm not wrong, on Cincinnati Kids. So his
Yep.
firepower, it's amazing. Now, guys, we have got our top 5 teams, in which Blitz and NONX, even WELT, these 3 teams have got the biggest contendership of getting this winner with a chicken dinner. I believe WELT, they will be in a tough spot because they are now going to get shot down from Blitz as well. And on the other corner, Marcos have their eyes set onto them. But Dragon, he is going to breathe fire as soon as he runs out of those first aids.
5 in his name. But somehow, I did not even have hopes that he would be able to cross the bridge and get closer to the play zone. And I think somehow he's made it through. And there's an opportunity and Marcos go down. There is still a spot for Dragon to enter and keep Team Tamilas alive in the top 4. That's a long ordeal. Eggy and Gamla Boy, they have to try and fend off Welt. And Welt, if they take time, Blitz are right behind them. NONX, the team who are getting shots of them, somehow have revived the player. Dragon, unfortunate. We did say it is going to be tough for him, and it was. But tougher for Marcos as well, as Gamla Boy gets confirmed while he was picking off the last player. And it seems like Eggy becomes the last man standing. 7 total eliminations for the team at the top 4 right now, but not for long. As a vehicle drives past him, smashes his dreams into the ground, and we are down to the top 3.
That confidence speaks volumes at this point. The way he just moved out of the play zone with that McLaren to just shut down the opponent. Pretty amazing. Zen puts up the smoke wall and now is trying to get the information. But trust me, Blitz, the way they dominated in the close qualifier, we talked about this, Sam, that the teams that have qualified from the close qualifiers have got a bit of experience fighting the most recent battles in CEGC, and they have fought their way to the semi-finale. I believe Blitz wants to fight their way to the grand finale from the top 8 spot itself. They don't want to go to the LCQ, and it's going to be a beautiful journey for Blitz if they convert this winner chicken. They're very, very close to it. They have got the highest manpower, but Blitz has to play the patience game. If the Blitz Esports fights with either NONX or Team WELT, the third team which will be remaining will have that benefit of doubt and eventually can do much of a damage. But Blitz is actually in a very open spot. That in itself is a big problem. They don't have a lot of covers.
But I think they have a lot of utils that they could use compared to the other teams who had to exhaust to survive a fight. Coco, that's a nice opening from Noah, but he has to get back into cover using the vehicle as shield. But Welt have their teammates Proton. Maxioso, clutch master for Welt. He's slowly rejoining his teammates. They're becoming one force together rather than dividing and conquering. They've understood. Divided, they might fall, but united, they might stand together better. But Noah, who found an opening, is again throwing a nade across. Does it find chip damage? Yes, but there are more from where that nade fell from. There could be another knock in the play. Proton on the other end finds Viper and NONX in trouble along with Blitz. It seems like NONX are going to be the first to be eliminated of the top 3, but no! It becomes Welt! That mixed triangular standoff coming through is working out for Blitz one after another, and the man who started it all, Noah, finds the way to end it. And what a winner chicken dinner coming in for none other than Blitz Esports. They did win on a high, qualified at the top in our qualifiers, enter the semi-finals, and in the semi-finals also, they start with a chicken dinner.
Most important fact for Team Blitz was the adaptability. The play zone went into the southern part of the map, and the way they rotated back, held their grounds, maintained their manpower was the most amazing thing to watch throughout this entire action. I mean, holding off the entire play zone and just making sure that none of your player go down was beautiful. It was very, very important. And we talked about this. All the other teams, you talk about Marcos. I think Ralph was taken down initially, then Dreams, he was in a bit of a problem. Gamla, we saw him trying his level best to fight back, but then again, Dragon was a surprise for him as well, that somebody else coming from outside the particular play zone. Because to be honest, the way they were playing, the mindset was pretty clear that we are on the edge of the play zone. There is not going to be a single backstab moment for us. because it's such a small play zone. There is nobody who is going to come from the back. But then again, Dragon being Dragon, usually a very calm and composed individual, but absolutely lethal with his weapon. That's
Yeah.
exactly what we got to saw. But a pretty fun game, to be honest. We got to see the exact thing why Miramar is pretty much the most loved map. We got to see a southern play zone. We got to see a lot of bridge fights, a lot of rotation, and 1v4, 1v3 is also coming in, all thanks to WELT's individuals. I think that was Maxio, so got a 1v4.
I think WELT had an opportunity as well to get themselves a chicken dinner. I think the
Yeah, they
position when we were seeing them uniting together, it also happened that NONX were moving. And again, you cannot blame either NONX, WELT, or Blitz. You have to go to the play zone. That was closing in, and once the play zone is closing, you better count your chances in fighting off the enemy rather than tanking the damage coming in from the play zone. And I think that's all that happened, which eventually ended up becoming a three-way standoff fight, and the numbers proved better over there. Welt had individuals knocked, NONX did not have everybody ready. It was a three-man show from their end, whereas Blitz had all their four players, spare players, in case somebody gets knocked, they had an opportunity. And one man on the left-hand spectrum was continuously throwing down nades where Welt couldn't answer back. So Blitz had that end controlled on our west, whereas east they were firing in all guns as possible with as much as power that they needed. And with that, yes, they secure the very first winner chicken dinner in the semi-finals for Chennai Esports Global Championship. But we will take a look at who is the MVP. Is it going to be Maxio? So we did see that 1v4. Did he pull off a lot more? Let's jump into the MVP and see who it is going to be, or could be, from none other than Blitz as well, Raider.
But for now, we'll take a short break. After that, we'll be back with stats and match number 2. Stay tuned, guys.
love you a real one. Pull up when the shift done. Roll out, let me feel some. I just wanna feel some. Fall through, let me feel some. Weak spot for the brown eyes. And them low lights glowing on you. What you want, I'm outside. Spin the block on the downtime. Hold me down, don't fold on me. I'm him to the gravestone. Church say 6, I'm a ghost son. God, you let her post for the camera. I like you better in cameras. You left the city that gave you the head on your shoulder. You got an advantage point. Jump on my line when it's PM, I give it the stamina. You fell in love with potential before me. Somebody that left you for damage, huh? Well, bless your heart. Hey, go and protect your heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold up, take my time, take my time, take my time.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल boom boom मेरे से
You glow different when you're in love.
मेरी सांसों को
16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025. My name is Lucifer and with me we have a change on the desk. It's going to be Draco Rex here joining me. And Draco, I want to ask you, after game 1 that we have witnessed where Blitz came out as sharpshooters, got their chicken dinner, did you like that or did you expect somebody else to take that away? Yeah. Yeah. I think we have a little bit of a technical hitch, but we should be back on it. And we were just discussing about how Draco feels about the previous game and what he wanted, maybe a little more. And he was letting us know that it was Blitz who were playing really good. They were very strategic, and I think they had all kinds of information whenever they're taking duels, and they never took an unnecessary fight. And you were shedding light on that, Draco.
Yeah, no, I was just going over the fact that apologies for the issues, but
That's
yeah,
all
I was
right.
going over the
Happens.
fact that about Blitz. It happens. It's day one. But yes, I was talking about Blitz and the fact that in the qualifiers they had one chicken dinner. They've now leveled that. So per se, all they need to do is get 75 points and they'll make it to the Grand LAN, like the Grand Finals, the LAN. I think so. That's what every player wants to do: play in a LAN in front of the audience. And guess what? It's one of the good stadiums in Chennai as well, the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium as well. So honestly, I think even NONX and Marcos, they try their level best. But you could see like the teams, all the roster shuffles has immediately taken into effect. The drops have changed, the locations where teams are going, the rotations, everything has changed now.
it is a point where we were talking about it, right? The window is also closed by for teams. They have to figure out if this is their full and final roster. And now that there's such a big LAN at stake, which is backed by the government, so there's a lot of pressure for the players as well to be playing on this, along with that trying to see if they have an opportunity to win it. And I think Blitz, right at the gate, they blew it in their direction. And let's talk about the MVP. It is going to be Chandan. This man has been pulling shots and getting MVPs in his name in all manners as much as possible, and he takes 5 finishes after the first game, gets rank 1, and he has a contribution of 35.71. I think we were talking about Max Yosef from WELT. He was also very close. I'm pretty sure. I think that was 4 eliminations. He did not get another one. Maybe he could have been here on the board. But Blitz, over and all, I think they've been playing phenomenal. They played very smart, as you rightfully said. And one thing, that information that we always talk about, right? There were many teams, even FS, were playing smart until they fell into the trap of chasing Wild Fangs. If they decided to not chase, they could have been in a spot where maybe along with Blitz, they could have had an opportunity to fight for the chicken dinner itself.
I mean, yeah, that's how it is at the end of the day. Now, if you take a look at the other stats, all the teams are 24 bomber by Blitz. What a way to introduce yourself into the semi-finals. Like, hello, we are here to prove a point. Top 8 is a goal. When second place is WELT, they have done incredible. I mean, in my opinion, getting like 7 finish points, 5 position places. But the point on the matter is Gamlaba and his team are slowly building up. NONX getting 11, Marcus on 11 as well. One thing to point out over here is Team Tamilas. We saw an interesting situation here where Dragon was there till the end. And because of that, they got those 3 vital position points.
We've always talked about this. Dragon's a big man. He breathes fire, gets eliminations, and also finds a way to get position points for his teammates, and rightfully so, getting them to the top 8. Along with them, you have to give it to Fury as well. These were the last 2 survivors from the teams, and they fought their way through towards the top 8, whereas Wild Fangs, even though they had an opportunity blocking the bridge, they only end up at 2 elimination points. Autobots, who did manage to make their way into the circle, get 1. Why not as well? They were in, but that was not enough. They did not even find a single elimination points. That tells that teams who are managing to play for survival towards the end have not always managed to find value. It's only barely those 1 position or elimination that they were able to grab, and that has given them an opportunity, but nothing much. I feel they have to look into it a lot more as we are heading towards Miramar, because now the spaces, they were confined on ERANGEL. You had opportunity to cover yourself, but Miramar opens a lot of this, and those dune terrains are a cause for concern.
I mean, yeah, exactly my point. But now it's very interesting because we're going to see 8 new teams playing their first game. The teams of Group A, they have got a little bit of a warm-up. But Group C, they haven't. And there are 2 teams, I think so, a lot of fans are excited to see from India. And that is Aiko True Rippers, as well as none other than Aiko Orangutan. Now, getting into this game, the point of the matter is we all know it's an old zone. So how do these teams play? Are they going to focus on making sure that, hey, we are going to go for duels, go for fights, get those finishes, get those knocks, and just put output damage? Or will they slowly and steadily see on how to improve their rotations? That's what I want to watch.
Now, for all these teams, when we talk about another group joining in, for all the viewers watching, excuse me, the other set of 8, right, who will be looking forward to making their way in. Yes, a lot of eyes on True Rippers as well as Orangutan, because just now getting into a position where they'll be playing on the international stage, and before that they're also here in a government-backed event. Along with them, we are going to be seeing Vasista Esports 8-bit. We are looking forward to what they do, because we were discussing this behind the curtains when we were getting on the stage, right? For this semi-finals, day 1 is Juicy back there. How does that fare for them? Because that's again another spot that we want to see 8-bit performing, finding a lot of opportunities, because I think even Cincinnati kids, when Juicy was there, we always call them that they make it to the LAN finals. Now here, back again in 8-bit, does he make it back into the LAN finals? Does it do it from the semi-finals itself, or there is an LCQ in the mix? Something to be answered, Draco.
I mean, generally speaking, we all know about Juicy and his consistency. He's one of those few ideas who's been there, and he's like at every single LAN, you would see 8-bit when he was a part of 8-bit there. I remember during BMPS 2023 in Ahmedabad, he was there, and I remember getting that chicken dinner and the crowd going wild. I think so. They have since then improved a lot of roster changes, but the fact that they get back Juicy, there's a lot of experience right there for all the players, and also with him is Somay. So like the duo is coming back, but they've got new players around them. I'm very much interested to see how does this new team form, how does this new core, where do they go, how do they perform, and what are their drops?
Now, with them, even Meta Ninja and K9 is something that I'm looking forward to. K9 were also presumed to be one of the other teams who should have gotten a lot more opportunities, especially after clinching a big victory with their name. And I think it happens, right? I think that tells us the competition level at BGMI that we have right now, that every team is looking forward to bettering themselves as tournaments pass by. Now, what do K9 do? A lot of questions on there. And even Rising Esports, for the fact that they already had a chance to go up on the international stage, put a really good name and then come back. Now everybody's also looking forward to what do they do next. So there's a lot of new banner when we also talk about that they've now in the imprints of Rising Esports. So that's a lot of weight on their shoulders to put up a good name for their org that they're going to be representing as they're starting things off here in CEGC. And as we said, again, a government backed event. That is a lot to go by in itself. And it's time to start things off, as we've already talked about the Group C teams who will be fighting off with Group A and the flight path in front of our screens.
Exactly. This flight path is going to be interesting because it is the first one of Miramar after all the shuffles, after all the teams have made a lot of changes. Some have stayed with their course, some haven't, and you can immediately see Autobots just deciding that, hey, we are going to drop, and sooner than later we're going to see the drops of all the teams. But one thing to point out is any team going to focus on knowing the other team's drops? Are they going to just jump in and just see, hey, can you just get the early duel and then slow down? What tempo will they be going in? Will they try to go a bit faster or a bit slower? Because they know for a matter of fact, it's the first zone. It's only a matter of time until where they have to loot, make sure they get all the information, make sure they get all the bullets and every single amount of medkit. Because I think so, oh yeah, medkits are going to play a huge role.
Dragon just proved that in the previous game. He was so close to entering into the circle itself. Let's see if that's going to happen right now, as the flight is going to be ending up just above Valid Almar. Again, another opportunity for teams to go for a clash, especially towards the northeast. And as we can already see, these unexplored lands now consist of 4 teams who are already there. Autobots, why not? Along with them, WELT, and just below them is going to be Infinix True Rippers, who are in a cluster with another team at El Azhar. And it could be an opportunity for Rising Esports, as we spoke about, another team from Group C playing their first game, having an opportunity to clash it out from truck stop to El Azhar.
I mean, one point to note is one team which we haven't talked about and who I want to bring about is Team Versatile. Somraj, again with a new roster. This is like, I mean, this IGL, this player, after winning all the trophies, he doesn't mind making a new team. Him and another IGL who we all know about are known for this, taking a new team and building them up, and that is what they are. And you can see immediately the zone has shifted and it's gone to the southeast. Very interesting. You can see GODLIKE is quite far away. They are going far away, but the point is, it's the first zone. Loot as much as you can. You know you're away from most teams, so loot and then go back to the zone.
I think, again, a lot of eyes on GODLIKE. One specific reason is their early dismissal on ERANGEL. Admino did try to bring them as much as possible towards the top 4, but hey, that cluster itself in military base caused a lot of trouble, and now the cluster is going to be on Los Leones very soon. As of now, when the drops were seen, it was not there because a lot of teams, as we said, took those northeastern drops. And the team with Infinix True Repairs that we did see who are or maybe having a chance to fight off is going to be Cincinnati Kids. They are also one of the early exits from ERANGEL. Did not have much points to go by, or at least say anything about. Ash, little too late into that fight, had to lose all of his players. Now True Rippers have that opportunity. Jelly, he's found that dream team, and it seems like they might look forward to this fight. And they're already waiting for an opportunity. If there is an opportunity of somebody making a mistake, I think True Rippers are going to be on top of it.
I mean, exactly. We all know about Hydro and his previous performance during BMIC. It was one of performance that everybody had their eyes on. Everybody was watching this player. Everybody was supporting them. We could see from fans around India just being in awe and in cheering to make sure to say quite loudly. But Ash has been spotted with Hydro take the first shot. He's not taking the shot. He's waiting. He waits for it. Ash is taking a little bit of bullets, but not enough damage. And sadly, Ash is not knocked. Hydro will be wondering, should have taken the shots earlier. Did he wait too much at that moment?
But that's information. Trying to make sure that the vehicle is of no use from here on. That could be a good opportunity, which could give True Rippers an option to move in and corner the players of Cincinnati Kids, but it seems like Ash somehow with the use of the smoke will be able to withdraw with the vehicle that he wanted. And Hydro has to do the same because that is a distant find that he is nowhere close to telling his teammates that he's found an opening. No, he did not actually get the vehicle. He just decided to take the motorcycle and make his way. But his teammates are still stuck and I'm not too sure if that information is there. Ash might have gone away giving True Rippers the fake hint of, hey, our team has cleared the space. But you can see with the pump action nod, he's waiting on the other end, Flock as well. Interesting eventually if that happens and takes place at LSR.
I mean, yeah, as we can talk about MADKING's not the ideal first game. During the previous tournament, we saw the clutch, that insane 2v2 situation that literally fans in India and internationally were just in awe and aware of what was happening at that moment. It was something where everybody lost their marbles. But now you have come from the highs, you've come back, you have to reset and try again because there's another LAN in Chennai that you have to qualify for. You have to show that this is a global IP at the end of the day, one of the biggest. So you have to be a part of it, and you want to make sure that you make it to the landscape. So now, if game 1 is not going good, you have to make sure game 2 goes well. And now you can see they're switching. Interestingly, they're going to 2 cars. The point over here is, by any chance, they're crossbar by any team. They will not have cover. No player will be able to shoot immediately. So only time will run. And talking about another team, we can clearly see there is 8-bit Juicy right there waiting.
Kings, as you rightfully said, a lot of expectations. Their lineup looks stacked. Shadow, Fragger, Apollo. It's an opportunity for them. Clutch God, the helm of a lot of successful lineups. But with Shadow joining the fray, it seems to be working out. Juicy has already called in. But his teammates, they're not making a move. And Juicy, the reason being that he's still not decided if he wants this fight. He has the high edge option, the advantage, and he's taking it for now. And letting his teammates stay back, will figure out eventually in case this is a fight that they want to take in control of and put down the players of MADKINGs, and if that becomes an opportunity, they will take it through. But you did speak about the lineup that Juicy always brings to the lands with Sarang, Raiden and Skips. A lot of expectations. Raiden, I remember he was so close to being those top fraggers. But eventually again those roster shuffles happening, moving into different teams, and then you have that little spree that you don't manage to find the best of it. But on the other end, K9 just down here with the 3 members, one including Amit.
I mean, very interesting. I think so. K9 would decide that game 1. I think so. Maybe they're like, hey, we're just going to go for duels. We'll just play our game. Maybe it's just like a small break the players require. They think that day 1 might not be needed right now. But could this backfire for them? Having a 3-man roster is not ideal. Ideally, you need to have a 4v4. But if you're 3-man down, you're already at the disadvantage. And right now, Jelly trying to get those connections against Welt, but it's not working for him. On the other hand, he goes down. He gets knocked right here by Gokul.
It was a good start to a fight. Intentions, but not the way to convert. And well, they've looked better on the fights. They were in the top 3 in the previous game that we witnessed. Kyo trying to control this, but it's not. A flurry of knocks, one after another, and Hydro will be the last one. They get panned, and that's gonna hurt deep. They will remember till the end of times, and True Rippers will want to avenge this, but it's not gonna happen in this Miramar. Maybe one eventually down the line. But this is why I said Welt, they were in the top 3. They were also close to getting themselves a chicken dinner, if not for Blitz having a better man advantage. And now what Hydro could do is get back to LSR where Cincinnati Kids were waiting. And this is what we said. Ash, he played the long game here, Draco. And that long game resulted in them finding one finish. And that finish is a result of a team being eliminated.
I mean, exactly. Let's go back at the start. We saw Ash clear in the open. Everybody saw him. But they didn't take the shot. They didn't go for that knock. They were like, okay, it's too early. And now that has bit them back. This is something which, it says, no, with time you realize it. Or how do you like to say it? Like, if you have time, you realize a lot of things. When you don't, you're like, okay, maybe. Hindsight, per se. Hindsight is the one thing which changes a lot. But right now, this team of Cincinnati Kids are outside the zone as well. They have to get into the zone. If they don't, slowly and steadily they're taking off damage. And at the end of the day, you're just using a lot more of your med kits, bandages, and I think so that will just backfire in the ender zones. Like towards the end, if you don't have enough medics, it's going to bite you back.
Cincinnati kids. All these things to be worried, but I think for now they'll be happy that they got at least one finish of the plan that Ash put forth. Very early when we started Miramar, you did speak about Somraj and all the teams that he forms and finds an opportunity to win trophies. This time he does more from 8-bit along with Ninja Jod and forms with Aimbot and Smoker. That's an opportunity for them to figure if they have a lot more options to find a chicken dinner and open up with maybe in the top 8, but to put a stop to it, OG, they've spotted them. Aimbot is not going to be easy for him to travel these open lands of Miramar, and this is why we said at least on ERANGEL you have spaces to get into cover as quick as possible, but here there are a lot of dunes and dips which eventually put you in trouble and you cannot drive as fast as you intend to. And now Aimbot, I'm pretty sure all he's calling in is for cover. He wants to get back in the vehicle and move as quick as possible, pedal to the metal, but OG are surrounding him. He doesn't have that. And there eventually Aimbot gets spotted. He's down to bare minimum health and he will eventually be knocked. There's not much that he can do from that position, nor his teammates will be able to save, because the position OG are in cover and fighting off with players of Versatile, and all they do is cut lines and back off.
I mean, that's what OG is known for. You wait, you spot, you get the finish, and then you say thank you very much, and you just move on. But at the other hand, Versatile, this might be a very early blow for them, because what they were trying to do was just to see if they could bait. But one thing which Aimbot did really well was put down the smokes immediately. He was like, I'm going to focus on my basics, get the smokes down, but still it wasn't enough, because I think the cover was just not there. Like I mentioned, by the way, if you're not keeping track, you can, the tickets are now live, you can get it, right? You can get the tickets for free. Book your tickets and join us at the LAN.
And along with it, let's see which team joins us. OG, a team who've been making every Indian player proud. They've been putting up a competition, a fight, and they've been one of those teams who stand tall to the statement of keep trying until you succeed. And they've done it. And that tells us that OG is something that in case you're building your lineup, you're building your portfolio for BGMI, you're getting towards to being the best of the best teams, OG should be one of your prime examples, because they've never given up even in their lows, and they've been at their best in their highs. And I think MADKINGs are yet to reach their highs, because they've shown a lot of hope, Draco, but it's just that they have to fine thread their winning strategies, and I think that is enough. Once they twine it, they should be ready to get themselves the championships, the trophies, all of that weight for this roster. A big one indeed.
A big one indeed, but one thing, if we look at them, like about MADKINGs, one thing which I would like to bring out is there's a lot of fans for them. They have a huge fan base, so the pressure is slowly building up, little by little. If you see a win, you see a loss, you don't want that. You want consistency from your team that you support. And now getting back to consistency and talking about Godlike, this team are slowly settling, realizing that hey, map 1 didn't go good, Miramar can be better, so let's focus on that. And the team that they're trying to spot is none other than Orangutan.
AUTOBOTZ, another team who did not have much to talk about on ERANGEL, like Godlike, and were also caught off from two different teams while they were in those flatlands of military base. There was nothing much they could do about it. As we spoke about it, the final few circles should be dropping towards Los Leones' compounds itself, and the cluster slowly forming. Orangutan on the west of it, on the eastern end we see Why Not, and Why Not so far have been taking their own time and rotation. It's just the fights they have to concentrate on. They have to figure out a spot from where they can say that we are ready for a fight, because a lot of expectations from the team which qualified from the Luna and had 4 chicken dinners in their name, and they had a big difference compared to their competitors. And for now, being in the semi-finals is a bigger task for them to find a lot more points.
I mean, right now we are in the early zone. We are in stage 2 itself. So the teams are playing a bit slow. They are making sure that, hey, if there's no unnecessary rule to be taken, why do we take it? There is no point right there, right? We'll be just giving away position points. 15 teams are still left. So ideally, right now, your goal is to make sure your rotations are on point, making sure basics are on point with your new team. It's all about synergy, right? At the end of the day, we mentioned it.
Yep.
It's synergy and aim duel. Your aim power, which you have. If your aim is good, that's all that matters, and your synergy makes it even better.
NONX, Knight. He was in the Knight in the Shining Armor. They lost him, and their opportunity of a chicken dinner in the previous game went away, strayed in another direction, and right now it seems like Meta Ninja. It could be theirs. Ronnie goes down. A roster which was commanded by Poco, Dragon, Gokul, all of them now split into different teams, and most of them made their move towards Team Tamilas. Meta Ninja have a newer lineup to answer for, and 2 of them are already down. Termi, he decides there's nothing left in this fight for him. No opportunities for even an extra finish. He does get out of the vehicle, and Arib with the TPP does spot him, and that's information. And Arib will not try to peek out and look forward to Shadow's finish confirmation. Rather, will wait it out, and it seems like the call's been made for Termi to back off, give it away. There's just too many players from AUTOBOTZ to be gathering another opportunity for a hit. But a hit happens on Versatile as well, as MADKING find a couple on their name. They do lose one player, but Versatile are also now getting chased. MADKING, they have to understand that this is a similar thing that we ended up seeing FS doing, but eventually they fell flat, and it seems like MADKING, they just wanted to get a little more into the circle and they stop.
I mean, exactly. Now that the hard shift has come into play, you have to realize that, okay, all the teams know the other team's rotation. They know for a matter of fact that the next stop is right here. You can make an assumption. We all know how teams have now data analysts. They all have a coach who will be telling them this is the right spot where you have to be. And this has been muscle memory at this point. It is there. But right now, all the teams have to focus on is getting to the zone, because the damage starts ticking in. Once the damage starts ticking in, your util you have to be using, you have to make sure that you're healing up. It's your energy drinks, it's your medicines. But right now, AUTOBOTZ getting close to godlike. Does Pro realize that he might be getting... And Lobster gets the first knock on Admino. My oh my. Pro getting ready. They're pushing in. Godlike realizing that they might have to back out. Trying to get another angle. Admino left on his own. Is this? And Admino gets finished right there by Pro. Levi getting Amit. And Amit has been finished by Levi as well. My oh my. Godlike are not in this decision right now. AUTOBOTZ trying. Ralph making sure that he is making a mark right here. But can he? A nade going in. It's slow and steady. Putting down the smoke. Making sure that he has cover. Because mind you, these are all open playing fields, right?
Position is going to be crucial here. AUTOBOTZ, one of their players moving towards the lower extremity of the ridge, but will not be enough to spot the players and knock them down. A couple of shots tagged on Espa with Jonathan and Manya following that trail, but it seems like that ridge is going to give them enough space and will give them a safe spot to call home and back off from AUTOBOTZ after losing Admino. It was one of the costliest elimination that Godlike have. Previously it was Jonathan to fall first, Manya to follow, and this time it was Admino.
I mean, I just saw the situation right here, but right now Silopi just trying to scout, trying to making sure that he has information for his team. FS has been a team who's already got 3 finishes this game. They are slowly and steadily creeping up, and that's what you want to see. On the other hand, Fragger. We have seen this player get a lot of knocks in the past, but right now Silopi just making sure that, hey, I don't need to engage. I don't need to get that first knock, get that finish. Maybe bring my position away. Levi getting shot, immediately shots coming onto Levi, and their position has been given away. Nox is on the other hand after the previous game. They are making sure right now they're just having a little bit of a peaceful awareness, taking us point, waiting over there, and making sure that, hey, we are not giving away any location information right now. Juicy just scouting. You can clearly see Juicy just scouting right here.
Yeah. You can see along with Juicy, NONX, Why Not, Ico 8-Bit, there's so many teams in that cluster towards the center of the circle. Tells us that it's going to be a hot streak and a hot plate towards the end. It's going to be a sizzler of a fight. FS Correx, he's down. Autobots rotating, and Sahil, because he's all alone, he knows if he starts spraying, he's going to be in trouble. Autobots, they've gotten them surrounded. Lobster in a different position, and that's the reason Sahil was just buying as much as time as possible. But Lobster's coming back into action. Levy, he's going to be the first man line in play. And what a shot from Ralphie. The timing was crucial. But Sahil, I think he's a little too late into the fight. Pro, as soon as shots get hit on him, he moves back, and now Pro is finding an option. But along with Pro, Autobots have Frontiers ready on both the east-west as well. So Sahil, it's going to be very tough for him to make a run in another direction. FS, again, it seems like they start off good. They find early eliminations. But the problem that they have is chasing another team for a lot more greedier finishes. And that ends up being their end.
We were talking about this. We just mentioned this. It's how the teams have to play. You're in stage 4. So ideally, if you want to go for the finishes, you could. Sahil getting a little bit of damage onto him. Levi getting down Ralph, knocking him down. And now, can this situation work in the favor of FS? Lobster has been spotted. He's taking a flank angle to make sure that he is not spotted. Levi realizing that he's surrounded right now. But guess what? He's like, you know what? I'm just going to first confirm the finish, and now I'm going to look forward and try to get the duel against Lobster. Levi in a very tough situation right here. He has cover from Sahil though. Sahil is just making sure that if by any chance Lobster peeks a bit too deep, the cover is right there to make sure to knock him down.
Footsteps, they're being heard. And he's trying his best, but Sahil, it's up to him now. He's way too far, and I think he has to give it up. Play for survival. Levy, my man, almost took out Autobots and brought it down to an opportunity of a 1v1. I did not expect that to happen. But finally, Sahil OP decides it's time for him to move in the other direction, give up on his team, and it's all up on him of how much placement points he can get for the team. Hero Extreme Godlike on the other end. After losing Admino, they're still trying to find a space where they could stay for some time and re-strategize. But for now, it doesn't seem like they have an opportunity. Any direction that they're heading in, they're being greeted by any and other team. They're outside the play zone, trying to get back in, and there is MADKING. They are going to be troubling them. On the other end, if they go even further, there's FS or maybe even Rising Esports. But Rising Esports so far have not taken any fights. That's what I'm looking at. Whereas on the other end, Why Not Esports, we did speak about them. They did have a couple of clashes. I think it was with NONX, and they did lose a couple players as well. A lot of fights while we were seeing FS as well as Autobots go fist and fist with each other. And now Versatile is fighting off with Aiku 8-bit. Knock in their name, but it's going to be a finish. But there's a knock. Before I talk about that, S-Power is going to be completely finished off, and it's down to Manya and Jonathan. These two were together even on ERANGEL, and now they are as well as the last two survivors.
I mean, yes, if you were looking at the finish feed, we saw this one thing, the ghost of the past, Saurmaj getting the knock on 8-bit, and now at the same time, Simp doing the same for Godlike. It feels like history, like that old teammates are just proving a point. Sahil gets finished by the play zone at the same time. Aru knocks down Juicy once again, and AKOP gets down Sarang. My oh my, what is happening over here? This is something that could backfire, but guess what? Raiden with that amazing knock on AKOP. Can he do something? But no, Atanki's there, and he finishes the job. Meanwhile, NONX just trying to get more and more finishes on Why Not Esports. Anonymous finishing Baby Dog Bot. Risky getting down a little bit down, and Knight finally there to res his teammate.
NONX, they do eliminate Why Not completely, and we have now 11 teams. Why Not another game where they barely find anything, this time not even a placement in their name. Godlike seems like it is going to be similar for them. They have to come up at the 7th or the 8th spot to get anything in their name. Previous elimination was also super early and nothing in their name, and now again seems to be as they have the last two survivors. Vasista on the other end, they already have 2 eliminations, and Simp is trying to put a lot more on the board. They do spot the other opponent coming in their screen, take them down, put up another finish in the team's bucket, and we'll be looking forward to a lot more. But WELT have a really good position after they started and found an entire team to wipe. Now they've made it into the circle. That's a really good spot to be at. But Vasistha on the other end, a little bit of a split. Simp, who did find the eliminations, is now running for a lot more finishes, but his teams held back, who were trying to provide cover, and they were hit with a little bit of scratches coming in from GODLIKE.
We were talking about Orangutan, and we said that they have one motive. They would have one motive, and that is finishes. And that's what they're doing. 5 finishers already for the team. They are on top right now, slowly and steadily laying their dominance down. They are a team that loves to go on LAN, and that's what they're trying to prove over here. On the other hand, Devotee knocking down Flock, AKOP talking about them knocking down players from NONX, and this could be trouble as Orangutan have come down. And guess what? NONX have been slowly and slowly taken out of this game. Johnson getting knocked right in front of our eyes, and he has been finished. Oh my god. Over here, meanwhile, the battle has already begun. AKOP getting more on Viper. My oh my. And guess what? It was Simp. It was Simp who finished Jonathan. The ghost from
Manya
the past
traded that
has
off,
come
though.
to haunt him once again. Yeah.
Fight continues. Vasistha Esports, they did pick up an exchange frag over there, but the fight's not done now. AUTOBOTZ in a really good spot behind enemy lines, and they could find more. Vasistha Esports also in trouble, but in all these troubles, the name that's ringing in the finish feed continuously is Orangutan, and Vasistha finally put a stop to it. And along with it, it seems like AUTOBOTZ are also playing in their cards, trying to trouble OG. But AKOP puts a stop to it along with AK, his teammate. They all move in and they decide it's time to clean shop against Vasistha Esports and then move forward. AUTOBOTZ, they are also grabbing finishes in their name, and it's not stopping. They're putting troubles for MADKINGs one after another. WELT, they're making their way a full-on fight in all directions with the finish feed running rampant, and it seems like OG have finally managed to find a way to stop Vasistha Esports, who were trying to trouble them.
I mean, OG is on 11 finishes, mind you. This is sheer dominance right here. But only one player is left. Same goes for CK. And guess what? We are talking about Vasistha, and they have been eliminated. CK getting one player. Rising Esports having one player left. My oh my, it is going to be very interesting to see what happens now. Welt, on the other hand, are a full roster there. A full squad waiting. Henry taken out by Lobster. And guess what? Since the start of the map, Lobster has been one player who's been getting the knocks and the finisher. The damage output is one thing which I want to keep an eye on at the end of this game. But at the same time, AUTOBOTZ are out of the zone. They will be taking damage, and sooner than later, we are in stage 7. The zone has been shrunk. Now, Lobster trying to take all the med packs that he can, and maybe, just maybe, but guess what? Proton gets on Fragger. Termi gets on Gokul, and Pro is taken away by the play zone Lucifer.
Top 5 teams, and it seems like frags galore on all directions. AKOP, even though he's the last one surviving, he ends up taking on a whole squad of the last survivors of Meta Ninja. What is happening? OG, we thought that one last survivor could become an opportunity for somebody else to find the finish on, and most probably Welt, but the direction, one on the west, on the other is the east of Welt. They're divided in 2 different directions, but Proton now moves in. Ash spots him, puts Proton down, but there's a molly. Ash burned by it. There's not much option for him, and now Lobster getting ready to toss another molly. Ash, the previous one, goes out. The next molly coming in from Lobster misses, and for now Ash has a safe haven in that garage. Not for long though. Now with the Welt losing a player, they know what they have to be worried about, but for them, it is still a big opportunity. They are the ones who have players in numbers compared to the other 3 teams. They barely have one player surviving, and this is going to be a fun last fight with AKOP going down. Maxioso, 11 eliminations for AUTOBOTZ. Welt having a little more. Ash spotted, I think, a glimpse of it, but Lobster, he heard the sound of the vehicle and he decides to fight with Welt first. But now as he's getting closer, he has to fight with Ash. Initial damage on Ash coming through, and then it's Lobster. And this man, I've been keeping an eye on him, and Lobster's been really good in his individual performances, but his number is not that great. He's the last man surviving against 2 from Welt. Welt missed an opportunity previously. A chicken dinner which should have been in their name went to somebody else. Blitz They put a wrench in their works, but now Welt have an opportunity. They have the circle in their control. The play zone is going to shrink in their favor, and Lobster has to play a 1v2.
A 1v2, but a 1v2 that could literally make sure that this could be an opportunity. This 1v2 might be remembered as the way of how Autobots has sealed their way into the LAN. We are still in day one, but every point matters. Every finish point matters at this point. Because if maybe, just maybe, with these random sprays, if it just connects, if he gets one knockdown, if he isolates these finishes, this is what you want. These fights have to be isolated. Lobster realizes it, and so does Welt. Welt aren't staying that far away, but the Molly was close to Shyam. He knows from matter of fact that Lobster realizes that somebody's there, somebody's up that hill. But when does he start to peek? When does he go into the zone? Because he is not in the play zone as well. He's 16 meters away. And this could sooner or later backfire because guess what? He has no smokes. So he cannot even create a path for himself. He's going to go into the open. Lobster realizes, and guess what? You don't need to go into the open because you have just been naded. And WELT Esports takes the winner, chicken dinner in their name.
What a game coming in from Welt Esports. They had an opportunity to get this in their name, just like we were talking about Blitz, and they made sure they secure it. And I think even though Proton's life was lost in that fight, it was kind of necessary to get information. While they did have info of where OG's last player was, they had information about where Autobots were, they didn't have information about where CK's last player was. And I think even Proton moved in as soon as they had the information that he was in the garage, they knew how to play around. They instantly pushed in the other direction, went to a position where they had information about garage as well as the open lands towards the right hand side of garage itself, because before that they were right behind garage. So that is really good presence of mind coming in from there, and calling coming in from there, and then moving into a position where they knew they could find frags. Now Lobster, he came in as a blessing in disguise, took down Ash, and that worked out in their favor because after taking him down, Lobster had only one exit, is that one small doorway, and no exits, and they had covered it. Nades were coming in intervals, and as soon as he decides to exit, there's another nade. He has to go back, patch himself, but the last nade that came in was precise, a proper Kobe landing right in his foot. That was the end for it, and I think you have to give kudos to even Autobots. In the previous game when we watched ERANGEL, I think maybe they had 1 or 2 in total points. This is a big game for them. They're coming up in the top 2. Getting that second spot gives them a lot more to go about and talk in the next coming map.
I mean, ideally, we talk about Autobots, and if I'm correct, they've just finished over 11 finishes, or 12 finishes this entire game.
12.
Lobster with 6. I mean, you saw him at the start, slowly going for those picks, and that's what he wanted. He wanted those knocks and finishes. And I would be very interested to see how much contribution he had to the entire team. Because clearly, if you remember, he was alone there, and slowly, steadily, he did one thing. He isolated his fights. He made sure that we are here, like he's there and he's going to get those finishes. But guess what? We're going to take a small break before we go to map 3. So we'll be right back.
You love you a real one. Pull up when the shift done. Roll out, let me feel some. I just wanna feel some. Fall through, let me feel some. Weak spot for the brown eyes. And them low lights glowing on you. What you want, I'm outside. Spin the block on the downtime. Hold me down, don't fold on me. I'm him to the gravestone. Church say 6, I'm a ghost son. God. You let her post for the camera. I like you better than candy rings. You left the city that gave you the head on your shoulder. You got an advantage point. Jump on my line when it's PM. I give it the stamina. You fell in love with potential before me. Somebody that left you the damage, huh? Well, bless your heart. Hey, go and protect your heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, take my time. 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 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. How you make it, bet I make it feel amazing. Pressing up against that body, turn you to somebody to me, let me face it. Pretty soul, I make a face. How did I go from a stranger to someone you hit up when you need a favor? Drop low on occasion, and I bless that heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. Hold that line, only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold up, let me take my time.
Move out the way like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. I got a plan. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like, do you know who I am? Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them.
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Welcome back to the Chennai Esports Global Championship. I'm your co-caster, Dracorexia, and with me is Raider. Raider, what do you thought
Yeah.
about Game 2? How was your feelings about it? Because you were watching it and you were analyzing it. So what are your some takeaways?
First of all, consistent performances coming in from a few different teams. I have to talk about Team Well. The way they were able to get a winner chicken was pretty amazing. The way they were able to hold their backgrounds, and eventually, I think AK was doing wonderful stuff from Ico Orangutan as a solo individual. He was getting a lot of frags and was possibly a contender to maybe steal the winner chicken show as well. But at the end, Welt was able to counter them. Now let's talk about the most valuable one. The MVP from the previous match is going to be AK for sure, because he was the guy who got 8 amazing frags for the team and has taken the podium positions for the MVP ranking, has got the second spot, and finished contribution for the team is 61%. That's the best part, that even after getting 8 frags, Ica Orangutan's AKOP has got just 60% of finished contribution. That means around 3 to 4 frags are still available, which are being taken by his teammates, which is a great stuff. As a team, Ico Orangutan is a package, and I think Ico Orangutan as Team India, they'll be presenting PMGC in the PMGC Gauntlet stage pretty soon. This kind of performance obviously gives us the faith.
I mean, generally speaking, like AKOP was there at the end. He proved for a matter of fact that, hey, I am here to win it all. And guess what? WELT Esports started the day in a very good way, and they've been consistent, getting 20 points in the previous match. AUTOBOTZ, it was all on Lobster. Lobster ended the day on 6 finishes, and guess what? His team got another 6. So that takes it to a total of 18. Orangutan on 17, Worcester with 7, Cincinnati on 6. MADKING, while not having a decent game, they could still sum up 6 points. And now, if you take a look, if you take the overall standing after game 2, this is where it gets interesting, because WELT Esports is in first place with 32 points, and in second place it's Blitz with 24. Raider, generally looking at the table, what do you notice? Like, what's one thing that you notice that which you're keeping an eye on?
I just want to once again pinpoint precisely, just say this: the consistency for WELT Esports is pretty amazing. 2 matches have been played from their corner. I believe 2 more matches are left for day number 1 action of WELT Esports, and they have secured a winner chicken. They have secured the top spot as well. Blitz on the other corner will have to perform in the upcoming matches, no doubt in that. Ico Orangutan, I believe their performance is also pretty eye-pleasing. I think the most important stuff is going to be who is there at the bottom. I think Why Not Esports, they have played 2 games, and what they did in the Luna stage was amazing. They secured 4 winner chicken winners. But right now, when you specifically talk about this current situation of semi-finale number 1 post-match number 2 overall standing, Why Not Esports is not even there in the top 16 spot. I believe they just have a single point, or I believe 0 points maybe in their banner. So that's something which I pretty much notice, and I feel it's a very important rectification that Why Not Esports has to do. They have to buckle up for the next few matches so that they get the desired amount of points. At least I would say 40 points per day is the goal that everybody has, but the least you can have, or least you can compromise with, is going to be 15 to 20 points per day. If you have that kind of stature, if you have that kind of points, I believe overall standings can give you the benefit of doubt, and eventually you might go to the grand finale from the semi-finals itself. Going down to LCQ will only increase the problems. Yeah guys, the next match will be ERANGEL, where group A and B, the exact groups that we got to see in the first matchup, will be fighting up against each other. So we'll once again get to see Godlike coming through. We'll once again get to see Blitz being back into the action. That's going to be fun to watch what happens.
I mean, generally speaking, it'll be fun to watch, because for Blitz, they came up with a bang. First game, chicken dinner, thank you very much. They were just like, hey, we want to seal the deal, we want to take the momentum forward, form their qualification rounds. But another thing to point out over here is each team has 12 games. 2 are already done for some of them in Group A, and now you've got 10 more. Only time will tell if you can get much better, because at the end of the day, top 8 making it to the LAN in Chennai, is a government event after the end of the day. It is one which everybody has their eyes on because this is us turning a page in the era and the history of Indian esports.
Of
But
course.
now, as we get to game three, the flight path, I'm very curious to see where does it lead us to.
It's pretty amazing. Starting from the northern corner, the northeastern ends, going all the way towards the down south of military base. It's pretty amazing flight path. The last one, the last angle that we got to see similar groups, exact same groups to be precise. We got to see Primos to 17. Right now it's Kamishki to military base. I do believe that in the previous flight path, the entire eastern banks were pretty much crystal clear. There were not a lot of teams who were able to drop in that vicinity, but they decided to go with the vehicles, go with the longer rotations, and then eventually get some good utilities. I would like to point out the name of Aiku Soul. They played in a similar fashion. Right now, even Aiku Soul is struggling in terms of the points table. I would like to see what they're going to do in this particular matchup. Godlike, are they going to go with Pochinki once again? Because in the last angle, they decided to go with Pochinki. Again, it feels like that. Yes, Pochinki is their drop location, which is a pretty fascinating situation in itself. And Wildfangs, they are going for Milta. Most important stuff is going to be where the play zone will form. Is it a central play zone, a southern shift, or maybe a northern shift? Never know. And that play zone kind of dictates the entire play for the next 25 minutes.
I mean, exactly. We are, but guess what? There are already knocks coming down. There's a knife as well. My oh my, this is not looking good. Blitz knifing their enemy down. This is not looking good immediately. This is something that is very much worrisome. Blitz over here getting already 4 finishes in their name. My oh my, we're not even 1 minute in. And what am I watching, Raider? This is dominance. We're already down to 56 players. You start the game on 64 and now you're on 56. And guess what? Nox is taking down Trace. Aiku Revenant X-Park. My oh my, this is not looking good. This is really not looking good for this team.
Two teams have already got taken down. That's a big rotational clash, or should I say drop clashes coming through. Blitz, what a phenomenal way to be back into the action. Soham and Chandan, both of them pulled off brilliant play. But right now, look at this, some more chases going on. Autobots, in the previous matchup, Lobster found that momentum for the team with 6 amazing frags and a total of 12 for the team. It feels like that Autobots want to once again replicate that kind of performance back on the table. Aiku Soul, look at them. The fate for the Rockets are not looking good, as even in the first angle that we got to see in CEGC semi-finale, Aiku Soul was on the back foot, and once again similar storyline is being written. But do they have weapons? Oh, they don't. Thunder has got a pump action shotgun, but Ralphie gets taken down by Joker Suzy. Brilliant. One good knock, but no, retaliation comes through. Aiku Soul once again down to the knee. Goblin, being the last man standing, is running towards his teammate to save the day. Will not happen. Gets caught off guard. And that's it, guys. Aiku Soul is done. Revenant X-Park is done. One more team is out. 3 teams in the very initial phase of the play zone. Initial phase of the game. It's not even the first play zone that is formed yet. And we get to see 3 big names getting out. I believe the 4th one will be coming in pretty soon, as Aiku Team Tamilas is marching towards Autobots.
This was absolutely unbelievable. We are just a few minutes in. Zone 1 has only just been put. We are in stage 1 still. And teams like Revenant X-Park and Team Soul are out already. Autobots taking the momentum from last game, they have bursted forward and they're like, thank you very much. We are here, we're taking your finishes. And just catching teams off guard. Both the teams, you can see, if you see the finish feed, Nox is with 4, Autobots with 4. Soul did get 2 finish points in their name, but that wasn't enough. And now Lobster, though Autobots have lost 1 player, they still have 4 finishes to their name. And this is really something which is very interesting to watch. And honestly, Raider, I would like to know, like, seeing Autobots in such confidence, they are moving with aggression, they are moving with determination. They know for a matter of fact that, hey, we are here to qualify. It's all about the LAN. We have to be there in front of the fans. Do you feel like it has got that fire in them?
I believe we can already see that fire coming through because of the fact that in the last 2 games they have done wonderful stuff. Yes, the first match was not up to the mark. They got, I believe, 1 or 2 points onto the leaderboard. But the very second match that they were able to play, they survived till the top 2, got some good finishes. And overall, I believe 18 points is what they were able to secure in the second game. And once again, you get to see them ripping apart the competition, taking down Aiku Soul, one of the biggest contenders probably for the LAN. And yeah, Aiku Soul definitely is struggling, but I would love to see in the near future what happens. To be honest, just to be fair, play zone shifts and eventually the flight paths that are coming in are also a major drawback for teams like IQ Seoul, as plenty and major teams are actually jumping towards them, and there are so many rotational clashes happening, and we can clearly see that IQ Seoul did not have that weapon advantage in their favor. One of their player, Thunder, had pump action shotgun, another one has had Uzi, Goblin was far away from his teammates with a UMP in his hand. So all of that was completely a situation where IQ Seoul got caught off guard up against AUTOBOTZ, and you do not really expect that AUTOBOTZ is doing that kind of stuff, because AUTOBOTZ, Team Tamilas, even I would say some other teams are there who love to play a bit passive, but AUTOBOTZ, once we get to see Lobster back into the picture, he is just absolutely aggressive. He knows when to get the frags, he knows how to get the frags, he knows how to kind of take the trade from his opponents, and that's exactly what we can see from AUTOBOTZ perspective. So yes, to answer your question in a short way, I do believe that the hunger is already here.
I mean, it's carnage, pure carnage right there seen by Lobster. He's feeling himself today. Today, he's come with a mission to prove that I might have missed out on another opportunity. I must have missed out on an official, but I ain't giving up on getting to a LAN. And by the way, talking about the LAN, fans can get tickets still. It's available on the app of Keen, so go do check it out. Honestly speaking, I am very much thrilled for the LAN. Just thinking about the fact that 16 of the top Indian BGMI teams playing in front of the audience, my oh my. But now, Godlike Esports, the first two games have not been ideal for them, if you're being honest. They have been caught during their rotation. I think so. This is what we're talking about, the synergy building. You have to realize in the beginning that it takes time. You have to take baby steps. Every team takes baby steps. A good example of this is Orangutan. Years and years of patience and understand that, hey, we have talent, we have to nurture them and get them good. Build up that synergy, that understanding. And I guess what? This team is just formed. So really, if people look at expectations from this tournament itself, obviously you want to see them in the LAN. But don't you feel like sometimes the fans get a little bit too harsh, Rito?
It's part and parcel of a contendership like this, because if there is such a huge fan base, there will be certain individuals who will be questioning every single stance that you take. But then again, if you talk about the org, I believe that they are trying to look for a better future, because again, for the next 6 months the player will be logged in a particular org, so they need to be pretty much 100% confirmed that these are the playing 6, whatever they have got from the team that can bring in the performance for the next 6 months, because there will be multiple tournaments, be it the open for all tournaments or the official tournaments or tournaments like this, which are the government backed tournaments like CEGC. There will be multiple tournaments in the next 6 months. So of course I do believe that criticism will be there. It's part and parcel, but at the end, performance is something that team will always rely on, and I do believe that Hero X Godlike has got something to prove. Even IQ Seoul, similar situation. Revenant X Park, exactly same situation. Out of these 3 names that I just took, 2 are already out of the lobby, namely Revenant X Park at, I believe, the 15th spot, and then on the 14th spot we got to see IQ Seoul also getting decimated by their opponent AUTOBOTZ. So it's up to Hero X Godlike to once again prove themselves. Even Cincinnati Kids, first game, not at all good.
Exactly.
They got taken down by Maxio. So in a 1v4 situation, they are back. Really hoping Cincinnati Kids will pull something magical this time.
It's a new roster as well for Cincinnati Kids. They all are slowly and steadily getting their footwork. This is like day one at the end of the day. So teams have to realize that, okay, these are the rotations. You are playing on a new data set, to be honest. If you think about it, all teams are figuring out where the other team drops are. All teams are figuring out where the rotations are going to be. And at the same time, they're like, what are the new changes? What are certain things that we can learn from? Because at the end of the day, you're also playing on a new patch, a new update, new weapons. There's a lot of changes which is happening. Immediate changes right there. But guess what? That just makes the action more exciting. It leaves this level of uncertainty that one would want. One would want, like, if it's not rigorous, it's not different. It's like very, very much at one point something that you're much more randomized to be. But now Jonathan going forward with Manya. Interestingly, in the previous game, you saw that they were going in one car each, but this time Jonathan is going with Manya and S-Power is right there. Interestingly,
if you talk about the
look, meanwhile, yeah, exactly. I was going to bring about Polo as well.
If you really talk about Jonathan in the first matchup, similar situation was there. Manya was driving and Jonathan was in the pillion seat and he was trying to shoot down the opponents, but unfortunately got taken down. I believe Ico Team Tamilas was the only team who
What
was
a
able to do the same stuff. But
spray!
Jonathan, that was brilliant. Shuts down one from Team Blitz, and Blitz is now in problem. But Manya gets taken down. That's bad. Manya, Jonathan, both of them are down, knocked out. Power and Edmino, big responsibilities at this moment, but trust me, Blitz Esports is not an easy team to take down. The way they have performed in the past few matches, they have done wonderful stuff. But Manya, there's a third party. Ico Team Tamilas Dragon is going to sum him up. Dragon takes on Nova as well. Oh my god, Power down to very low amount of HP, but Jonathan has to get that revival. Power once again will repatch himself and then eventually go ahead and help his teammate. But this nade is very, very important. If you find an opening, brilliant. If you don't, Ico Team Tamilas is just going to charge on you. And Poco seems like that. He is going to charge with the help of Dragon. Now Poco is there with a backstab. There you go. Jonathan, I believe, is on the verge of getting finished, but Power's nade was absolute on par. Server has been taken down. Chandan has been taken down from Dragon. Look at this coordinated attack from Poco and Dragon from the sides of Ico Team Tamilas. And now that MADKING is also here, it's going to be very, very tough. But the first match, winner, chicken dinner taking Team Blitz Esports had to say farewell to the lobby in this third match. Very, very early, fairly early, I have to say. But they still will be having 28 points, I believe, on the table, as they already had 24 before this match even started.
I mean, yeah, 24, but interestingly, you should know about how GODLIKE took this situation. It was a situation of they were between a rock and a hard place. They were between two teams. They were a man down. Manya has already been finished. Jonathan was knocked down, and still they've been able to survive. They do have one finish point to their name, and meanwhile, all of them are patching up. All of them realize that, hey, this is a reset for us. We do not need to engage. But they know, for a matter of fact, they need to get the weapons, and they need to be making sure that they are getting as much loot and as much cover as they can. But on the other hand, MADKING, I am genuinely worried for them to see what happens, because guess what? Pro's there! I mentioned MADKING, and Pro just gets him, and guess what? Clutch God has been finished by Pro. My, oh my.
That actually was Team AUTOBOTZ. It's a third party. Clutch God and Pro are the same teammates, so that's not the situation that we were talking about. It's MADKING basically getting third partied from the corners of Team AUTOBOTZ. What a show stealer AUTOBOTZ is. Every now and then they bring in the third party, just shut down, bring in the Mayhem. Clutch God, Lala has been taken now. That means Pro, Apollo, Shadow. The IGL Shadow has a big responsibility at this point, but Lobster gets caught in wide open area. But the way he is just maneuvering his buggy, manages to survive all those bullets coming in. Skarel with the 4x, not the best combination one can have. So yeah, bit of a whiff from the weapon, but still, MADKING with 2 frags and a loss of 1 individual. I don't think so it's a fair trade, but then again, they have to deal with this. What is this happening? BGMI Gods once again pushes the play zone down south. Teams like NONX, 1+ God's Reign, they'll be having a fun run, but God's Reign has got a very big, I would say, rotation at this point, because look at this, Delta and Justin, they are holding the bridge. On the other corner, Neo and Equinox are holding the bay area so that whoever comes with the boat, they can be shot down. FS on the other corner tried to come up with a third party. AUTOBOTZ is replying back with vengeance.
I mean, yes, they are Lobster, the one player who literally tried his level best, but this time it doesn't work in his favor. He has been knocked down, and Ralphie is holding and wondering, what can he do? Can he support his teammate? But there are shots coming onto him. This is not looking good. He is knocked down as well. Bro getting run over by another Ralph OG, and now Levi right here with his teammate, realizing that there is a third party coming in. Can they create something? Is this going to be working in the favor of Marcus? Roman slowly taking cover. He realizes that he has to get some shots in.
Here's the teammate. There's a cavalry, bit of a distraction. Tumblr Boy wants to pounce, but Dreams, he's seeking for the revival. Levi, Roman, a 1v2 situation. Tumblr Boy jumps and goes in for the S12k, but eventually the connections were not being made. It's bait and fire situation coming in from the sides of Team FS. They're not letting it go. That is it, but Tumblr Boy can be caught off guard. There's a nade being cooked, but Roman gets completely neutralized with a shotgun. And Dreams, he's still fighting back. Actually, Dreams is done, but eventually it's Levi who was fighting back. And there you go, FS Esports also has been taken down. So many fights have happened, guys. Look at this, 16 teams, 64 players. That's what we were here with. And right now it's just 9 teams and 32 players. Exactly cut in half. The way we started this angle, it felt like maybe the teams have got their own composure, and groups are also similar. I really thought that the teams are going to take their own smooth time to fight back, plan, plot, and then attack. But look at the way this angle is going on, even more chaotic than the first one. Despite of the fact that same groups are fighting as they were fighting in the match number 1. This match number 2 is looking absolutely breathtaking. NONX, they're just enjoying their loot, 4 frags with them. Why not Esports? The first 2 games, nothing as compared to what they really need to get. They have got, I believe, 1 to 2 points. But there you go, another big shift. Third place zone with a huge shift coming in. All those teams, OnePlus God's Reign, Wildfang for some extent, Team Why Not Esports, NONX, all of them have to rotate very, very quickly towards the area of Ferry Pier. And I believe Cincinnati kids, they have a very, very big advantage. Cincinnati kids can hold off the bridge, can hold off the Ferry Pier as well. But for that, they need to open up a big flank.
Big flank indeed, but every single fight, we know what is happening over here. You get a chokehold, which is that bridge right there. And guess what? I can expect there to be a lot of duels over there between teams because everybody needs to pass through there or either hold an angle over there. In the past, we did see a team of Team Tamilas be there, but now Admino just getting onto more loot. If you notice, this is what it is. It's all about the basics. You see loot, you get loot because you want to play the end game. And with 15 bandages, that is something which Admino is slowly and steadily cooking. Espower with 1 finish to his name. And now slowly CK and MADKING. 2 teams who have seen the highs of the high. They have played multiple LANs. But in this situation, who will come out on top and who will make sure that they get 1 step closer to the LAN in Chennai?
Big question indeed. But the answer can only be given by these individuals, these teams. MADKING recently in BMIC, they tried their level best to perform. Day number 2, day number 3 was good enough for them. But their start was never good enough. Their finish was also not good. That's exactly what they need to work on, even in CEGC. Their start should be qualifying directly from top 8 to the grand finale. And their finish should be winning and taking the trophy home. But is it going to happen? Well, you have 15 other teams who would like to deny that fact. That MADKING is one of the most important factors, one of the most important contenders of this CEGC trophy. MADKING right now want to figure out what compound is favorable and feasible for them. OnePlus God's Reign on the other corner, they've taken the waterway to come into the play zone, and I believe for some extent they are successful at it. There is one individual who is pretty much knocked out, I believe, at this point. He needs to buckle up, but remember, let me remind you folks that the tickets are getting sold out very quickly. Tickets are available on Ken. Go ahead and get your tickets right now. There are free tickets available. There are amazing tickets available. So do not miss the entire action, which is happening from November 7th to November 16th. Of course, from 14th to 16th, you'll get to see the BGMI action. Apart from that, from 7th, you'll get to see the CS action as well.
I mean, it's action galore at this point because it feels like map 1 was a warm-up and map 3 has become a thriller. And now Zin holding, waiting, a nade coming in, nearly getting done. And my oh my, Pri just there, and Pui is taken down by another nade. Viper realizing that this is an opportunity. Why not Esports? This game has not been working in their favor. And a beautiful nade right there by Anonymous. This is what we're talking about. The usage of your util to make sure that you can get as many finishes as you can, especially ones which are long range. And now, why not Esports are in a tough position. They realize it, and NONX, they also realize that they are out of the zone. And now with the play zone coming in, they have to make sure that they are in the zone. Boomy with her teammate Baby Bot. Can they do something? Can they salvage this position? Because this is one apartment that they have.
Manpower deficit. NONX, they've got the idea of where the players are. They're charging in. Look at this. Entire cavalry has arrived. On the other corner in Ferry Pier, we have a MADKING Apollo getting taken down by Cincinnati Kid. But Zen, he'll strike down Baby Bot. Now it all trickles down to not Boomy. The last man standing, the last individual, the last contender. Not even a single knockout, and I believe not even a single placement point will be created. Yup, there you go. Top 8 teams are here, and Why Not Esports is not a part of it. And they are still struggling to find their first opening in many maps. Miramar was not theirs. ERANGEL is not theirs. The first one, I believe they got 1 or 2 points in that particular map. But apart from that, why not Esports? Seems like that the kind of encouragement, the kind of performance, the kind of buff they had in the Luna stage, it's not here in the semi-finale. And it's kind of justified as well because it's the semi-finals. You have 20 invited teams, you have 20 experienced banners joining hands and making sure that they get the desired performance. Display zone going towards the western part of Eripia. Cincinnati gets, they push deeper. MADKING up on the north. On the alleyway, we get to see 1+ God's Reign. GODLIKE, they're still playing the survival battle, not coming into the fights anymore. I think this is a good approach. Mania must be very strategic about it. Although Mania has been finished off, but his cavalry, his assaulter, all of them are still alive. So yeah, it's a 3v4 battle for any particular team who pushes on GODLIKE. But the way GODLIKE is maintaining their own extreme western position in the map, I don't think so somebody is going to push or slam onto that vicinity.
Yep, I was just taking a look at it, and one thing which I want to talk about is one team that has been slowly and steadily moving forward, and that is Wild Fangs. They have had this edge-to-edge rotation during the entire game. We have not seen much of them, and right now, talking about them, they're in front of our eyes. Gamla Boy just scouting, trying to get some information. On the other hand, Noxus with 8 finishes to their name. This is a team that is trying to prove a point at the end of the day. One funny part which I noticed was Gosling was just holding, or you could see like me and Pierre, they're just holding their angle. They're not pushing forward, they're not exerting any form of pressure on any team. They're playing the long game. They're like, we're in the zone, we don't need to worry that much. But now, this duel, if you notice, Gamlaba is over there in a corner, just trying to get information. He does have another teammate with him, and I think so that's why he's not making he's making sure that he's not taking any unnecessary duels. No unnecessary matches, face-offs. On the other hand, this is very much interesting because Pro has just spotted the team of Noxus. Will we see another duel be coming forward between these two teams? Neo, realizing that he's spotted somebody from Marco, he goes for a shot, not getting the cleanness. Action right here. A peek, a push, a believe, but the cover's coming in for Neo as well. Slowly. And they're waiting. Guess what? Eggy gets taken down by Aquanox. Neo realizing that there could be a push on. He's hearing footsteps. Raider, this is not looking good for Raider, is it?
It is a situation where Team 1+ God's Reign can easily step up. But Eggy, he's caught in this entire charade. Cincinnati gets, they are pressurizing. Marcos, they cannot come back with a backup. Gamla Boy, look at him getting spotted. Equinox, he finds the first one for the team. Brilliant start for 1+ God's Reign. They need to maintain this as the play zone is still favoring them. They're still having that major control, major compound control of the play zone, which is good. And they have got hovercraft to work with. There you go. A tank-like vehicle which can sustain a lot of bullet damage. His power, his positioning has been ideally compromised. And eventually we have Jonathan also on the other corner, still holding off the angles. But I believe all these teams can get a head start in the next map that we have, Rondo, where you have recalls to work with. In that particular map, obviously these teams who are kind of struggling in the initial clashes, they might be able to buckle up. But 1+ God's Reign, they have been very strategic with regards to the Erangels that we have seen. Obviously, just a single Erangel before this one, we got to saw the first match where 1+ God's Reign was able to get a lot of frags. But at the end, that winner chicken never really came through. That's exactly where God's Reign wants to work. That they want to secure this winner chicken. Now that they have manpower, they have the play zone center as well, they have hovercraft, they have weapons, they are not washed out in terms of the utils as well. But look at the extreme northern part. One blade, Wild Fang, they are in trouble as one of their own has been knocked out. They have to get the revival and quickly rotate back into the play zone. Edmino, his eagle eye is already onto the opponent. Look at this. Teammates already shooting bullets onto them.
I mean, Albino is out of the zone right now. Meanwhile, S-Power is in the zone. They have gotten information about that area. On the other hand, Wildfang, we have seen a very passive game from them. They are going edge to edge, as we stated above and earlier, that they are going edge to edge. They're making sure that they can just get into the zone with this hovercraft. On the other hand, we could be seeing a duel off between Northern Mafia and Sensei's teams. This is going to be one that we could be watching out for. Victoria Summers, one team that everybody has kept their eye on. Now all realize that, hey, the play zone is coming onto us. We have to get into the zone. It is going to be there. Meanwhile, Aquanos, has he spotted his power? Has he realized that somebody's there? Because they had information there was presence there. And they're not pushing forward. Guess what? Justin starts off this face-off with a knock. So does Mafia. Spray God getting always.
Victoria
guess what?
Summers.
Gets a full.
Oh my god, Wild Fang Sensei getting backstab from Jonathan, and eventually we get to see Jonathan getting knocked out as well. Spray God, he was able to fight back. No, it's actually Neo from OnePlus God's Reign who will land the bullets on Jonathan, but he has got the cover. And not just that, his power is also giving the backup. But in between Wild Fang and Victor Summers, there's a complete bloodbath that is happening. There you go. Mafia shuts down Sensei. The brain and the brawn white tiger has been taken down as well by Mafia. But that lovely nade. Cincinnati, it's where on can you do, man? Individually, he was trying to go with a very good nade. Gave in a bit of a damage, but NONX, they have got that momentum. NONX so far has been a very chaotic team. They have figured out, they have cracked the code, they have been very aggressive and eventually getting a lot of frags as well. But Delta, there's a free frag available. We're on. He was knocked out by NONX, but we're on. Frags will be getting from the other corner. Jonathan once again gets a lot of bullets onto him, but he's still there in the cover. Marcos gets eliminated at the Esports, so 1 position funds and few frags that they had is the only thing that they're going to remain at large with. But I still believe there's a very good chance of OnePlus God's Reign getting this match in their favor. But what is happening? IGL, MADKING, Shadow, he mollies his own teammates? Bit of a problem, I guess, over there.
This is very much interesting because the zone right now is favoring these teams. CK is out of the zone. Cincinnati kids are out of the zone. They're just 24 meters away. They have to get into the zone. The smokes have been put down so that there's an obstruction of vision to make sure that there are no random space that can take it. But guess what? Neo gets a knock. Jonathan gets down. Gets another knock to himself. Delta gets finished off as power. And now Knight has taken Nondi. Mafia getting with an amazing nade getting Kana. This is just getting more heated. This match is heating up. Finally, we are seeing all the teams not holding back. There were 24 players left just a few minutes ago, and now there are only 15. Make that 14 because Spray God has been taken down as well. Ash holding an angle, realizing where NONX is. NONX are on 10. Finish his mind, I remind you. This is something, but guess what? Ash gets down Viper. A knock coming in, a nade going on to Ash, taking him into low HP. Godwin on the other hand, hearing this commotion.
Yeah, and that's exactly why they're tossing these nades. Ash is super duper low, but goes in with the medkit. Has got the 100% HP back, but there's a stun grenade. Completely flash, had no clue what to do. But Edmino on the other corner from Hero Extreme GODLIKE is going bonkers. Shuts down MADKING. But Edmino also goes down. There you go, by the hands of OnePlus God's Reign. And I was talking about this. That this lad from OnePlus God's Reign is going to be a bit of a trouble for the opponent. Neo has spotted another knocked out individual. That is Pro. I believe he's still knocked out with that molly that Shadow tossed onto him. And I believe MADKING is also counting backwards at this point as they are running super low in terms of HP, super low in terms of utils. Mafia is outside the play zone, playing for a backstab, playing like what Dragon did from IQ Team Tamilas up against Marcos in the first match of ERANGEL. I believe Mafia is going to bite hard.
Mafia can bite hard, but right now the zone is all in favor for OnePlus God's Reign. This team has clearly proven that, hey, we can take it slow and steady. On the other hand, the complete opposite, NONX. Even they have 4 players left after all the duels, after all the finish points. And guess what? It looks like we could be seeing a 4v4 duel right here. Neo trying to get a flank angle, trying to see if he can spot out one of the players. But guess what? Knight has a lovely angle over there. And with Nate coming into it, they knew where Knight was. They made sure that, hey, we can punish him. And now Neo is waiting in the smokes. And guess what? Knight is taken out by a nade by Justin. Could this be the start of God's Reign? And guess what? One thing to remind you all is that Des was not playing today. Justin gets another knock on Viper. Delta finishes Shadow. And this is looking good. All in favor of God's Reign. They are pushing in forward. Into the hovercraft they go. They bounce in. They get one. And that's a beautiful finish right there. Thank you very much. Says the likes of Team OnePlus God's Reign. And Justin with a 5-finish kill. My oh my. 5 finishes to his name. This is what we are talking about. This is the dominance that we had seen long back from God's Reign. This is something which we had seen in the past. Even without an IGL, they aren't holding back at all. This is amazing work by them, Raiden.
Of course. I mean, the performance they were able to relay was pretty amazing. Justin, and then eventually you talk about Neo, the way he was able to counter Hero Extreme GODLIKE. It was pretty fun to watch. And at the same point, you can never neglect the fact that the backstab came through on Victoria Summers, from Victoria Summers on MADKING, I would say. I think it was just Pro who was remaining at large and eventually got just taken down by Victoria Summers. I was talking about Mafia being that guy who will definitely put a very big pressure onto his opponent. We got to see Mafia doing that same exact stuff. Lovely. This kind of patient play can really benefit a lot of teams. I would love to see what happens next, because NONX, they are being consistent. OnePlus God's Reign, 2 matches that they have played were absolutely amazing. And I think the only team who can counter right now OnePlus God's Reign is WELT, because in the 2 games that they played, they have already got 30 plus points. And if you talk about the other particular team who has got that kind of stature, that kind of consistency overall, it's definitely OnePlus God's Reign. After getting this winner chicken, they have taken a leap in terms of those overall standing.
I mean, genuinely, this was a beautiful game by God's Reign. If you notice from the start, they knew that the zone was working in their favor and they slowly kept forward. You saw that they didn't take any unnecessary fights. They made sure that at one point, if they're throwing in nades, they're throwing in nades to the point. There was no shenanigans, no fakes there. Neo holding a beautiful flank to make sure that if any team aggressed on them, there was another point of view to get some shots on the enemies. And guess what? That beautiful ending right there by Justin and Delta. My oh my, that hovercraft worked in their favor. But now as we get into the end of it, I think so we will be going into map 4 right away, because this will be very much interesting. We'll be taking a short break before we get to map 4. Do not forget that the tickets are available on Kin for the LAN. You don't want to miss it. You're seeing action right here. And guess what? In front of an audience, it's just going to get louder and more passionate. We'll see you right after the break.
Of course. Yeah. I guess before we go to the break, we can really talk about what happened with ERANGEL Godlike. Manya got taken down, and that was a complete bloodbath, to be honest, because there was a fight where we got to see Blitz versus ERANGEL Godlike. IQ team Tamaraj chiming onto that, and then AUTOBOTZ coming up with the 4th party, and then there was a 5th party coming in from MADKING as well. So there were so many teams that were there in the center point of the entire map of ERANGEL that we got to see ERANGEL Godlike just barely surviving by an inch, because Blitz, they charged in well. I think Jonathan was knocked out. Manya, he got completely finished off at that point. Espower was running super low in terms of HP. Admino and Espower combined effort from their corner, and then those 3rd parties, 4th parties, and 5th parties that I talked about helped them really very well to seal the fate, to seal the survival in that particular situation.
I mean, exactly. They finished 6th in this game, so it was an improvement from the previous 2 matches. But one thing about Godlike, if you notice, was this time I think so they didn't get a lot of finishes with their name. But what they did was the team was working together. A lot of the times you saw one player getting knocked, and there was a revival, another knock, another revival. At no point did we not see them at 3 players or less. It was a knock, a revival, and I guess that is the fundamentals, right? Yeah, with a new IGL, a new team, there are new roles. You need to realize what you're getting into. And I mean, we talk about Jonathan, that spray from the car was beautiful, but they couldn't capitalize on it. I think so that is one thing where they'll be keeping into a break. But we'll be going into a break, and we'll be right back with game number 4.
Life will turn out how you make it. Bet I make it feel amazing. Pressing up against that body, turn you to somebody to me, let me face it. Pretty soul, I make a phase. How did I go from a stranger to someone you hit up when you need a favor? Drop low on occasion, and I bless that heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold that, let me take my time. Say so when I make that mine. Hold that, let me take my time. We spot for the brown eyes. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold that, let me take my time.
Move out the way like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. I got a plan. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like, do you know who I am? Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. trying to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Damn, try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them like damn. Stick with me, I got a like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them like damn. Stick with me, I got a like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them.
is it in my face? I'm unfazed, I need this. Calling out my name, say meet me, see these waves. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. I would try to hold on, treading water in this big storm now. Try to swim away, crash just like a tidal wave. I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Feels like gravity can't touch me when I'm here. Look at me levitate, look at me levitate. Carry all this weight, but still I'm light as air. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. No, I gotta go under, hold my breath and let it go. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Sway with me, sway with me. देखूं तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल boom boom मेरे से
You glow different when you're in love.
मेरी सांसों को
16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025. So far we have seen three very interesting matchups. My name is Veda. We do have once again back Lucifer. You are back on the desk, man. I really wanted to ask you what happened in the second ERANGEL, but I was there on the desk and I really saw one player Godsrain doing something phenomenal. Anything to add on from the perspective of Team Godlike or maybe MADKINGs?
I don't think I want to lean there yet. I think we yet have to see a lot coming from there, and a couple of sparks here and there, a couple of finishes here and there. But I think I have to talk about God's Reign. I think they're the ones with the metal right as of now. It should have been a 2 chicken dinner by right this second ERANGEL. It should have been a 2x already, but they missed the first one. However, they made it through to the second and did close it when they had the opportunity of those circles closing in the similar direction. And yes, again, Justin started things off on ERANGEL 1, and now as well towards the end of it he closes it. 5 finishes in his name. However, his MVP ranking has taken a little bit of a toss. That is again due to what happened in game 1 and later down now that we have ended with game 3. Let's take a look at what happens later down the line, but for now this is a really good game by his own individual self, because his finish contribution also surpasses to 41% and above.
That means not just Justin, but the other individuals like Neo also performed quite well. Talking about the match standings, guys, 22-pointer bomber coming in from the sides of WELT plus God's Reign. Now that's a huge win over the second winner, which will put them pretty close to where Team WELT was standing after the overall standing post-match number 2. So that's pretty intriguing. AUTOBOTZ maintaining that own aggression. In the second match they had, I believe, 12 frags, and right now they have got 7. Although this time they lacked in terms of the placement points because a lot of early fights were happening, and due to that we got to see WELT, we got to see Why Not Esports and NONX going out very early. Even IQ went out quite early, but they were able to get at least 2 frags under their banner, so that was a good sigh of relief for them at least. But yeah, overall standing, guys, WELT, NONX and WELT plus God's Reign pretty close to each other. Even Blitz, you can tie them up in that particular situation. A gap of just 4 points from #1 to #4. AUTOBOTZ catching up pretty quickly without a winner with a chicken dinner, but a consistent performance. Same can be said for NONX as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. I thought maybe Blitz would have maybe overtaken here, but it seems like it did not happen except for that early finishes that they were able to grab. But when we jump into the second page, here is where things matter a lot, right? Visista Esports, yes, we did not see them in previous game, so we will expect a lot coming in from their end. But godlike, we've seen their game continuously, but barely are they able to even put a dent to any teams. Even Meta Ninja, I thought maybe it could work out in their favor, but the new lineup of Meta Ninja is not finding value. Cincinnati kids as well had an opening opportunity in map 1, but after that nothing much. Team Tamilas, I still wouldn't count a lot as of now. Maybe with Dragon Poco coming back into the game with the Team Tamilas banner, might have seen a little okayish performance, but I think this is just day 1. There's 3 more days to go and a lot more expectations coming in as we move to page number 3. And here a lot of upsets with teams, 4 of them having 0 points. True Rippers, 8-bit, Revenant X Spark and K9 Raider.
And let me remind you folks, Revenant X Spark have also played through their match, 2 of their matches, so it's a big unfortunate situation for them. Look at Group A teams, 3 matches already done and dusted, and I believe in terms of that, Hero Extreme Godlike, they really need to buckle up as they will have their last match today in match number 6, which will be a Miramar. The last Miramar for Team Godlike was again not that fruitful, so definitely have to see what happens over there. All the other teams from Group A have definitely made a significant impact, so that's good enough for them. Now I would like to just tell you guys that Rondo will be the next particular map, which is going to be very interesting. More than 30 plus recalls, more than 10 plus hot drops coming through in front of your screens pretty much soon. And there you go, guys, you have the map of Rondo. The flight path is looking decent enough. It's going to cut this map in a very good situation. It starts from Stadium, goes all the way towards Miran, and hot drops like Test Track, Neox Factory and Jadena City are also very close. Even Jouten, that's exactly where we'll get to see a lot of fights, but our eyes are set on, first of all, the play zone and then the recalls as well, because again, with the Rondo into the picture, Sam, you usually get to see a 3-1 split where one individual goes towards the recall tower and the other 3 hunts for the fight. I think similar fashion is going to be there.
For sure it has to be, because now the true testament of fighting for survival comes into play on Rondo, and that enables teams an opportunity to get back into the game again. Because if you take the first 3 games, Raider, we've seen a lot of early full team wipes as well as individual eliminations, because somewhere down the line that has troubled them throughout the first 3 games. But this game 4 gives them an opportunity to get back to equal footing, and let's see if that happens. Visista Esports and Ninja, they're getting closer. As Jouten, it could be an opportunity. Rising Esports as well, very close to OG, and we know once OG start fragging, it's very tough to stop them, so it's time to worry of how they play. And if OG start fragging, right, this could be a big finisher game coming in from their end.
A good mix of brain and brawn. Aro is there giving them these zone placements, and then eventually you get to see AK being the MVP of Miramar, and then after that, again, he's back in the map of Rondo. Two of very interesting maps to start off your day in semi-finale, but then again, I am pretty much happy with the way Ico Orangutan has pulled off their battles so far. Of course, they have to go far enough in Stadium, pretty close to that. We have OnePlus God's Reign once again fighting a battle, and look at Justin going towards Ryan so that he can just go ahead and get the recall done if his teammates fall short. And it feels like that will happen because one sister esports and the other teammates are fighting back pretty rapidly, and few players are getting taken down. There you go. Ninja Jord, I believe he's the next one to fall short of death. Neo and the other guys, they are still fighting back, and I believe for Red next part, it's a very important location because Stadium is their hot drop, and every now and then we get to see them contested in this particular hot drop.
Oh,
Mid air
no.
knockouts.
Yeah.
Wait.
Wow, flying targets. They're being used. Eliminations coming across the board. Rising Esports, they're trying to answer back to True Rippers. Kyo, he might get surrounded. Cyrax knows his position. Nade being cooked. Kyo playing around the compound. I think he also understands that there's a nade being tossed. Nice switch coming in from his end. On the other end, K9 finding eliminations on none other than Marcos. Slug, he's going all out. Versatile, fighting out with 8-Pit.
Oh, lovely.
This is the best part of Rondo. From the very start of it, there's fights, finish feed running rampant. It's literally like a scroll. And right now, True Rip is, after Kyo going down, Cyrax is still surviving and trying to see if he can find Hydro as well.
But there's a revival happening, I believe. Hydro, he's sticking for the revival, but no, he heard the footsteps. Cyrex is just keeping him at a bay. And of course, Aryan is out there going for the recall tower. That's a good strategy, but then again, Henry, Devotee, and now Cyrex, they are pretty much compromised. Ico Orangutan, I can see them in a very close circuit. So maybe they are going to come up with a third party. Although Infinix True Rippers have also followed the stream strategy. Jerry the IGL, the guy who has made India proud again lately. He's out there for a recall so that he can bring his teammates back. But remember guys, one individual gets a single recall. First of all, you come back into the map and then again a recall. So 2 chances, that's what you have in Rondo. I would like to see if everybody is going to utilize that. And another very interesting factor of this map is the EMP zone, where your scopes, the ADS and your vehicles completely goes haywire. You cannot use them.
Gonna spawn in a minute. But spawning finishes is what TT are doing. Dragon getting Marcos one after another. And he's doing it all alone. His teammates are in some other direction. He's in some other direction. Oh no, actually it's the other way around. One of his teammates is in another direction, whereas the other lot are playing together. Venom, after seeing a lot of eliminations on board that were being grabbed by Team Tamilas, he decides if he has a chance. Revenant X-Spark, they're trying their hand against Godzin, a team who just got their chicken dinner on the roof of it. Nade tossed. They heard the drop coming in. Revenant X-Spark, Trace tried his best, but Fierce is still on the ground. And Revenant X-Spark, that smoke blinding their vision. Same going for God's Reign. They don't know what's happening. But a slow and steady start coming through. On the other end, we already spoke about Fury. He had an opportunity and opening. So much noise along with Venom. They're taking down Team Tamilas, but somehow Rico has for now answered back and taken down Mafia. Same as Revenant X-Spark wanted, but Trey's on the drop. Drops is down to his own knees. Somehow they've gotten Neo, but Delta, we know this man. He is the standing tall pillar for God's Reign, but this time the forces were too much. And it seems like God's Reign, it could have been a full-on team wipe. But thankfully, their teammate is still alive in another position, and that was Justin, who went to the north of Rondo as soon as it happened in the flight path, and he's going to recall all of them after this fight.
That's the beauty of Rondo. A, you first of all get to have a lot of frags if you are good enough with the trade fires and eventually the coordination with the teammates. B, you have the second chances even if things go haywire. Your one teammate who is out there in the furthest corner of the maps with a recall tower can bring you back. But that happens only for the first place, 4 play zones. Only for the first 4 play zones. After that, once you dive into the 5th play zone, yeah guys, it's basically ERANGEL, Miramar and Sanok all mixed up. The chaos will be there. The buildings are there. The compounds are there. But then again, the open grounds and the ridges of Miramar. It's similar situations like that will be there in the 5th play zone, 6th play zone and the following up play zones. So yeah, Rondo, a very interesting mix of technology in the map and at the same point the terrains of the other 3 maps. Yep. I do believe IQ Team Tamilas, as you recalled it correctly, that IQ Team Tamilas, they're spawning a lot of finishers. But my big question is, if just Dragon and Poco are performing, is it going to be a feasible run for IQ Team Tamilas?
Yeah, that is a cause for concern, a thought that even Team Tamilas should start pointing at and re-strategize, refine on their drawing board. Because Dragon, I think this name has been synonymous in finding value and as well as in IGL. Even when he was in Meta Ninja, he was finding value. There was an opportunity that they could have actually won a tournament. They were so very close that time. Team had Amit as a coach, and Amit so far has been a valuable coach to whichever team he's traversed on. Right now with K9, we didn't even see him playing with K9 earlier. But now this Rondo, no teams being wiped. It's just some eliminations that teams have managed to grab, and I really like when this happens, right? That second opportunity which Miramar does not love, Sanok never allowed. ERANGEL to an extent it does, depending on how well you play on cover. But Blitz as well, they're not on the top of the leaderboard, meaning they have to start trying to climb the ranks. However, the difference in those ranks are not big. We did end up seeing the difference being somewhere around just 4 finishes or 4 total points to maximum 10. So I think one good game and the climb is going to be decent. But at the end of our game 6 today, all teams playing would have finished their 4 games today, and they have 3 more days of 4 more games, which is 12 games in total of the next 3 days and 16 in total. And they have to understand, in that 16 they have to be in the top 8 raider.
And if you are in the top 8, you get to have the access of Grand Finale, the LAN event that everybody is talking about at this point in the community. And I believe every single team is trying their level best to get it done. I am absolutely happy with what Blitz is doing. Of course, the previous match, the latest one, was not that good enough. But what is happening to IQ Soul? I think they have played 2 matches before this one, and they are struggling to just keep themselves onto the charts. But it feels like that they are willing to fight back. IQ Orangutans RO has been compromised. IQ Soul really needs to buckle up, because if I'm not wrong, they are not even in top 16 right now.
They aren't. Barely, with around 2-3 points is what we ended up seeing in the overall standings.
Yeah.
Team Tamilas were in the second page with around 8 points. There's a lot of big names that we are still wondering of what's happening in there. Legit goes down. It's a fight between 8-Bit and Soul now. And Juicy back in this lineup of 8-Bit, and he wants to lead them from the front. We've been talking about the consistency that he provides, and this time he wants to make sure that he's consistent enough getting into the LAN, also looking forward to a podium finish. And nice nade coming in from Sarang, puts Legend down. Thunder gets knocked, confirmations coming through. It's all up to Goblin. He's trying to go for a 1v4, drops a big shotgun shell damage, but it's not going to be enough with the forces surrounding him from 8-Bit. And that becomes the end for IQ Soul. Wait, it doesn't. I thought maybe it was Joker.
No.
He brings them all back. I keep forgetting that I'm so used to those full-on elimination. But I then like, okay, yeah, it's Rondo. They're back again into action. And yes, they are all back into action.
The formidable 4 unformidable situations were there for them. But now that Rondo is there, Joker, he went to the recall tower, manages to bring all his teammates back. Similar thing has to be there for IQ Orangutan as well. They have to hunt for a recall tower, and that's one of the biggest problem. If you do not have the recall tower control in the initial phase of the game, then you have to either go outside the play zone or contest a recall tower which is already being gatekeeped by your opponent. That can make you vulnerable, that can put you in a very bad spot. IQ Soul, it's a good situation for them because they had a recall tower pretty close by. Now Joker can be the one frontline attacking because he still has got one of his recall left. So he can be a little bit aggressive. He can push in, he can get a knock and then eventually push in, maybe get a frag or maybe get finished off as well, and then the teammates can bring him back. But if Goblin, Legit, Thunder, they push in and they get compromised, there is no coming back in this particular map. Although these lads have 3 amazing finishers, I would say it's a substantial start, not the best start, but then again better than what was happening in the last 3 games.
Exactly. That's what you have to bank upon. Compared to the previous games that they played, this is so far the best total score in one individual game. Rising Esports, they're trying to put their mark on the table. taking down Infinix True Rippers, and True Rippers are not having a great game again. On Miramar, they were the first team to be eliminated, a full-on wipe. In the next one, they were able to play it around, try their best, push forward, get some. But for how far? As the zone's closing, it's in complete center circle that we are seeing. Stage 2 it is. Teams still will have opportunities to recall as their teammates falter down. K9, we were speaking about it. Amit is playing with the team. Slug already very early in the game, we saw him picking up those eliminations very quick on his trigger. And he was able to dabble between the enemies and put them down into the ground. However, the enemies have risen back from those ashes by the recall tower, but not for too long, as stage 2 is about to end. And very soon, in the next blink of an eye, in the next few minutes, you're going to see that the recall towers will not be active anymore. However, we've not seen one thing here, Raider, is a fight because of the EMP zone. A forced fight between teams because they couldn't do much. Therefore, teams so far have been safe and sound recalling their players, and they've been getting back into fights. Not all the 64 players. Some teams like K9, they just have 3 players as they did drop. Some of them have not been able to revive their 4th players yet. So a long way to go. True Rippers, we spoke about them, have 3 eliminations in total. Circle moves to the north, and it's a big advantage again for God's Reign. Seems like there could be a back-to-back if they play this right, Raider.
No one is backstabbing them. They have got the extreme northern corner of the play zone. It's a very big advantage. I completely agree with you. They have the manpower, they have the play zone, and they have the gunpowder as well, because they were able to get the previous matchup. And not just that, even in the first match, they were looking absolute behemoth. But OnePlus, I think there is a good fight that CK can have with IQ Soul. But Joker, as I stated it correctly, that Joker is the one who has got the recall still left. That's why his other 3 teammates have not yet pushed out from the recall tower compound. They are still out there, and Joker is the one who's pushing into different compounds, trying to get a few more frags for the team. IQ 8-bit on the other corner, Juicy strikes down the opponent Tommy. Shadow, he's out there giving the revival, but Meta Ninja is new roster. But then again, if you talk about Ronnie, he is the guy who everybody relies on when it turns out to getting the frag. Skips, Sarang, all of them are pushing in. Termi super duper low, but look at that play. Sarang goes in with throwables. Can he connect? Can he put 1 or 2 players down? That's a big question at this point. Kaden Slag is still going bonkers and shuts down Raiden. There's a third party happening, and Team OnePlus K9 can have the best benefit of doubt in this situation.
8-bit, they were the ones to start this fight on Ninja, but it seems like Meta Ninja are the ones answering. It's all down to Skips, and again, it's these nades that were trouble. And unfortunate for Raiko 8-bit, they came in as a force and they were swept just like one. As Meta Ninja, they were in bigger trouble because they were stuck together as a 4. If that team lost, it was a full-on team wipe. But Aiko 8-bit, they stepped into those shoes and they ended up being completely wiped. The first team to be eliminated. For now, it might not continue, but on the finish feed, we are seeing a continuation of finishes, and it is now by Victor Isamus on none other than Marcos Esports. And with that, K9 might try to play as beneficiary, as already you spoke about the third party happening. Team Samilas. They seem like they are dropping players one by one. If this continues, it could be problem. OG, they are also getting pummeled with lead, and it's Aiku Soul answering legit. He's going for it. Goblin with him, but Goblin gets confirmed. His life will not be spared. Aru in a 1v1 with Legend, but was Legend found by somebody else? A push, yes,
What?
coming in from another
Wait.
team. Shots being missed from aimbot, but it mattered to land the blow with the shell, and he will be able to. With Legend going down, it's all up to Joker as the saving grace. He drops
Oh my God,
on the flying vehicle as they ejected from the seat. Joker is not joking anymore for Raiku's soul. Grabs those 3 in a line, in a spray, and now once more he's hungry, but he's not in a safe and sound spot. Vasista Esports have spotted him, and he has to find a way to get out of this trench. He has to find a way to put smokes around him, lay this land in a demise smoke, and then figure out his magician trick to move forward.
I think the best option that Joker has available with is just take this vehicle and go into the play zone. Fight for the placement points for the team. 13 frags already there, but he is hungry. He is hungry for the redemption, maybe. And yeah, he has slammed in Aiko Orangutan. They are the next target. Atanki. His position has been revealed. This nade eats a chunk of his HP. But Joker, what a play at that point where the flying vehicles were coming in. But this guy was just being berserker. Joker, I think Legend was also caught off guard at that point, but there you go, 1v1, Atanki versus Joker, and Atanki strikes first, headshot with that S12K. The best match so far for Team IQ Soul, and that will put them for sure in the top 16. But IQ Orangutan, they want to maintain that consistency. This is the second game that Orangutan is playing, and the Apes are hungry for the points. The first one, AKOP, he was the sole survivor for the team and carried this team to the victory podium. Now it seems like that Atanki has to do the same job. Victorous only in the corner, Fury. There you go. They are also getting shot down, but from the back end, Mafia gives the cover. Victorious still continuing the fight, but this is the 4th play zone. You will not be able to recall your teammates, and I think outside the play zone, Mafia will go down if he does not patches himself at the right time.
He gave away his position, but along with the position given away, Vasista Esports find Orangutan's last player Atanki, and with that even Orangutan is done for. God's Reign, we spoke about them in the northern edge of the circle. From there they've moved towards the eastern edges, but they're playing outside the circle itself. They're clearing bases one after another. On the other end, Marcos, they're throwing in nades. The last survivor trying his best, Ralph. But Vasista Esports, they're getting into the circle, and it could be their opportunity as Scary George secures the last minute inside the circle and secures the circle for Vasista Esports. They're going to be the only team for now. The others at the ridges or the edges of the circle, that's all they have. So Vasista Esports, this could be their opportunity. A big game that they also need, because they're on the second page with not much. I think maybe close to that 10 total points, but this should give them the 10 points in position just because of the chicken dinner. But it's going to be a long distance as Blitz, they're also trying to bounce back. They're already in the first page now. They will try to get to that first spot if they play this out smart.
And look at the start that Blitz had. In between Infinix Troopers and Blitz, there was a complete utter retaliation from the sides of Hydro. And for a moment, we got to see Infinix Troopers being the better one at that particular point. But Blitz is still out there with maintaining that manpower, being consistent. But as soon as I talked about that, Trace, the most lethal one from IQ NONX Park, is striking the players down from Team Blitz Esports. Server, guys, remember, not just the EMP zone, not just the recall, but these artificial covers that you can bring in, and also with the shovels you can dig in, with the nades you can find those craters being created. Look at this behind Neo, you have those 2 craters being available, which will be acting like a ridge for him, which will be giving him a good cover. That's all the dynamics that this beautiful map brings into the table. But Neo, this nade was good enough. Finds Amit, takes him down, but had to go back to bring his teammate back at the 1% HP. Delta will still be there. 1+ God's Reign still wants to maintain that manpower, and you can still go for the tickets on kill.
Last 8 teams, and this is those intense games that will happen on the LAN as well. So grab your tickets now. Link in description as well as on the Instagram page. But for now, K9 are still troubling God's Reign after reviving the player, but finally Neo puts them down. He was the one to hold them back, but finally after finding that frag, it's not yet done. Revenant X Spark are on the lines. They're pushing up the ridge, but nice spray coming in. Neo, he puts them down. That was very much necessary, and Neo goes in big, puts a full stop to the whole squad of Revenant X Spark, and he is the last one standing. 6 total eliminations as we come down to the last 5.
Utter decimation from OnePlus God's Reign. What a play, man. In the previous match, we got to see Justin becoming the MVP and taking the winner chicken dinner for the team. Neo was there to support, but this time, whenever situation demands, Neo fights back. Brilliant. Wasista versus Versatile. Smoker gets smoked out by his opponent. Now Blitz on the other corner, trying to reset. Soham is down, Nova, Chandan and Server. These are the 3 players who are still remaining behind this Lamborghini. Entire storyline is to be written. As Blitz is outside the circle, they can easily be taken down by teams said as OnePlus God's Reign. And then you have other particular teams like Meta Ninja also having a very good look onto them. I do believe Blitz run in this particular matchup might not be long enough, but Delta! Is he going to get taken down? No, Sommer retaliates from Meta Ninja's side. Delta is super duper low. But Wasista? I think they do not have any nades available. That's why all those smokes to just provide cover and then eventually some mollies, some of the utils.
Numbers.
Delta is out there with 7 nades. Numbers do not matter when it's Justin, Neo, Delta fighting back. The first knock is already there on Vasista.
Delta is holding them back, and it is working as you said. Justin and Neo together, they spew trouble for Revenant X Spark, and they're trying to do the same, but Neo gets taken down in an exchange of the bullets. It's down to Justin and Delta. Neo out in the open, reviving him is going to be tough. Delta has to help them out, as yes, Vasista Esports are slowly backing off because they know they need to revive their player, and as soon as they do the revive, they get back to finding Neo, and so it's down to Justin and Delta. The numbers from a 4v3 have come down to a 3v2, but the time's ticking. Vasista Esports, if they finish this fight right now, they will have an opportunity for a chicken dinner because they're not at the edge of the circle, but if they don't, the zone will start pushing him, and that's happened. Hector's down, it's up to Scary Jord as well as Simp. Position found. Delta also pummeled with bullets in the other direction. That's coming in from Blitz, and what a position for Blitz to move up the ridge, find those eliminations, and with that, Vasista Esports, even if they were at the brink of elimination, another team became their saving grace, their angel in disguise, but not for long because the zone is right at their edge and they have to find a path forward. They've created a creative for themselves, healed themselves, and they're backing into a next fight that they will be planning for with 7 total eliminations. A hope for a chicken dinner is still alive.
What was that grenade? Bit unfortunate, but never mind. Blitz Esports, once again, they find themselves outside the circle, despite the fact that they were able to push in quite deep. Now Meta Ninja can keep them at bay. But there are certain creators, certain hard covers that they are utilizing, and Simp on the other corner goes in berserk with a nade. Lovely, lovely, beautiful nade. Roddy goes down, Tommy super duper low. One more well placed, well cooked nade can end the storyline of Team vs Star. And if it's not Team storyline Team Meta Ninja, sorry, and if it's not Vasista Esports to end them, it's gotta be Team Blitz for sure. Ronnie, his finish has been taken on by Blitz, although the knock came from Vasista. Now Termi becomes the last one standing. He's a sitting duck at this point. There you go. This nade will be the final blow. It's a 3v3 battle. Vasista having the height advantage and the zone control. Blitz having that hunger to get the winner with a chicken dinner. But guess what? Blitz is not in a situation where Blitz can easily perform that well. Look at that backup. Simp moved out as a bait for the team, and the other guys were able to recalculate. But look at this Server with that lovely nade. He is impacting a lot, but Simp was able to heal himself, and this is the moment where Server has to fight a 1v2 battle. It's going to be very difficult, and it seems like that Scary Jord wants to go for the revival.
Nade!
Oh no, that nade!
No!
What? It's a 1v1 right now, Sam.
And it is gonna be Vasista Esports. The Angels take down the Archangels. It is the other way around. They did help them out earlier, but now it becomes the contrary. Vasista Esports, even at the edges of elimination again, while their players were getting knocked, they had an opportunity winning that 1v2, went for the revival to turn the tides for a 1v3, and ended up in a 1v1. Thankful to the position that they were in, Raider, they were able to grab that chicken dinner, or this could have been worse, and Server, he could have actually pulled this off. That was so close for Blitz to get another chicken in the day.
I completely agree with you. It was super, super close, but I'm even when the fact is that Blitz was not able to get the winner chicken, I'm so happy to see Blitz performing the way they are performing. Talk about the close qualifiers. They secured the top spot with, I believe, 112 points. In 12 matches, they were able to take the #1 spot. Now, in semi-finale, where teams like Why Not Esports, Marcos, and even NONX for some extent are struggling, Blitz is that particular team who's not just maintaining that tempo, maintaining that performance, but also increasing in terms of that. They have taken 2 beautiful matches in their favor, and even when they were not that fruitful, they still were able to get 4 finishes in that particular match. So in the 3 matches that they've played so far, Blitz definitely is looking as the most consistent teams in terms of getting the points. And there you go, guys. A brilliant matchup so far indeed from the sides of Team Blitz. Yes, I believe OnePlus God's Reign is also doing a fun job. They came very, very close to wiping out Vasista, but this is how tables turn. The team who helped Vasista to still be intact into the play zone, that was the exact team who got taken down by Vasista at the end in a 1v2 situation.
For now, I think Blitz, they might be counting the number of finishes they had, another opportunity for a chicken for themselves, maybe the miss of 4 position points that they could have maybe picked. But hey, all that pushed aside, I think we already spoke about it. Their site is only on the #1. They're already on the first page. But for Vasista Esports, it could be a jump. All of this will be seen after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Sun is hitting my face, I'm unfazed, I need this. Calling out my name, say meet me, see these waves. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Gaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. I would try to hold on, treading water in this big storm now. Try to swim away, crash just like a tidal wave. I go.
देखूं तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल boom boom मेरे से
You glow different when you're in love.
मेरी सांसों को
16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
After an intense rondo, you're back at STAT in association with the government of Tamil Nadu presents the Chennai Esports Global Championship by Skyesports, co-powered by AMD mobility partner Mahindra, associate partners the Production Lab, WD Black and Red Bull, official display partner Zovi, ticketing partner Ken. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk is going to be Draco now, and we saw a very close and an opportunistic rondo where maybe Blitz could have had their second, but I think Vasistha, it was time for them to find their first. A lot of teams have slowly coped up and grabbed their opportunities, Draco.
I mean, this game was all about gunpowder and trying to make sure you get the most amount of finishes. Teams like Seoul, even though they got eliminated early, they got the finishes that were required to make sure that the averages increases. Because at the end of the day, after day one, it starts like the pressure starts building slowly and steadily. You don't realize it, but one day is gone. Then there are only few more matches left, and then you wonder, what more can I do? But another team that we have to talk about is God's Reign. They continued from the momentum, literally taking off from the chicken dinner. They again started, and the moment from Neo. Oh my god, that spray was a chef's kiss. Right there, I was like, oh my god, this guy is really good. It was unbelievable. But generally speaking, as you get into like more stats about this game, you'll find out who the MVP was from this map. Because being honest, there were so many names, there were so many finishes.
Yeah.
I'm just curious to know who it could be.
I think you would have to even put Joker's name in between, because him in that position out in the open, finding those 3 frags, looked like Aiko Soul should have been swept long back, but I think he saved it until the end as much as possible. But let's jump into the MVP itself, see who that MVP is, and figure how the match standings are going to be looking and the overall standings later down the line. But it has to be Server. He had the opportunity. He brought that 1v3 situation first with the nade to a 1v2, and then again with the nade when I think it was Hector reviving his teammate, and brought that to a 1v1 after putting him down. And Server has taken up and risen the ranks of the MVP to #1 with 7 finishes, overshadowing anybody so far that we have seen in the first 3 games in game 4. And with his finish contribution at 70%, this is huge coming in from Server and Blitz itself.
I mean, 70% contribution. That means the team got 10 finishes and he was credited for 7 of them. Like, that's the amount of dominance we're seeing from server. But as we go into the teams, we're trying to find out the overall standing as well. It'll be very interesting to see how has Blitz performed, because guess what? Vasista end the game on 20 total points. A really good game for them. Blitz on 16, just taking up momentum, building up. We were talking about momentum in the beginning of the day. And Blitz, GDR are making the most of it. Could this be momentum for Seoul as well? 13 finish points, the most by any team in this map.
Big stuff coming in from a lot of teams. Even till the very 14th number, we end up seeing at least 2 finishes being sought out a bit, because in the other games that we saw, barely any. Even one was something that teams barely found. It was position points that put them on the match standings. While Fangs unfortunately got nothing out of Rondo, such a map intensive finish game. It seems like they did not manage to find anything. True Rippers, not a game coming in from there, and a little bit of a mix here and there. Same for Victor Simis. Ico 8-bit, a plan that they thought it was brewing in their favor, went away from them. However, the fight that just happened, and God's Reign playing very so smart, gave them an opportunity with just 1 point of a difference here, Draco, to put them in #1 in the overall standings. Blitz fall only 1 point short and come at 44. However, there's a difference that both these teams have created between the third and the fourth team, that is of around 12 points, and that should be a cause for concern, because by the end of today, if this distance gets more than 20 points, I think, Draco, it's good to call that these top teams are running away for the top 8 and qualifying into the Grand Finals.
I mean, exactly. Like, you could see, like, the team in 7th had 24 total points, whereas the team in 1st has 45. And we all know at this point the difference or an impact of that 1 point. And 1 point can take you to the LAN, and 1 point might not take you to the LAN as well. You have to make sure you get every single finish that you have an opportunity for. But if you take away the bottom teams, you can see why not Esports have 1 point to their name. I believe they can do much better. True Rippers have got 3, which is, I feel, something that maybe they're just taking day 1 as practice. But Wild Fangs with 4. I think so 8-bit as well. The new team. You can see all these teams. Interestingly, you see Godlike, you see X-Park, you see 8-bit and Wild Fangs. New rosters, figuring out synergy building. I think so you can clearly see that synergy slowly and steadily building up, but it'll take time for them.
Yeah, it's been very inconsistent of a day, and as you said, it's just day 1. They have to start figuring things out of how others are playing and how they could make a mark later down the line. Let's talk about the Finnish leaderboard that is there, and as we already saw, it is #1 for server, and you can see how close both Neo and Justin have gotten to him. And it was an amazing big game coming in from God's Reign. Even if could have been an opportunity for God's Reign to get themselves the chicken dinner, if not for Vasista Esports holding them off, finding Justin down, and then it was up to it was up to Justin and Delta and Neo going down. However, Simp also sitting at 9 finishes is big, with Maxioso, who started this game with a big opening by a 1v4 for Welt.
I mean, Maxioso, it was all about the nades. We were talking about it, but Simp is one person we have to look at. Another player who's left and has joined a new team and is clearly putting his front foot forward. He is not slowing down. Just look at his fitness contributions, 56%. That is nearly more than half of Vasista already. And it's going to get interesting as we go into game number 4 of today. It is none other than ERANGEL. This time, teams from Group B and C will be playing off the same one that were there in Rondo. Will we see certain changes? Obviously. But one thing I want to point out is Seoul has been changing their roster every single game. Have you seen that, Lucifer? Did you notice that?
Yeah, I did. I think, as you said, right, teams are still figuring things out as they're going across day 1. They want to figure out what they're playing for is going to be maybe for a particular map or for the entire tournament itself, because we've seen, right, even when Aquinox was not completely in form, he had a little bit of an injury. Somraj said, I'll only put him in some crucial games, otherwise I'm preparing the team for the other matches, making sure that they're always ready. And I think that's what the mentality is, because we can see that teams right now have a minimum of playing 5. it is never seen to be a playing four, and therefore those switches keep happening now and then. Even not seeing their IGLs now. You looked at K9; they were not even playing with their full four-man roster. They were in their playing three with Amit playing in that. I'm not too sure if it was Amit, but I think it is Amit itself playing, and that tells us that they are still figuring things out, and that's what it is, right? They have matches. If they end 4 today, there's still 12 more games that they're going to be playing in the next 3 consecutive days, which gives them that space to figure things out.
I mean, figure things out it is, because at the end of the day, you have to make it into top 8. You make it into top 8, you immediately qualify for the LAN finals that is going to be taking place in Chennai. If you come to the bottom 8 or the bottom 16, apologies, you will simply play in the last chance qualifier, and again an opportunity for the top 8. It is one where you'll have to play a bit more games, but ideally I think so people want to get that warm up. I believe they're like, hey, maybe if you go in the LCQ, maybe we have played more games, we'll understand more, so that when we go to the LAN, our synergy is built up. Through
Yeah.
sims, it's one thing, but when the light is on you, when it's shining as bright as it can, when the pressure is there, when all your fans are watching, that is when it truly matters of how you actually perform.
That is a different vibe plus pressure coming through when there's lights on you, eyes on you, and a lot of people rooting for you, because even though they'll be muffled with headphones coming through and they still think that they're in the zone and in the game, somehow the noise seeps in, which comes in from the crowd, and you certain times feel like you're in the clutch, but it could be some other team. So there's a lot of variability, but to get to that spot itself, and especially by a government backed tournament, that is going to be big, especially that it's an international IP coming through. Teams have to put their best foot forward, because hey, if there is an opportunity for you to end your year on a high note, this is your chance. Put that 2025 to work, because a lot of teams, we did see that inconsistency even as their fans tried rooting for them. GODLIKE as well, we've something expecting from their end, and however towards the end of it in the finals, a little here and there, but here now they've shown up. In the first game did not go through. The second one, they had an opportunity where again a military base circle towards their end, they got the chicken dinner. And now another opportunity was very close for a chicken dinner, but I think Vasista were even more hungrier that they did not have anything from the very start. They grabbed the chicken dinner. So slowly teams are stepping up, and I think by the time we get to the grand finals, yes, it's still a long journey, we are ideating it, but I think the best teams who are going to give us the even most craziest action is what we are going to witness, Draco.
Generally speaking, I am very much intrigued to see GODLIKE, because fans don't realize that they must have not commented, but Destro is not playing. It is
Yeah.
a team, and Akonok just came in. He is the new signing. So a new signing, you're like, for the first time, we are not seeing Justin, Delta, and Destro playing together. It is one of the most iconic things one could say, because we have seen them be together since when? How many official tournaments? How many unofficial third-party tournaments as well? My oh my. But generally speaking, the team has been showing that they can play together. It'd be curious to know who's making the calls, because to be honest, the calls have been actually immaculate.
Yep.
They are making sure that they're not going into any fight which is unnecessary. Like, they're making sure that it's clean, to the point, and obviously there's individual brilliance right there. Literally, if Neo and Justin are on the top 5 of the MVP rankings, you know for a matter of fact this team is doing something good, either through strategy or by player skill.
Yeah. I think God's reign are slowly, as we said, right? It's that thought process of ending it on a high. And it's very much necessary. Now, when the next year starts, there's a lot banking on it. Very start from the Jan itself, there's a lot going in. They have to figure things out if their team is ready, and that's where this tournament also matters when you're ending on a high, is because the transfer window is also so close. As soon as you're ending the tournament, you need to be ready that, oh yes, this is my game to go through. But for now, our ERANGEL is ready. We're going to be jumping into game 5 and see if there is another team looking forward to a chicken dinner. So far in day 1, there has not been a back-to-back. Every team has been gunning for it, looking forward to their chicken dinners, their victories, and it is another one brewing in the works with Quarry starting things off in the flight path. And today we are seeing a very westernized flight path favoring towards military base, but not the sides of Milta or Power. And that tells us that this could be another opportunity, maybe, that a military base circle forms, Draco.
Exactly. This will be very interesting, because if it happens, one thing is for sure, GODLIKE are known to go to military base, but so is another team that is known as Infix True Rippers. Now, the flight path is a bit too away for them, so we could be seeing them trying to get into the middle, maybe at Pier, and then like Ferry Pier, and then going into military base. Only time will tell, but it depends on the zone. Another team that I want to watch out for, and we should keep an eye out for, is Versatile. this team under Somraj, a new team, a new roster, a new opportunity. Like when you talk about Somraj, he's one of these IGLs who you know will cook something and he'll cook it good. And he'll make sure that if he can, he will do his level best. But now, as the flight path concludes, we will try to find out what is the zone.
Group B and C teams right now fighting it off here in ERANGEL. Waiting for the first circle to form. A tad bit of a cluster we do end up seeing, but that's just the flight path or them using their parachutes and gliding across the military base, and that is the only cluster I see. Maybe towards Ruzok, Yasnaya, maybe we could see if teams decide to kind of fend off against each other, because even Wildfangs, as they're moving towards Milta, they might have an issue. And as we were talking about an issue, a couple of bullets being rallied across the board as they immediately drop down is what we are seeing on our screens to the left hand side of it. And again, one of the players, I think again it goes to K9 that they have not come out with all they're playing for. It's the 3 members.
Yep.
And the circle this time says no, not towards the military base. Very centralized, maybe favoring the northern part of ERANGEL a lot more this time.
But wait a minute, what is 8-bit doing? They are immediately starting off, and I believe a bullet. Oh my god. I think, was that a drift or did he lose a tire? He didn't lose a tire. That was a clean drift right there, making a 3-point turn, going back. Saran just saying like, hey, you know what? I can also drive as well. But Henry getting the first knock on K9 and the finish as well on K9 Slug. Ninja Boy taking down as well. This is not looking good for K9. They're already 3 there. But guess what? Amit with a shot on Henry. Aryan finish on Ninja Boy. Amit going down as well. And that would be that for K9. I believe this is not good. This is not good. It's not looking good for them at all.
But it could look better for Aiko Soul. Joker, he got a big 3. And now he's heard the shots. He's making a run with a DBS and an AK on his backpack. But that's a tough hill to climb to find the elimination. But he still has an opportunity. They're inside the compound. If his teammates decide to bank upon it, they make a quick splurge into that fight, it could be an option for success. But I think it might just be information for Aiku Soul, as they will keep an eye. Joker will just check, tell his teammates that there is a team here. If they're ready, maybe we can go in for a fight. And there it is. Joker finds Henry. He puts Cyrex down and he gets the confirmations. This man is the villain incarnate. He is not stopping, but finally somebody had to pray to be put him down, and none other in the form of Devotee. He comes and puts Joker down, and now Aiku Soul, they would have to give that finish away, but seems like they're not. They're actually coming in for a fight, so Joker will be spared. He will be saved. However, the opponents who were taken down, I don't think so, as Legit and Goblin are making a move.
I mean, Joker. In my opinion, he is one of the most underrated players. He's one of the players in BGMI history which has the most amount of trophies. If you look at it, the most amount, like in third party and any event, like to be honest, all events, as important as they are crucial. And this guy on a LAN, we all remember the infamous 1v6. This guy is like the player who you would wonder what is happening, but Joker proving everybody wrong. Right now, you see the lineup of Joker, Legend, Goblin, and Thunder. No Knuckle this time. Oh, very interesting call. So who is the IGL now? Is this something that they're taking from the book of GDR? Only time will tell.
We have to wait and watch. This is very interesting. This is how the previous game also went in Rondo, and they were able to get 13 total eliminations in their name. Aiko Soul now starting off with their aggression, and that tells us that they are now gearing up for what is ahead of them into the grand finals, is what they're trying to pray for. They've come into the second page. Before the start of Rondo, they were in the third page, meaning the bottom 24. And after that, they've risen up to the top 16. And from there, after this game, hopefully in the top 8. Something that we have to wait and watch for. But really good call to peel off from the fight, because if they continued it, Rising Esports in different directions, but now caught out in different positions, is going to be Victor Simus. Ronnie puts down Venom. Always, he knew he had no chance in rotation to help his teammate. That elimination will be given away for free. However, his life, it's there for another fight with Fury and Venom. Sorry, Fury and another player from his team. Venom was the one who went down. But you guys could do is check the link down in the description for the Kin app, where you can get your tickets for the grand finals of CEGC BGMI action. And in case you love CS2 as well, which is happening this weekend, get your tickets now.
I mean, get your tickets now. What are you waiting for? But there's one thing. It was a very nice transition if you notice. We went from the core of the players like Joker. We were talking about Joker, Knuckle, and all of them. And then we
Yeah.
transitioned to Ronnie. And this core, the infamous core that literally got
Yep.
trophies galore. I think so one of the best four-man team that we have ever seen in BGMI history. But now two of them are together, the rest are in different teams. Another thing that we have to talk about is RNTX. Like Revenant X Park, they have got two finishes under the name. They have started the game very much slow. This entire tournament, they haven't not been ideal. It has not been working in their favor. But we have seen this edge to edge rotation from them. But now I believe they had an opportunity where they might have had a clash, and they must have already got two knocks over there. Another team, Rising Esports. We have known them as Team RM in the past. They have got three finishers in their name, but only two people are left. Now it's interesting to see, like, will they go and prioritize the zone? Will they try to make sure that either they can go for the center or will they go edge to edge? We will find out in some time. But yes, Lucifer, it makes me now also wonder. Meta Ninja, another new roster. Need I remind
Yeah.
you? Wow.
I think it's time for everybody to start firing, and this is their opportunity to get those finishes, to rank higher among their, I would say, comrades, because they've been, as you were already saying, right, when we took these three different names, Mania not in this game, Godlike will be playing in the last game, that is the next one there in Group A. So when you talk about the whole fray, it feels like, hey, there's been so much time. They've been together in months. Now they're in different teams. So they're comrades somewhere down the line. But for now, Meta Ninja not showing any camaraderie against an opponent. They slammed in. And it is Gamla Boy, the only one. I don't know what happened here in the split. Was Gamla Boy supposed to be separated? Or was it just the looting phase that he was caught off guard and the other players will have no opportunity in helping? We did see Eggy a little afar. All he can do is pray if there's an opportunity, but that prayer will not be answered. And Marco's Esports have to just back off, or if they decide to fight, it could be a thoughtful one. If they don't, it could be their demise as well, and end for a ERANGEL counting their Miramar.
Exactly. I mean, we were talking about Ronnie and he gets that finish right there. I mean, that is like for the history books. But now we are looking at the past, but now it's time to look in the future, because guess what? The goal for every team today is start off on the right foot. Make sure your rotations are on point so that slowly and steadily, or either another way is the first 2 days, what if we call a bluff? What if you just try to do something very different, and on day 3 and 4 you play the game that you want to play? You've got, for most of the teams after today, they've got 12 games left. It is a lot of games and a lot of opportunities. We have seen teams in the past who have played really well. One example is Blitz in the qualifiers, 75 finish points in just 12 games. And right now, they're literally consistent. They're going forward with that. They're building up on that momentum. They have been one of the most consistent teams in this tournament. And now only time will tell if they will burst forward now or they want to take it a bit slow, because they're like, hey, we have reached a comfortable spot. Do you want to aggress even further or just take a step back?
I think along with Blitz, right?
Oh,
OG and Soul having a clash. Confirmations coming in for OG on the feed. But when I was talking about Blitz, there is another team who's, I feel like, hiding in the mix. If it is going to be NONX. They've been finding points. They've been staying in the top 5, but they've not been making a lot of noise. They're just around in the shadows. Whereas Blitz, they've been right down in the spotlight, making sure that everybody is seeing their name on the finish feed as well as sitting towards the top of the table. Let's see how far that's going to take them. And as you said, it did work out in the qualifiers, but now it's the semis, and start is good, but somewhere in the mid games, teams have to start controlling their pace and figuring out points, and figuring those points is going to be crucial for 8-bit. They've not had the best starts. They've not had the best eliminations in the grabs that they could have. Meta Ninja put them down previously. Let's see if they do make a change here on ERANGEL.
I mean, yes, you could clearly see that God's Reign right now are still out of the zone. They are making sure they can do that. Same goes for Wild Times. At the other point, if you take a look into the northwest, you'll see this one team of Vashishta just chilling out there, making sure that, hey, we have time, we don't need to rush in right now. Let's just focus on loot. Let's just get as many things. Meanwhile, the other teams are just going for the center. They want to make sure that, hey, if there's a hard shift, if there's any form of shift, we can adapt to it ASAP.
Game's completely slowed down right now because teams have understood that they're down to the last 2 games of day 1. And a lot of teams have not at all picked points that they would have liked at the end of day one, and that's why they've slowed this down. They're trying to figure out who or which team or which player do they need to pick the fight from. And especially because, again, we have an idea about their rotations, their drops and all of it, but it's again another different tournament, a whole different perspective, Draco, and teams are still trying to figure that out. Now TR, everybody would have wondered from nowhere they would have come out of the bridge, moving towards another position, but it's not that simple, especially that this is the old zone meta, not the new zone one. So teams are still again in that mix of figuring out, should we play the old zone style, should we play the new one that we have gotten comfortable in, and in that mix up as well, teams are still going down, especially for True Rippers. They've had a brilliant spree recently, but now the start of CEGC has not been that great.
That is very true. Another point which we are taking a look over here as we see Team Tamil just like making sure that hey, we hold on a site and we hold on a simple apartment and make sure that hey, if anybody bombs onto us or they try to push forward onto us, we can capitalize on that momentum. Right now, all the teams, but they are spotting one team, and that one team is none than 8-bit Juicy's team, team 8-bit. Oh my. They tried something very interesting in the first half where they tried to go behind GTR, but it didn't work in their favor, and all they could do is retreat back. Now another team close to them, only scouting them. They know the presence is there, but will Team Tamil fight onto this opportunity?
I feel like it's not an opportunity for them. 8-bit are in a 2-2 split, so Team Tamilas, all they do here is give their position away, and if 8-bit decide to converge, it's going to be a sandwich situation for Team Tamilas with all their 4 players stuck in one building. And if this continues, I can see a glimpse of Delta's player card at the edge of it. So it could be an opening invitation for even God's Reign. But on the feed, we did see Victor Summers getting hit by none other than OG. It might be a little bit of a distant fight, but does not matter. They've already lost their 2 players. It's only Fury and Oasis now. OG, who've already found points. OG are always in the mix. I don't think I worry about OG at all, because they've been performing when they wanted, and if they didn't perform, that map has been completely reset for them. That's how OG have been playing, and Orangutan are known for that. They start going all in once they know when the heat is too much, and they start fragging out, and there's no stopping once they go all in. That's the full-on gorilla mode that they go all out, passion on their opponents.
I mean,
but for now,
yeah, exactly.
it's day one.
Exactly my point over here. Yeah, it's day one. It's day one. We don't need to worry so much. But still, they are making sure that while it's day one, Lucifer, they are still making sure that they're sticking to the fundamentals. They are not being sloppy. They're not trying to make any error that would backfire on them. And talking about 8-bit and Team Tamilas gets the first knock on 8-bit. And now I believe we could be seeing a slamming happening any second now. And our finish feed will be filled with a lot of information right there. Who do you feel will come out on top of this duel, Lucifer?
Because of the sandwich, I did think of 8-bit, but only time will tell, especially with them giving away the first knock. On the other end, Versatile. Surprised that Somraj is not driving this team into fights. They're holding the Potato Hills, and in that Potato Hills, they spot teams rotating. One was Visista Esports, right behind them was God's Reign, and God's Reign, as soon as they understand it's another team, they decide not to go in that direction, and they start backing off. Interesting for now. Team Tamilas, they're holding the spot, and as we said, on one end we did see 1+ God's Reign. Aiko 8-bit still right close to them, and now it seems like even Versatile might have a fight in this mix, but Vasista are also close by. Hector starts taking shots on Smoker. Damage is being done, and I think Team Tamilas are left wondering what should their next approach be, because they're surrounded by teams, shots being taken in all directions, and they're wondering what is the safe spot, and the safe spot will be revealed based on the circle shift, and it goes entirely to the southern western part, and it gives big favorance for God's Reign, and God's Reign have to play this smart. They have to make sure that nobody has an opportunity to get behind their enemy lines, get behind the shores that they have control of, and they're already doing that. Look at the quick rotation that they're doing to the southernmost part where they have entire control both in height and buildings, and God's Reign are taking control of it.
They're taking control, and you have to also realize that they were coming from the bridge. So because they've come from the bridge near Ferry Pier, they have awareness that there's nobody there. And for a matter of time, we can see Hector going closer to them. Meanwhile, Blitz making a complete southern rotation. They're like, you know what, there could be nobody here. Let's just make the most of this opportunity. But there is a duel happening right in front of our eye. That's Raiden and Revenant X-Pac. Two teams who are having new rosters, but at the same time, legit taking down Aryan. And can he capitalize it? Can he make it a finish? Another finish point for Soul. This would be one thing which would be very interesting. But meanwhile, Neo knocking down Dreams and Aqua finishing him off with style.
Rising Esports in trouble. Aryan is down. Devotee is getting rushed. He might have saved them from another opponent, but Soul, it could be trouble. He did put down Joker previously, but it is Joker again trying to spew bullets and send a message saying he is going to find vengeance, and it is Devotee in a 1v1 situation on Joker. Position revealed and Devotee had to back off, but a nade lands from Legit, and that is going to be sending Rising Esports back into the lobby for the next game. What a play from IQ Soul. And what a finish flurry game again that they're starting and threading for themselves.
At this point, that was like, he just simply said, thank you very much. You can go next. And now we must say that Aikusul have only 3 players left. So this could be a situation where they are making the most of the opportunity that they have. They are focusing on stalking an enemy. And guess what? He is taken down by Fears. He's knocked. And what do we expect Orangutan to do? To go and get the revival. But now they have been pushed forward. Visgod trying to find out, but guess what? Trace is left to him close by. The nade goes in. Does he get a connection? No, he doesn't.
Close one, but no ways. He gets it. Atanki simultaneously another nade, and Aru, can he do something? Revenant X-Pac, they've not had a great start at all. All the games that they've played, they've been eliminated within a blink of an eye, and this could be their next game where they might find opportunity. But before they could find their players, a couple of eliminations and finishes given away, and after that, they end up wiping Orangutan. But the fight is not done for. Meta Ninja are very close, and you have an opportunity because you are close to the grand finale, which is going to be happening next weekend, and all the tickets are available on Kin. Go download right now and book your tickets, because it seems like this is going to be a one fine fun evening of grand finals between the best of Indian 16 teams who will be looking forward to winning a government backed event in an international global IP.
Exactly. We are turning the page in Indian history of esports, and now it all matters to us. Meanwhile, we can see like a lot of teams have now gone to center. If you take a look at the finish feed, Revenant X-Pac have got 5 finishes in their name, and Orangutan have been eliminated. It has not worked in their favor. This duel with Revenant backfired on them, and resulting in them being eliminated and sent back home. But now it all leads to what can Soul do. Soul have 4 players. They have 3 players, but 4 finishes, and only time will tell if they can make 4 from it. Right now, we're on the southern part of the map. As you can see, the zone is still there. Now these teams in the zone, and guess what? Now, all the teams, there's only Vashta Esports who have the zone, and Blitz. Blitz realized, I believe Soha must have made sure to scan the entire area to get as much information. They might know that there's nobody east to them. But in the meantime, Marco was making sure to get as much area as they can, going into their partners that are over there. Oh my, I must say this, Lucifer. Soul is taking a very late rotation. What are they planning? Are they planning to slam it into the south? Will they go into the path of Blitz?
This is an interesting position to be. The eastern end is going to be a big cluster. The western one, a little more lenience for Blitz, as you said. 8-bit. They have a lot to do in terms of ordeal if they have to get closer into the circle. The distance might be just 200 meters, but it looks like 200 opponents in front of them if they want to get into the circle. Juicy making them play slow and steady. Revenant X-Pac on the other end after 6 total eliminations that they were able to grab. Goten and Trace are the last survivors. It's going to be tough. God's Reign on the other end, who were swept out of the circle because of the ship. They had to make it back in. And who were their main problem? It could have been Vasista Esports. They were in the previous game, but it was Marcos who were at the southern edges of the circle. They move in on the feed. We do see their name, meaning God's Reign, have made their mark back into the circle, giving them space. But space is what Revenant X-Pac need if they want to get back into the game. They've dropped down a smoke, which could be a hint for Versatile. And Versatile, so far, Draco have not taken a single fight. and they might be hungry now as we are getting to the last few circles from here and from the stage 4. In the next 15 seconds, the zone is going to start shrinking and we're going to be very close to the stage 5.
Exactly, and in the finish field, we have seen that Blitz. We have talked about Blitz and Soul coming together, facing off, and that's what happened. Soul are now 2 players down. At the same time, a team like Wild Fangs, there's just 1 player left. Same goes for Marcus Esports. Same goes for Victoria Summers. On the other hand, now a slow flash happening in. Trace having a look. They know where it is. They are going for Legend. They go for Thunder. Cotin gets one. And this could be that. Justin getting a knock on Fury. This is looking good for GDR. Once again, building up from the momentum. While Soul have been eliminated. While they have been eliminated this time, they got 4 finishes to their name. Decent performance, but ideally, they could have survived a bit longer.
X Spark destroying their own vehicles, making cover, but Meta Ninja, they pounce upon them. A 2v4 not working at all. There was no bright future there. And Revenant X Spark, after the 6 eliminations that they were able to grab, that's all as they end without any position points. Same goes for Victor Summers, but they don't even have a single finish point in their name. Team Tamilas might suffer the same place as they are losing players one after another. The fight happening outside the circle, and it is 8-Pit taking a fight with Team Tamilas, and Team Tamilas trying to make a run, but somebody else decides that they want to take advantage on the finishes. Blitz on the other end picking up a fight with Versatile, and Blitz, they have the higher ground. Once they start tossing these nades, it'll start hitting the players, and Nox will also start coming through. And Blitz, they have also the advantage of the circle. A Nox being found. Somraj and co are in trouble right now. If they want to get back into this fight, they have to find a way to move back, fight against Blitz and push them off, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be happening. Blitz have a really good spread. Somraj is done for. His confirmation also comes through, and that makes the smile on the faces of Blitz players even wider, because they know they're closer to getting the edge, the northwestern part of the circle. But it seems like Meta Ninja, they're here to spoil the plans as Termi puts server down and very close to elimination as the confirmation comes through.
Yeah, Server OG has 12 finishes to his name. Meanwhile, if you see the map feed, if you have seen when we have seen the map feed, the 2 teams who have a lot of area to make the most from, it's Godrian and Mashishra. These 2 teams are playing it smart. They are making sure that they know where the other team is, so they're not engaging. Rather, they're going for placement. They're like, we can now capitalize on placement points. Just understanding the rotation. Talking about Godrian, they take down Jelly and finish off. Aquanox finishes off Jelly as well. True Rippers is one team that we haven't spoken much about this game at all, because they haven't shown much presence. Now they're facing off in a duel and it's not working in their favor. On the other hand, Meta Ninja with 6 finishes to their name. Chandan also getting a knock. This is going good. Neo finishing off Kana, and that is that.
Let's looking forward to maybe a double whammy of a chicken dinner, but Meta Ninja could spoil their plans. And there you go, as is say the name, Aimbot, he gets knocked. Meta Ninja already at a total of 6 elimination, now getting their 7th on Aimbot, and they look forward to a lot more. But Vasista Esports, as you said, they have an opportunity inside the circle. They have to play it out smart, and they're doing. And Versatile lose another player, and that should be the last of Versatile as Ninja Jot goes down. Vasista Esports also bank on another elimination in their name. A long way to go if this continues, but Vasista Esports finally see their opponents who are trying to snatch that chicken dinner away, and it's Meta Ninja. And Meta Ninja, they down their player, and Vasista Esports, this is their opportunity to move in and take that center in full control, but Ronnie is still fighting for it as Meta Ninja are grabbing eliminations right, left and center.
Right, left and center, it truly is, but right now the team in first and the team in second, after game number 3, are facing off. Game number 4, my bad, are facing off against each other. Meanwhile, Meta Ninja has been spraying and praying. They're trying their level best to make sure to capitalize and get more finishes. Right now, each of their team members have 1 each, a total of 4. But they want more. They need more. Because at the end of the day, 4 is not enough. And we're talking about that. The spray was immaculate by Hector, getting Some. And he knows where the position is. He knows where the tree is. All he has to do is connect. He gets that connection, and that would be a finish right there in his favor. But will another team capitalize on this? Because their teams are surrounding them at the end of the day. Meta Ninja are between a rock and a hard place, and this is not looking good for them at all.
It's going to be a tough one for Meta Ninja. They started off really good. A chicken dinner was a thought in the process, but it doesn't seem to be the case. On one end, they have Vasista Esports gunning for them. On the other end, very soon it could be 1+ Godsend. And if all that fails and foils, there is Blitz who are already trying to force 1+ Godsend from coming up the ridge. Now, Blitz also have an opportunity on Meta Ninja, but the only problem is on the other end, 1+ Godsend. If these guys peak a little further, 1+ Godsend have the opportunity. If 1+ Godsend peak a little further, it's Blitz who have the opportunity. But Vasista Esports in the mix of it, they're taking their time because they know they have the edge of the circle. The zone is not right behind them to be worried about and pushing out, but yes, it is closing. 24 seconds on the clock, which makes that the circle shift is going to happen very soon, and Blitz decide they're not going to wait for that. They slam into Meta Ninja and they start trying to find eliminations, but what happens is Vasista Esports, even though Blitz knocked the players, it is Vasista who are taking advantage, and Neo drives by thinking for an opening opportunity, but I think that was a movement, a smart one coming in from his end. And God's Reign, they have, without Destro, Neo calling the shots. He's already on the MVP standings, and now he's looking forward to another chicken dinner with this position that he's taken. The last two teams and a 4v4 fight that we are awaiting for.
I mean, GDR with 10 finishes to their name. They are cooking something. I don't know what are they eating for breakfast, but my oh my, they're eating good. And now with a new IGL in Neo, trying his level best to help this team move forward. He is pushing forward, and guess what? Right now we are talking about Neo and Justin, and they both are 3 and 4, 2 finishes each. This is looking immaculate. And guess what? Neo begins the day, ends off Hector, finishes off with style. He tells his old teammate, I'm so sorry, I might love you, but you are not my teammate anymore. It is God's Reign. Jot goes down, and now it's all left to Sim. The clutch master gets one. This could be interesting. He has a moment. He has an opportunity. He's trying his level best. Delta knowing this. Makes a flick, and that is that. Another chicken dinner in the name of God's Reign. My oh my. This is a team performance, and this is a team that's not slowing down. They ended BMIC on second last, but now they're saying that was that. It was old stories. Now we are new. There's a new team. We have got Aquanox. We have got fresh blood, and we are here to get the win.
There were so many questions on 1+ God's Reign. Is this the roster that everybody is looking forward to? What is next for 1+ God's Reign? And finally, the answer. They answered in such a form. It was, again, if you look back and trace it into game number 1, God's Reign were nowhere. We thought this is their circle. This is their opportunity on ERANGEL. Military base it is. They should secure a chicken dinner, but they'd missed the opportunity. FS was a little bit of a cause of trouble, you can say that. But once they've gotten back into form, it is working out. And you have to give it to Neo. The way he's stepping up, I think when you put it to roles, right? When individual players are either put upon a position where now that they're responsible for the whole team, I don't know, somewhere they start stepping up. We saw this earlier from Knuckle, right? He was put into the position of an IGL. Even though he was clutching already, he did step up at times. And now it seems like Joker is stepping up while Legit is there. And here, it's Neo who's stepping up in such fashion for the team. We already know Justin does it. We already know Delta does it. Aquanox coming back, we know his performance. But Neo, my oh my, I think if this continues, God's Reign could be the very first teams who qualify into the Grand Finals. The way we are talking, it's day 1, but it feels like these teams are fighting on the last day.
Genuinely speaking, God's Reign are not holding back. Every single time they have a duel, they're going for it. The slam-in by Neo, if you remember, that was a slam-in and it was incredible. He got an off angle, got the finishes, and then at the motor time, he just gets that. But now, we'll be going into the... I believe it will be the last game of the day. It's going to be very interesting because a lot of the teams that were on the top, they still made sure that they were finishing in the top 5. But only time will tell what will be the rankings, who will be the MVP of this game. But we'll be right back after a break.
love you a real one. Pull up when the shift done. Roll out, let me feel some. I just wanna feel some. Fall through, let me feel some. Weak spot from the brown eyes. And the low lights glowing on you. What you want, I'm outside. Spin the block on the downtime. Hold me down, don't fold on me. I'm him to the gravestone. Shirt say 6, I'm a ghost son. God. You let her post for the camera. I like you better than candles. You left the city that gave you the head on your shoulder. You got a vantage point. Jump on my line when it's PM, I give it the stamina. You fell in love with potential before me. Somebody that left you for damage, huh? Well, bless your heart. Hey, go and protect your heart. Sit down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. 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 Sit down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. Up against that body, turn you to somebody to me, let me phase it. Pretty soul, I make a phase. How did I go from a stranger to someone you hit up when you need a fave? Drop low on occasion, and I bless that heart. Sit down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold up, let me take my time.
Move out the way like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. I got a plan. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like, do you know who I am? Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn.
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025 by Skyesports. So far we have seen 5 beautiful matches. One last Miramar is due, and after that every single team would have played their 4 matches for the day number 1 action in semi-finale. And trust me, a lot of teams are there who are trying their level best to be there in the top 8 till the end of semi-finale so that they can straight up go to the LAN. But then again, if you talk about teams like OnePlus God's Reign or Team Blitz, they are doing absolutely amazing job of being consistent, being on par with their approach. Having said that, it's me, Rita, and we have Trico once again back on the list. Rick, I really wanted to ask you what can be done to kind of neglect God's Reign's reign of terror at this point from the other perspective, from the perspective of other 15 teams who are going to come into the picture. What is the approach they have to take so that they can counter God's Reign and Blitz Esports at the same point with regards to consistency?
I mean, yeah, as we get to the points table, I think it'll be very interesting to see who's even the MVP of the last game as well, because knowing into it, we had 2 names, and it is none other than Delta. My oh my, the one player that was not a part of the top 5 is now become with 4 finishes. But an interesting point, 4 finishes because he only did 28% of the contribution. That means all the players either had 4 or 3 finishes to their name, which just means that maybe Neo and Justin might be leading the top 5 MVP players of the tournament, which is very much interesting. What can teams do to make sure that this reign of terror ends? A drop clash, maybe? Stopping them in the rotation, catching them off guard. But how can you catch a team off guard that is literally proving their mark? I think, see over here, another 24-point game for God's Reign. In second place was Meta Ninja. Third place versus Esports with 12 points. Blitz with 8, making sure that, hey, we might be on top, but we're just making 4. But this jump by God's Reign has clearly resulted in there being a huge lift-off, because they are now on a total of 69 points. Meanwhile, Blitz will be only there at 52. Will there be any other team which is there? I don't think so, because there was a gap of 12 points that we had stated earlier. Rated, this is looking like a one-man army show on day 1. That God's Reign is here to just prove that what was bygones is bygones.
Indeed, I mean, they have struggled in the past few tournaments, but then again, look at them having a fresh start, having a fresh tournament on their face, and eventually the way they're performing, it's absolutely amazing. You talked about 12-point difference, but right now they have a difference of 17 points up against their competition. OnePlus God's Reign nails 69 points in 2 winner chicken dinners in the matches that they played so far in day number 1 of semi-finale. Brilliant performance, absolute consistent game, and if I'm not wrong, when we talk about an average of 40 points per day, that means 10 points per match for every single particular team. These teams like OnePlus God's Reign and Blitz Esports have done above and beyond job, and they have secured a lot of amazing points. There are certain teams who still are struggling, but then again, if you see, there is a good consistency of placement and positioning points along with finishes in between WELT and Vasista Esports. Teams like these have actually secured both the placement points and the finish points in a very good fashion. Waiku Soul, the Rondo that they played, I believe around 13 to 14 frags, and then eventually getting some placement points that actually gave them the jump that they have right now. In the past match, in the previous one, they had just 4 frags, so that's exactly why you can clearly see not a lot of position points. To be precise, 0 position points, and all the points that are coming in for IQ Soul are from the finishes that they were able to acquire, and they've still maintained their own presence into the leaderboard by having the 9th position. But still, they have to go miles if they really want to qualify directly from semis to grands.
I mean, exactly. Right now, they are in 9th place, so ideally, they have to make sure they're in the top 8. That's all that matters. Meanwhile, on the other hand, now we'll be seeing games like from True Rippers. Ideally, not the start that we expected, neither from 8-bit or Versatile. They started much very slow, but a lot of these teams are new. It's a new roster. They're trying to make something work of it. They're trying to understand each other's playing style, because at the end of the day, you need to understand the player who's next to you. But now, as we go to the schedule, as we go to the last game, it is a game between none other than Group A and Group C. Because now we see one very interesting situation. The team of, if I'm correct, we're going to now see like True Rippers orangutan in one match. We previously saw this back in Myanmar, and that was again. Will history repeat itself? That is the question we all have to be thinking about.
Definitely that bloodbath is going to be there. The action is going to be there, no doubt in that. But then again, the way you pointed out that True Rippers and teams like Orangutan fighting back once again for the podium positions, it's going to be very, very interesting to watch how the all situation turns out. Welt, again, they secured a winner with a in Miramar. Maybe Welt is very, very good in terms of Miramar's. Ikusol is another team. Whenever we talk about Miramar domination, Ikusol comes in my mind. Vasista comes in my mind. Despite the fact that Vasista has got a new roster, then again, Vasista is still capable enough to do something good in this particular map. Definitely looking forward to see whenever the match gets started. We'll dive into it, and with the flight part, with the first few play zones, we'll have a better idea of how this entire show is going to go. The fact that same groups are going to fight, as we got to see in the match number 2, which was Miramar, the first Miramar for the day. We got to see group A and C fighting in that, and again the last Miramar for the day, same groups. That means drop clashes can be avoided. You have to analyze your way, and you get a better idea that yes, these are the certain drop locations where if we avoid those situations, we might get better results. Let's see if teams are going to adapt to that.
I feel like today we have seen this happen at match 1. The first map where the two teams are facing off is like the warm up, and the second one we see a lot more attacking prowess right there. Like we saw this during ERANGEL as well. Map 1 was a bit chill, but then map 3 was one where teams were just getting immediate finishes. If you remember, we had casted a game where literally in the span of 2 minutes, they were literally like 10 players out, knocked out, finished. They were literally sent back home. So clearly there could be domination seen. Now only time will tell if we see the same on this map as well. Because now we are coming to the end of the day. At the end of the day, the pressure is already building up. If you have not had good games, you want to prove a mark. You want to show your fans that, hey, we are trying our level best. We are doing our best. And in doing your best, you want to sometimes, it leads to some mistakes, but there'll be some teams that will make mistakes and some which will actually capitalize and get better. But will they? Only time will tell. As we get into the next map, which I'm very much interested to see because the last game of this game. But now the map, as we get to the map, Raiden, I must say this.
Yeah.
How interested are you, and which team are you looking out for to watch out in this game?
I think I would love to see Hero Extreme Godlike bouncing back, because they have been struggling in the first 3 games that they played consecutively. There is not a lot of points that they were able to accumulate, so this is the perfect time when the last match is going to queue in. They have to perform right here so that they can be back on the charts and eventually get some good performance at the end of the day and start tomorrow with good momentum. The flight path from Minas to all the way Lakh definitely is shifted towards the western part of the map. That means areas like Puerto, areas like Impala, Al-Azhar, Tierra Bronca, Campo Militar, which is not really that chaotic type of area. Teams are going to have tough time rotating over there. But if you talk about Ico Orangutan, Shumishara is the drop location that they usually adapt to. I believe they are not going to have any problem. Picado, again, a lot of fights could be happening. Hacienda, again, a perfect place to drop in. El Pozo, so many locations are still available where the teams are going to jump. But my main question in my mind, and that I'm going to put forth on the screens as well, is, are they going to avoid the drop clashes, or are they going to take the drop clashes? Like what is happening in Valle del Mar. In Phoenix True Rippers, they are going to take up a fight against their opponents, but jumping in the same location. So we will get to see a lot of early casualties probably.
We would be, but right now, as you can see in the southern part of the teams that have already taken off, they have literally like made sure to go into zones where there's no drop clashes. But interestingly, there are 2 teams. I believe that's Victorious Summers, if I'm right. Oh, that's VE, who are there with True Rippers. On the other hand, Godlike have waited till the very end to drop. And interestingly, the other team is Autobots, as well as Why Not Esports. A very interesting take by both these 3 teams. I would like to see like what do they do, because all depends on the zone. Such a late drop is going to be very much interesting because you know the flight path, but the zone is where it matters. Now, as you can see, this team slowly getting in. We notice one small detail over here that the teams of Cincinnati kids have gone to the west and they made sure the west is theirs. But now they've got no cars. They've got just one. On the other hand, the team of Versatile have vehicles. If they want to slam in, we might see an early match. But guess what? The zone has betrayed every team that's gone in the north, and it has gone completely in the south.
A lot of rotations are going to turn in, and trust me, Miramar is a map where rotations are a very vital but chaotic part of the map, because it's a wide open map. There are so many ridges, your Mirados, your pickup trucks, your different weapons. Vehicles like Dacia and Coupe are obviously going to get stuck. And if you talk about buggy, it's a good vehicle to work around with in this particular map. But then again, it's a vehicle which is very, very exposed with regards to you getting bullet on your body. So it's a very exposed vehicle. So I am definitely looking forward to see how rotations are going to turn in. But Worcester versus Infinix Troopers, a team which is trying to make a mark up against a team which has made a mark in the recent few days. Infinix Troopers, Hydro, Hirsch, these two individuals, we can rely them with regards to the fragging potential. And if you talk about Infinix Troopers, Jelly, the IGL, the brains behind the bronze of this particular team, is very good with his rotation, very good with his iconic whenever a chicken dinner taking play. And I believe Miramar is one of the strong maps for this particular team. But as I suspected, Hero Extreme Godlike is going to bounce back in this particular map. Look at the way they are fighting back. Team Autobots, who came up onto the top 2 spot in the last Miramar, are now in shambles as Hero Extreme Godlike. They're performing with their godly play.
They are truly performing. They're immediately slamming and they realize that the team is vulnerable. It's like a wolf. When you're hungry, you smell blood and you're going for it. And right now they're doing just that. Ralph is low. Mania getting some shots on him. Admino and Espa working together as a team. But guess what? Ralph gets Admino, but he goes down as well. Aribs is all left alone now. They have to get this. They have to make sure that they have revived the player that's knocked down. But guess what? Jonathan, knock and finish. Thank you very much, says Jonathan. Arib is now gone. It's all left to Pro. Pro, what are you going to do? This has completely backfired. This game has not worked in the favor of Autobots. They have tried their level best, but this is not looking good for them. Godlike have welcomed themselves, and they're literally showing that they are here. They are here to prove a point that, hey, you cannot just write us off just yet. We are here to make sure we leave a mark and maybe, just maybe, get the kills that are required to secure a spot in the LAN.
I believe that every single team is trying their level best to secure that spot in that particular LAN event that you talked about. So we really have to see how this entire play is going to turn out. Hero Extreme Godlike, their start looks absolutely amazing. The way they've secured these 3 frags, it will put them in a spot where they are now feeling comfortable in this particular map. Their rotations are going to be a little bit more easier, as the clashes that were due as soon as they came out of the compounds are pretty much over right now. But they still have to traverse around the map for a distance of around 2.5 kilometers. So that's a big difference, big rotation.
A big rotation indeed, but right now, as we take a look at what is happening, Nox has just been like, you know what, we're just going to make sure we go it slow. They are 500 meters away, so right now it's like loot as much as we can, and then we'll see what happens next. Because right now, while teams are facing off duels, we expected it to be a very high octane game, but it resulted in stage 1 going as slow as possible. Meanwhile, over here, Rising Esports and MADKING, 2 teams that have in the past, they both have faced off against teams from other countries. They have proven Rising Esports from the past, that team, that core has done. And guess what? What a nade right there! Pro has been taken down by Aryan and Clutch God as well. This is not looking for MADKING. MADKING, are you going to be the one who's going to be conquered? Or even with a conqueror, the one to make sure to shut the dreams of Rising Esports. But guess what? Shadow goes down as well. It's all left on Apollo. He's trying his level, but he's surrounded, and that is that. That is the end for MADKING. They have been conquered by none other than the Rising Ones, Rising Esports.
Brilliant Rising Esports. I believe last few matches that they played were not good enough, but then again, look at them. 4 amazing frags and shutting down their opponent, MADKING. To be honest, MADKING's day has been like a seesaw ride. In few matches they have been wonderful, in few matches they have been getting contested every now and then just as the match gets started. So yeah, for MADKING, day number 2, day number 3 are going to be very, very important, because on day 4, the finishing remarks will be written by a lot of particular teams. But Team Hero Extreme Godlike, once again we go back to them as they are traversing around the map, trying to get the zone control, zone positioning. Mania will be eyeing for the edge of the circle. Usually we get to see him playing on the centers as well, but the kind of circle that we have right now, taking the edge control is going to be a better choice. And Miramar, again, is known for the edge control plays coming in from the winner chicken dinner taking team. You recall the last Miramar, Welt was on the edge, and on the dead center parts we got to see Autobots and some other teams like even Cincinnati Kids. Ash was playing at that particular point. So Welt took the edge control, shuts down AK, and then finally pushes towards the last man standing from Autobots. That was, I believe, Lobster. So in Miramar, we will get to definitely see a lot of edge plays. NONX on the other corner starts off good up against Infinix Troopers.
I mean, yeah, it depends on how you want to play because we are in the old zone as well. So it's like a slow and steady thing. You are not going to see so many hard shows. But when you do, you have to think fast and make it quick. But right now, NONX and True Rippers are looking at each other. They know that this match is quite important for both of them because they both are not that high on the table, if you're being honest. Neither of these teams, True Rippers has been, for most of it, quiet. They have been quite quiet during this tournament. They have not seen a lot of lethal aggression from Hydro, one player who is considered to be an emerging star, one of the best fraggers, assaulters in India. And he proved his mark during the recent international tournament as well, the international LAN that took place in Delhi. But now, in front of our lobby filled with Indian players who have a point to prove. They have to prove that, hey, if this is the start of a new page, is this the start of something new, we are going to be that. Anonymous gets taken down. Harsh, he knows for a matter of fact how important this is, and Hydro finishes it. My bad. I feel like I've initiated caster's curse, but in the other way, where I talk for a player and they get a finish.
Oh, it happens. It happens to the best of us, man. The Casa curse is a pretty real situation. And Infinix True Rippers, how far can they go? I mean, they started off. Harsh has got the first frag. But then again, if you talk about a winner with a chicken dinner, that's where they need to chime in. That's where they need to, like, overshadow every single other opponent. If they get a winner with a chicken dinner, they'll have that bump in the leaderboard. Same can be said for here, XTREME, GODLIKE. Same can be said for even NONX, their competitors at this point in the lobby. These three teams that I talked about just right now haven't secured a winner with a chicken dinner so far and haven't been that consistent. But FS Esports, even their consistency, even VXT's consistency at this point is at question. These 4-5 teams that we are talking about every now and then are failing to perform in a consistent way, not just in a consistent way, but in a remarkable way, where they get one big match and after that, if they are inconsistent, it kind of is understandable. But honestly, every single match that you come into the picture, you're not being able to put up a remarkable score with regards to the leaderboard. At the same point, you're failing to be consistent with whatever points you're getting. Like if you get an average of 7 to 8 points every single match, that's still a good situation. That's still a situation where you will have at the end around 25, 26, 27 points on the leaderboard, which is good enough to start on the day number 2. Yeah. FS,
Levi taking some shots right there. Yeah, Aru was spotted. Levi tried to make the most of the situation, but I guess it was just a bit too far for him to make sure the spray was on point. On the other hand, Roman has taken an interesting but Ninja Boy getting the knock on Aru. Something which we didn't expect because guess what? K9 are legit with just 3 players. There are only 3 players there. The rest of the team, I believe, are not playing this tournament or like they're taking a break from today's games. But WizGod realizing that he has to create some space for his team, just trying to get as much information. But the split by Orangutan is quite wide. Look at how far AKOP is. I believe if Aru is rest, that'd be very good for the team. And I believe if that's done, which is done, Aru is healed up as well. Now Orangutan are like, yep, okay, this was an attempt. We got a loot. Now we're going to go back. On the other hand, Cincinnati kids just trying to burst forward, trying to get into the make sure that they are in the zone because they are 1,600 meters away. They're so far away from the zone. They're going to be taking damage the entire time.
They have to tank up this damage. In its stage 2, I believe it's pretty much possible. You can keep on using boosters, you can keep on using the band-aids so that you can finally come into the circle. But again, edge plays, that's the only option you are left with if you like rotate that late into the play zone. Then you have to hold off your edges, and if there is someone who's already gatekeeping the edge, then you are in a big trouble. And I believe that's exactly what Team Cincinnati Kids is going to face at the end. So yeah, overall a situation where Cincinnati Kids could have found the comfort. They are still stuck outside the circle where a lot of other teams have actually taken a interesting compound controls. Aiko Orangutan
Interesting compound control.
is still
Yeah.
holding
Yep.
the church location where for a brief moment we got to see them tussling around with FS, and now BXC is also in the close by vicinity. But Aiko Orangutan is that particular team who has got the highest height advantage at this point, so they can easily foresee all the rotations coming in, all the pushes, all the aggressive stances the other particular teams are going to hold off up against them. So that's a good situation for Aiko Orangutan. And looking at what they have done in the past Miramar, I have high hopes that Aiko Orangutan once again can shine bright.
It really can shine bright, I must state, because they have proven it that they are one of the best teams who are at every LAN as consistent as it gets. They are quite consistent. But guess what? Right here, Roman with the first knock on Shadow. Oh my god, Ninja. They are wondering, Meta Ninja are wondering what went wrong right here. It is all about the open space. It's all about the verticality. When you hold a different angle, suddenly you need to make sure you're observing every single nook and corner, making sure that you are observing it as much as you can. But now, 8-bit Sarang getting another knock to his name. 8-bit is a team that we have seen perform here and there, not that much, but Sarang proving why he is still one player who we should keep an eye out for. Gets a finish to his name. And guess what now? FS just scanning, knowing that Meta Ninjas that they had made a knock, but will they go for a push? That'll be interesting to watch out for.
A knock and a push, I believe it will be tough. That too, when we are getting closer to the stage number 3, that means the third place zone will be coming in. And looking at the survival, looking at the number of teams that are still surviving, if you go with a knock and push approach in a distance of like 200-300 meters, there might be a very big possibility that the fight is going to get prolonged, or maybe the opponent is going to get revived, and the worst case scenario will be a third party. FS, they've got a very decent knock onto Meta Ninja's individuals. Ronnie is out there for the revival. Well, the plays have been reset. Rebels is done. Termi, he shuts one down. Lowesh has been taken down on the other corner. 1 plus K9 slug. He takes down Hero Extreme Godlike's Manya. Roman shuts down Ronnie, and now it's the turn for Shadow. Oh my god, oh my days. What a lovely spray coming in from the sides of FS. Roman, the guy who was forgotten in a lot of tournaments. Because whenever we get to see Levi and Lowesh playing at their utmost 100%, we kind of forget what Roman is capable of. But look at Roman, just proving himself lethal and fruitful for the team every now and then. And there you go, entire team vibe for Meta Ninja. Not the best of the day for Meta Ninja as they failed to perform in all the 4 matches today.
I mean, it's not ideal, but one thing to point out about this is this team of FS, they were in second place. They were so close. The likes of Levi having the opportunity to go and play an international tournament. They missed out. And since then, it has been a topsy-turvy situation for them. But they have been consistent as well. This game as well, they have 2 finishes under their name. Another team who has actually played the international tournament that was first in that official land was none other than Rising Esports. That team who literally raised the flag of India, now having an opportunity to maybe, just maybe, play in an international global IP and prove that, hey, look, we are not done yet. Another team that we should keep an eye out is Godlike, because they are on 6 finishes, the highest by any team during this entire game. They have started, we had seen the 3-1 on Autobots. I believe they have still continued this flurry of damage. I believe they might have taken a book out from, how do you say, from the likes of God's Reign, where they are focusing on finish points, because God's Reign currently have 45 finish points to their name. Like, by the way, just a point to let you all know, 24 points is just through placements, out of which 2 are chicken dinners, so 10 in each. And the remaining 45 is just finish points, which is immaculate. Like, in my opinion, they are just going all out aggression with a new IGL, with Destro taking a break, Delta proving a point. But now getting back into this game, I believe we could be seeing something happening for Godlike Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that's my verdict at the end as well, that I really want to see Godlike outshining in this particular matchup, as what Aiko Soul did in the map of Rondo. They were able to bring their kind of footing in the leaderboard back into the picture. Really want to see Godlike doing the same. Really want to see some of the teams like NONX and Versatile along with Meta Ninja. But Meta Ninja, as we unfortunately saw, got taken down entirely. It was not the best performance from their corner. Versatile, they have also lost Smoker, but they still have Ninja George, Somraj, the IGL that everybody knows, who has got a lot of experience, who has got a lot of ideas to play with. But it's like every single strategy that these experienced IGLs bring, the newer IGLs, the newer individuals, like you talked about Delta stepping into the foots of an IGL, he's just countering all of that. He is countering that with the firepower that they have got. Amazing by the sides of God's Reign, what they have done so far in the past 4 matches. But God's Reign, all their matches are pretty much over. They had a total of 69 points. Blitz, they were very, very close to them, but there was still a gap of around, I think, 17 points between God's Reign and Blitz. And now that we have got the current playing 14 teams available, it's still going to be very interesting to watch how the entire play orchestrates as WELT comes closer than ever to Rising Esports. And it's a dip where Rising is playing, and that's exactly where Rising might go down. This nade from Proton can be very costly, but CyRX evades at the right time.
He really waits, and now it's off. I mean,
Oh,
they
no,
had taken
this
that a
Molly.
beautiful molly right there to just knock Sykes down. We have seen already the situation. We have seen this team of Rising Esports being in the situation, but now Maxioso, the man who was on the top 5 MVP list, now trying to get another one. And guess what? Gokul finishes off Cyrex. Devotee goes down by Proton, and it's all left on the shoulders of the IGL Aryan. Can he create something out of nothing? Can he create an opportunity where this clutch will work in their favor? Can he make sure that he can once again lift the team's reputation? That's what he does. Maximo goes down with a nade. Aryan now slowly and steady realizing that he has created an opportunity. He knows where Proton is. A nade goes in. A nade nearly slams him. But guess what? The nade by Proton is enough to knock Aryan out of this game and send Rising Esports home. This was a good fight right here by Welt, proving for a matter of fact that while they are still in the top 5, they want to make sure that they are first and they qualify for the LAN that's taking place in Chennai.
After seeing the map fate, I can clearly see one more team who is failing to perform the way they intended to in the Lunar stage. 4 winner occurrence out of 5. I'm talking about Why Not Esports, the only all-female lineup. Pew Pew, Not Risky, Baby Bot, and Not Bhumi, I believe, are the 4 individuals who are playing from that particular team. So far in the last 3 games that they were able to join, they failed to perform. Points are not coming through. Ending on a good note should be their only idea, and that's exactly why they're playing super late. If you see, the third play zone is about to go down, and they're still outside the circle. They're still on the move in the extreme southern part of the play zone, traversing through the roads so that they can have a better outcome. But Jonathan, this was a very risky move. Coming out in an open, getting prone down like that. If there was different angles that FSC Sports or CKO can find out, he could have easily been taken down. A risky move, but then again, he has got that experience to neglect all of that risk and get all the rewards. Cincinnati kids haven't opened up so far, but pretty soon I believe they're going to fight back as we are already deep into the 4th stage.
We are deep into the 4th stage, but now just looking at this map, we know CK they have found their apartment. They found the spot where they want to be in the zone. They know, from matter of fact, it's another minute and a half until which you will see like all the teams getting a bit more worried and wondering what is happening. Meanwhile, Flock just scouting, make sure he has all the angles, because we have seen this verticality is what is affecting a lot of teams. They are not realizing the importance of a bit of spray. He's trying to get on Shahan. Can he get it? No. Shahan goes very low, but that is not enough to get the knock. On the other hand, 8-bit just pushing in, and so even does Why Not Esports. Interestingly, they started off the game completely in north, then they go all the way for Minas, then they follow down, they go south, and then from Los, they go up. And guess what? They're still there. And guess what? Talking about them, the caster's curse is working, but this time it's working opposite because Sarah gets knocked down. But can Why Not Esports right now, being a 3-man roster, sorry, my bad, 3 female roster, try to make sure that they can get a knock, a finish, and maybe wipe out Aiku 8-bit.
That's the plan. Despite of the fact that they are at this moment a player short, they definitely want to take this opportunity that they have gotten knock up against their opponent. But I do believe that their callouts at this point are not that accurate, not that on point. Their strategies are not really working out because they're in the dip. If you want to secure advantage up against your opponent, you have to find the upper advantage. You have to find an area from which you can look down on your opponent, not the other way around. And that's exactly why they're now evacuating from that shack, because it's a location where they can easily be pinned down with nades and mollies coming in from Ico 8-bit. And if they survive somehow from that particular corner, team Cincinnati Kid is over there, Vasista was over there, NONX was super close to them. It's a good situation, it's a good decision coming in. Infinix Troopers, the one team who was able to finish one from Why Not Esports, are right now on the back foot outside the play zone in the southern eastern part, patiently waiting for the next play zone shift so that they can push in onto the compounds rather than holding off the open-ended areas from where they can easily be hunted down. It's a good approach, I would say, for Infinix Troopers, and they have been known to perform in maps like Miramar, so I would not be surprised if they get a winner in the chicken by these tactics.
I mean, they could, but if you see the map feed, when you're seeing the map feed, the teams in the north NONX, FX, OG, VXT, teams who are there. And guess what? With the shift of the zone, I think so this is going to work out in their favor. Previously, we had seen Juicy go into the center, like push his team, tell them to go in the center of the zone, and that has worked in their favor. But right now, why not Esports facing off against none other than True Rippers? NONX gets the first knock on True Rippers. This is not looking good for True Rippers, because guess what? One after another player, Kyo, goes down. This is not working in their favor right here. Meanwhile, Babybot just going. They know that there's somebody on a flank. She's holding an angle, but she gets taken down. A grenade onto her body. Suddenly, I don't know, it's just not working in their favor. But guess what? Boomy just trying to capitalize on it. But True Rippers showing why they are one of the teams that are going to represent India soon in the GC, making sure that, hey, this is why even if you knock our players down, we won't allow you to make sure you get the finish. But getting back into this game, CK, now they know for a matter of fact that the teams would be coming onto them because they are on the edge of the zone. On the other hand, we can clearly see the team of Sarang and 8-Bit trying to get these knocks, trying to be a third party, being a thought for these players. Not working the favor, and guess what? The spray, oh my god, that was close. Braden, that was so close. But he can capitalize from the start and trying his level best. Can he get another knock? Yes, he does.
Yeah.
I believe that is that.
Brilliant start. Ico 8-Bit, they have got 4 amazing frags, and right now they're hunting for more. Cincinnati Kills, Esports, even Infinix, True Rippers, Hydro. A lot of players are there in the nearby vicinity, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they're going ham on the previous match's MVP's team. I'm talking about Ico Orangutan. Their IGL is now getting contested from the opponents. I would love to see what Hero Extreme Godlike is capable of at the end, because they have survived till top 9. They have to survive #1 if they really want to climb back onto the leaderboard. But for that to happen, they have to take down Ico Orangutan, who is right now straight up in front of them. Jonathan, he gets the finish of RO for the team. Cincinnati gets still to open up. They are still playing very cautious, in a very cautious way. Not making a lot of noise, just trying to defend their way. And usually get to see a lot of teams marrying to the fact that aggression is the best defense mechanism. But right now, Cincinnati Kids is literally going on a defensive road and not even fighting back. WELT versus Hero Extreme Godlike. This is going to be fun to watch. Hero Extreme Godlike starts off in a very big way. Maxios, so the MVP from Team WELT Esports, has been taken away. There are many more finishers coming through, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they're just shining way too bright for the entire lobby to cover with.
Gods are slowly and steadily rising up. They take out AKOP as well. I believe they are on 11, but guess what? The play zone takes out Admino. This is not looking good for Godlike Esports. They were slowly and steadily budding up, trying to get him, but now the play zone has affected Admino. He has to be res, but meanwhile, Aimbot trying, gets a bit of a damage on Levi. Slowly and steadily trying to just burst forward, trying to make sure that he can create some space, but he knows for a matter of fact, players of FS are waiting. Meanwhile, Raiden getting the knock on his former teammate Comrades, and Proton getting the finish on Admino. It has been a day where we'll be talking about Proton. Guess what? He gets us power as well. Knocks him down. This is not looking good for Godlike Esports. This is not working in the favor. Proton is coming in. Proton gets the finish on S-Power as well. Jonathan, it's all left on him. Maybe, just maybe, can he do something? Can he figure something out to make sure his team, with 12 finishes, to be honest, a really good game of aggression. But now True Rippers has been eliminated as well. Aimbot, after taking the fight from FS, going to revive his IGL, Somraj, after getting knocked down from Raiden. This is going to just get more and more intense, I believe, Raiden.
It is definitely going to be tough. Versatile, they came in a closer vicinity to get the revival done, but unfortunately Hector had other plans. There you go, Scary Jord. He shuts down the opponent. Proton gets taken down by Jonathan. 4 finishes. There you go, Jonathan. A lot of questions have been asked that where is that aggression from Jonathan? And when the last man standing from the other particular team was remaining, Proton, who kind of surprised S-Power, caught him off guard. Jonathan retaliates by putting up a DPS in front of his face. Lovely. 13 frags and in the top 5. That means at least 16 points is what Hero Extreme Godlike is going to get, including the 3 points for the placements right now. If he goes down right now, which is a very big possibility as he's fighting up against a 1v4 situation. FS is there with 4 members. 3 members from Ico 8-Bit, 2 members from Versasta. 4 from Cincinnati Kids as well. So survival for Jonathan is a very big, hopeful situation that all the fans would be tying in. But what's this Esports? Look at them falling like a bunch of cards at this point.
It is falling going down, but 8-bit and Vesista are facing each other. Vesista goes down. This duel between these two teams has worked in the favor of 8-bit and now CK. They tried to get a knock, but they couldn't get capitalized on the finish. But now, as they get ready, it's only a matter of time till we see what happens. Skips gets the finish on Veron. Veron goes down. 8-bit trying to prove, and guess what? Lavish! He gets knocked down by Skips and finished as well by none other than Jonathan. This is a moment that we've all been looking for. There are nearly, if I'm correct, we're on 14 finishes for Godlike Esports. Everybody talked about the aggression. Everybody doubted them, being like, where is the aggression in the first few games? And maybe now, Roman taken. But guess what?
God.
Roman has been knocked by Jonathan. And guess what? FS now knows where Jonathan is, Raider. It's going to get very much intense. Because now, Jonathan with another finish to his name. Make that 6. Make that another knock. Jonathan, what are you on? My oh my, he isn't holding back. He's a one-man army. He's making sure he gets the finish. He gets the points for his team. He's the last man standing for them, and he'll be the one last man standing. That one pillar at the end of the day. The one pillar who everybody has hoped from. The one pillar who has dreams. And guess what? He is not stopping by. FSL knows for a matter of fact that he is facing a 1v1 against Jonathan, but Jonathan goes down. Sahil on low HP finishes him, and that is that. My oh my, what a finish, what an end to this game. Skips and Aiku 8-bit getting the chicken dinner. My oh my, the last few minutes were insane and as intense as it can be.
Brilliant game, brilliant approach coming in, but Roman was knocked out from IQ 8-bit. That was a blessing in disguise for actually Jonathan, to be honest, because Roman was caught off guard, and Roman, trust me, is a guy who always tries to clear his back. As soon as he spotted IQ 8-bit, he tried to go for the pre-fire. Eventually it didn't work out. IQ 8-bit was able to pin down Roman, and godlike Jonathan, he was able to get a free frag over there, as the knocked out player was pretty much in a very bad spot, because he was trying to get a revival, trying to get a cover, and Jonathan was there to just hunt him down. Then he got the 7th frag as well by taking down FS's one more teammate. For the last man standing, he came very, very close, but then there's that reload, and after that, in a high-low situation where I really thought that Jonathan can actually do that 1v1 because he had the HP as well. 2 bullets from the FS's last man standing was enough to put down Jonathan. But trust me, still a big game for the sides of Hero Extreme Godlike. We talked about this, that they need a big matchup. We talked about IQ 8-bit, that they were also struggling on the back foot. They managed to secure a winner with a chicken, and trust me, that 20-pointer winner with a chicken that they have right now on the table will definitely buff up their position. FS, same goes for them. I think midway in the match, we talked about Godlike, we talked about VXT, we talked about FS, 8-bit, and to some extent, we talked about some other teams like Grand LAN Esports as well. Out of these 3-4 teams, Godlike did wonders, 8-bit did wonders, FS did wonders. So all those teams who really wanted to end up the day in a good note, they performed. Why not? I believe they're still struggling.
They are struggling. If we are being honest, this is the first time, like if you think about it, they played at the Luna tournament, which were with all 15 other teams. And now they're playing with another 23 teams. So they have to understand the drops. Obviously, it is an all-female lineup. They're trying to understand what is happening. And this is their first day. I believe day one is one day where you just gather information. Their rotation was actually immaculate, if you think about it. All the way from the north, coming to the south, and making sure that you're not caught anywhere. And at the same time, they made sure that, hey, look, we might have not the ideal amount of gunpowder, but we are not holding back on anybody. On the other hand, Godlike played immaculate. Think about 8-bit. That's the thing which I want to talk about. 8-bit are literally 8-bit are very much interesting to know that if you talk about it, like if you think about them, the chicken dinner worked in their favor. And why? Because this team was just building up more and more. The player like Sarang in the beginning, getting the knock, if you remember, it started with Sarang. We were talking about him. Then it went on to Raider. He got a knock on Somraj, and then the finish as well. It was more of like this team is now finding that consistency which we have seen all the way. And a huge credit for that should go to Juicy, because he's come back as the IGL now after a long time.
And look at the brilliance. I mean, they were one of those teams who were lacking in terms of the manpower. They did not really have a lot of manpower individually. To be specific, for the last 2 circles, I would say, they were losing players, they were getting knocked out, they were getting cornered. Then they decided to just take a step back and hold off their own edges. That's exactly where IQ 8-bit was able to like kind of traverse around the map, figure out that let the other particular teams fight. We are going to take the remaining bunch of them. That's exactly what happened. Like FS Esports' last man standing, he took down Jonathan, and then that particular player was like a sitting duck, down in the ridge, in the vehicle, low on HP, had nothing to really do, and that's exactly where coveted strike down to the opponent. Apart from that, Cincinnati kids, they were also having 4 individuals. Wasista, they had 3 individuals surviving at the end. All of them were fighting their own battles. Meanwhile, IQ8-bit and to some extent, I would say, Hero Extreme godlike Jonathan, both of them did the same part, that we are going to stay on the bay, get as many strikes possible. 8-bit had a little bit more of a manpower and a good decent location in the map as well. Like they had the extreme eastern upper edge in the map, so that's exactly where they were able to chime in. Jonathan had 7 frags, but Skips, with the winner chickener and the finishing blow, has 7 frags, an MVP ranking of 10 and 70% finished contribution. Brilliance of Skips is pretty much visible with this MVP leaderboard.
The thing is, if Skips, both the players had 7, but the interesting part was Godlike had 16 finishes. They had a lot more finishes to their name, and if Godlike finished 3rd, they might just be close enough. Meanwhile, Skips 70% contribution. If you take a look, 70%, that's 7 out of 10. That is how crucial he was today. Just making sure that every single knock was converted into a finish. But guess what? Godlike Esports get the most amount of points from this game, 22 in their favor. A day where we were talking about they were in the bottom 8, have now pushed themselves forward, and I believe, if I'm correct, they're going to go all the way up, because this is going to be very much interesting to see where Godlike Esports end, because they ended this game, during this game, they were having a total of just like 8 points. And now they've got 30. Where does this put them on the points table? 8-bit as well, 20 bomber right here. Vashishta, consistency is their name. They are getting more finishes than points, and that's what you like to see. On the other hand, MADKING's not having a good game. AUTOBOTZ, they had a good game but didn't work in their favor. Orangutan just 1 finish. VXT just 3 points, and Rising Esports with just 4. Only time will tell now what happens, because now we're going to get very much more interesting to see what happens as the overall standings after this game. We are going to see which team are on top, which team are on below, which team stands where, because at the end of the day, Raiden, it is all that 1 point. We know the story of 1 point. 1 point takes you to a LAN, and 1 point can take you out of a LAN.
Oh, I mean, after the recent international tournament, I do believe that we know the value of 1 point. That definitely is pretty interesting that you talked about it. So yeah, let's talk about the overall standing at the end of the number 1 semi-finale post 6 matches. We have OnePlus Godswin still sitting on top. Blitz, they're nowhere near, but then again, that 17-pointer gap can be neutralized tomorrow. Vasista, with 1 win over a chicken and a lot of consistent performances, they've got 50 of their own. WELT, the way they started, specifically talking about the second match of the day, the Miramar, we really thought that WELT is going to put up a good show today. But after that, if you really see, WELT kind of was on the decline with regards to their performance.
Yep, they were. It was like they peaked a bit fast, but then they went low. Another team to keep in mind over here, Hero Extreme got like 8 placement points, but 20 finishes. Another team, AUTOBOTZ 19. Look at this. It's a bit of like a trend you see over here. There are more finished points than these teams. IQSoul has 0 position points, but 20 finish points with their name. This is something which I cannot believe I'm looking at, because they tried the level best, but it was all on duels. Duels from the likes of Knuckle, Form Joker, Form Legit, Form Goblin. They are trying their level best to focus on gunpowder. And this is the same thing that's done by Orangutan as well. Orangutan have 25 finish points with the name, but only 4 placement points. Over here, Team X Park, the new roster, they're trying to build out something with IGL, Punk. With Punk, everything we know where they were, who he was with, and now thinking about it now, 11 finishes. Still, they can have potential to go more higher. Wildfangs have not had the ideal day, let's just be honest. They are played edge to edge. They are not going for duels. It's not working in their favor. Meanwhile, MADKING's getting enough points to just be like 18th, because all you need to do is go 10 points higher, like 8 positions higher or 10 positions higher, and you are in the top 8.
I think still tomorrow is the day where we'll get to see a lot of interesting approaches coming through. The maps are going to be similar. Miramar, ERANGEL and Rondo will be there. At the same point, with regards to teams like IQSoul or to some extent FS Esports as well, they were able to find their roots in the Rondo map, where they were aggressive and at the same point effective enough. So I'm definitely looking forward to see how tomorrow's day is going to pan out. But today, in these 6 matches, the way OnePlus Godswin has kind of shown their consistency and their domination as well. See, these 2 things are usually not hand in hand. If a particular team is consistent, they might not be that dominating in every single particular match. But Godswin, Lovely. I mean, two big matches. Then again, if you talk about the overall scenario, 69 points, still a buff of around 17 points. So I do believe that their qualification could be sealed at day number 2 if they perform in a similar fashion. If they come and secure around 120, 30 points at the end of day number 2, I do believe their qualification is something which is pretty much sealed. So that's exactly what the mentality would be for God's Reign. But teams like Ico Soul, Hero Extreme, Godlike, they have to buckle up because they are getting finishes. Placement points is where they're lacking. Ico Orangutan, I believe whatever they are doing is working out for them. To be honest, you pointed out that Orangutan is also being very, very aggressive, but I think that's a very good tactic for whatever is coming for them in future. You know,
Exactly,
guys,
yeah.
they are going to represent India. And when you talk about the aggression, they have to build such synergy that whenever they are in a pickle situation, they still will be able to fight back. Be it AK being alone, be it Atanki being alone, be it Aru being alone, or their fourth member. Whenever the team is stuck in a very tough situation, these guys can fight back. That's the mentality they are trying to go with. Otherwise, if you see, Aru is a very good IGL with regards to the play zone control. He can easily get you the play zone controls, but it's just that how beautifully you can control the compound that is there in the play zone. That's exactly what they're working on. And right now, when the question is for qualification, I don't think so. They have to go with all guns blazing.
I mean, they could go all guns blazing. It's all about the aim at the end of the day. They are
Okay.
playing on the new. They have to get familiar with the patch as well, right? The changes which have happened to the weapons as well. It is something that you need to realize to be more. The muscle memory should kick in at that point. But talking about qualification, talking about the LAN, fans do keep in mind that the tickets are available for the LAN in Chennai on the app of Kin. Go there, download the app, register yourself, buy the tickets, and do come to the LAN because trust me, you're going to be missing out on a lot if you don't. Maybe just maybe I'm just having a hypothetical situation. Imagine we saw a moment like this in front of the audience. You could hear the cheers and the roar, and that's what you want to be a part of. You want to be a part of the community who's just cheering on and having fun. That's how important LANs are, especially a LAN that's backed by the government of Tamil Nadu. That just brings up the notch at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, this is a global IP. This is one thing where everybody has something to win out and something that they need to make sure that they get. But only time will tell how will these teams perform. Only time will tell how these teams perform because guess what? It's only day 1. We've got 3 days to go, 12 matches for each team. Can any team go from the last race to first? Will we see something that happened similar to CAG Osaka, if I had to bring up a point? The team that finished one day on last and then go up to be third. Can that happen right now at the Chennai Esports Global Championship? Only time will tell. But right now, that's that from us. Rayton, would you like to say anything to the stream before we end off?
I would just say that buckle up because the next 3 days are going to be pretty fun to watch. So having said that, this is it for the day number 1 of the semi-finale action. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time on the same channel. So make sure to subscribe, like, and share this stream as much as you guys can. Bye-bye. Peace out. Thank you for joining us.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
दिल बोले बूम
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Feels like gravity can't touch me when I'm here. Look at me levitate, look at me levitate. Carry all this weight, but still I'm light as air. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. No, I gotta go under, hold my breath and let it go. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy.